Chapter 925. Throw the handkerchief. Gently place it behind the child. Everyone, don't tell him. The crisp sound made it hard for Yan Zheng and the others to believe that this was a school that had been flooded for many days. They didn't feel any helplessness or confusion from the song, nor did they feel any fear or sadness. Of course, they didn't feel any strength, unyielding spirit, struggle, or faith from the song either. The only feeling it gave them was happiness, a very simple happiness, unrestrained, brilliant, and innocent. It was as if the song was supposed to be like this and shouldn't be mixed with more emotions. About half a li away from Yan Zheng's group, a few figures appeared. It was Wang Wei and the others who had tried to catch up last night. They also heard the song, and Wang Wei's mood became very good. He even had the mood to talk to the yamen servant who had accompanied him. Did you hear that? Singing is power. The power of the Zhang family and the Wang family. True power shouldn't give people the feeling of being strong, but the warmth of a family. Zhang Xiaobei is here, so the child has become a real child. Your master doesn't understand that some power can't be resisted because the opponent of this power is the heavens and the earth. After saying this, Wang Wei recited with great interest, the light is slanted and the water is green, the waves are floating and the clouds are white. The servant looked up. The sky was still cloudy and the rain was still falling. He didn't understand where Wang Wei had seen the floating clouds. He was about to refute when he was suddenly shocked and asked, "How did you know Zhang Xiaobei was here?" "I'm stupid. I don't know anything. You can lie to me however you want, right?" When Wang Wei saw the flag that had been forcibly unfurled on the school building, he was no longer worried that Yan Zheng's group would harm him. On the large flag, there were 9 rice seedlings holding hands around a bonfire. The stars in the sky were bigger than the moon, and each rice seedling's head was illuminated by a big star. Wang Wei didn't need to say much about such a classic flag. He knew who it belonged to. At this time, Yan Zheng and the others were standing at the place where Xiaobei had started to enter the water. The water that had gathered from all over didn't become smaller and was still swirling in the direction of the river. Unlike Xiaobei, Yan Zheng didn't know how to swim. Looking at the first 3 floors that were flooded, he hesitated and didn't know how to get across. "Sir, shall we have someone bring you across?" The person beside Yan Zheng spoke up and waved his hand. 2 people came over from behind. From the looks of it, they were good swimmers. Fine. Yan Zheng clenched his teeth and decided. However, as soon as he finished speaking, before the 2 men could bring him over, there was already a sound coming from the opposite building. It should be a simple loudspeaker. "Yan Zheng, stand there and don't move. If you move, I'll beat you to death. There's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell but you barged in." It was Zhang Xiaobei's voice. She had just been playing handkerchief with the children in the school. The person in charge of observing the surroundings discovered Yan Zheng's group. He found someone to confirm their identity through binoculars and quickly reported to Xiaobei. Xiaobei hated Yan Zheng so much that he could not express it with words. He did not expect that before he could find the time to enter the city to capture Yan Zheng would personally come to the academy. If he did not teach him a lesson now, when would he? After Yan Zheng heard the commotion, he couldn't help but shiver. He didn't dare to make any other movements. He stood there obediently, motionless. But in his heart, he kept thinking about how to deceive Zhang Xiaobei and the others. He didn't want to come over. Wouldn't that be walking into a trap? However, there were many things in the county that had not been transported to the designated location. He couldn't afford to lose them. He planned to delay for a few days. He would first deceive Zhang Xiaobei and the others and then wait for an opportunity to leave. Otherwise, even if he immediately fled from the county, he was worried that Xiaobei would catch him. He didn't think that he could escape Zhang Xiaobei's pursuit within a day. Yes, he was worried that Zhang Xiaobei would immediately send people to the county to capture him after hearing what others said when she arrived at the academy. He had to take the risk and make use of the time difference. Go, capture all of them for me. No, capture the few leaders. Tie up the rest and throw them there. Send someone to guard them. Humph, an eye for an eye, an eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. Upstairs, Zhang Xiaobei waved her small hand. Immediately, 30 people jumped into the water and swam towards Yanzheng. The next thing was easy. Yanzheng and a few important people were brought to the academy. The others took off their belts and shoes and asked the protection team to tie them up. Then, they threw them on the ground and didn't dare to move. As soon as the protection team finished tying up the people, Wang Wei had already left his team and ran towards the academy. He shouted as he ran, "Hey, here! Catch them! Catch them all! None of them are good!" The person who led Wang Wei here was dumbfounded. What happened in front of him was different from what he had expected. It should be that when he and the others arrived, the county magistrate and Zhang Xiaobei were talking and laughing. Zhang Xiaobei listened to the county magistrate's report on how to deal with the disaster in time and looked happy. Why did they catch people as soon as they arrived? No, there was also the damn Wang Wei. They should really throw him into the water and drown him on the way. What was he shouting for? The person who led Wang Wei here complained in his heart, but he didn't dare to move his feet. He admitted that he couldn't run faster than a bullet. He also didn't think that he was better in the water than the protection team. He jumped into the turbulence next to him and escaped. Soon, he and the people around him were also caught. Yanzheng was already drenched from head to toe as he faced Zhang Xiaobei. He was coughing non-stop. While he was being swam over, he was pushed into the water several times and choked half to death. He realized that the murky water was not tasty at all. I greet Inspector Zhang. Yanzheng coughed hard and felt much better. He then said to Zhang Xiaobei. Zhang Xiaobei put his hands behind his back and paced in front of Yanzheng. He walked over and suddenly stopped. He stared at Yanzheng's eyes and said, "You have guts. I admire you. I really admire you. Tell me, in the Tang Empire where the communication is so advanced, in a place so close to Luoyang and the capital, what were you thinking when you gave the order to put thousands of people in the water?" Originally, it was very strange for a child to talk to an adult in a condescending tone. However, Yanzheng and the people around him didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. It seemed that everything should be like this. The water on Yanzheng's forehead hadn't finished flowing. When he heard Zhang Xiaobei's words, he began to sweat again. He felt his throat go dry and forcefully swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva before opening his mouth to explain. "Inspector Zhang, please listen to this official's explanation. This official has never forgotten the people under my rule. This official came today because I heard that Milord was here and had an important matter to discuss. I hope that Milord can extend a helping hand and transfer supplies to this county. This official will immediately return to the county to direct the disaster relief. Milord, please give this official half a month, no, 10 days. As long as you give this official 10 days, this official will be able to complete the disaster relief." Zhang Xiaobei didn't immediately respond. Instead, she silently looked out the window at the flowing water. This surprised Xiao Yuan. When did Zhang Xiaobei know how to pretend to be deep and profound? Yanzheng's eyes didn't leave Zhang Xiaobei for even a moment. He was trying to figure out the thoughts of this little girl in front of him. He was still sweating. Not only was his mind uneasy, but the people who had been caught were also extremely nervous. After a long while, Zhang Xiaobei looked away and raised her head to look at Yanzheng. She felt uncomfortable and stepped on the stool to stand on the table. Only when she was a head taller than Yanzheng was she satisfied. She said, 10 days? Is 10 days enough? Yan Zheng nodded. Before he could make a promise, Xiao Bei continued, do you think you can escape from my family's pursuit in 10 days? I don't understand. Where can you run to in 10 days? Or change your face and hide your surname. Change your face and hide your surname. Xiao Yuan corrected him. Understand, Lord Yan. Tell me, where can you run to in 10 days? Xiao Bei glared at Xiao Yuan and then turned to Yan Zheng. Yan Zheng cursed in his heart. Why is this little brat so smart? How does she know that I'm going to run? However, he said, Lord Zhang, this official will not run. This official will face the flood together with the people of Hong Nong. I swear that I will not retreat even if I die. Oh. Xiao Bei looked surprised. She maintained her balance and moved her face closer to Yan Zheng. She asked as if she was asking, then, Lord Yan, can you explain to this official? Why, are you digging the river bank? This official. Lord, please listen to this official's explanation. Yan Zheng took a deep breath and calmed his mind. He said, at first, this official did not want to destroy the river bank to release the flood. However, there are many shops in Hong Nong City and countless valuable items. Also, there are few people and sparse houses in Hong Nong City. I was afraid that the flood would destroy the county. Therefore, I endured the pain of digging the river bank to protect the county. This was a helpless action. What nonsense is this? Be more straightforward. It's hard for me to listen. Xiao Bei put her hands on her waist. When Yan Zheng saw that there was hope, he coughed lightly and said, when the flood came, I thought of the emperor's heavy responsibility and grace. I thought of my mother's earnest exhortations when I took up the post. I thought of the people's longing gazes and the trust of my colleagues. Therefore, this official did not retreat. According to the flood relief plan of the county, I strictly requested the people in the Yamen to cooperate. First, find the disaster in time and report it to the relevant departments in the Yamen. It was accurate, timely, and rigorous. Second, combined with the geographical advantage of the county, we took measures such as leakage, dredging, guidance, and assisting in the defense. A series of defense work was completed in the shortest time. Third, we started the emergency disaster response system. We made a comprehensive layout, focused on control, reasonably allocated manpower, material resources, and other resources. We faced the difficulties and were not afraid of difficulties and risks. This showed the organizational ability of the Yamen. Fourthly, he called on all officials with official positions to show their own qualities at the moment of disaster. This played a very good role in leading the people in the county to gather around the officials and fight the flood with one heart. Not only did the officials in the Yamen do not disappoint the emperor, but even the village heads in the villages also guarded the front line of fighting the flood. Fifth, we arranged for experienced people to observe the weather. After knowing that there will be rain in a short period of time, they showed their subjective initiative. You fucking shut up. Before Yan Zheng continued, Xiao Bei scolded and even said the word mother. Yan Zheng was startled. He didn't know what words had offended Xiao Bei, but he obediently stopped talking. Xiao Bei took a few deep breaths, then pursed his lips and glared at Yan Zheng. He bared his teeth and said angrily, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone so shameless to the point of being arrogant. According to what you said, I should praise you, shouldn't I? I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. What this official did was what a county head should do. If there are some shortcomings, I should be criticized. Yan Zheng quickly followed up. Wei Wei's lips curled up as if he was accepting a compliment. Xiao Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. He nudged Xiao Bei's leg and said, why are you talking nonsense with him? Kill him and be done with it. Yan Zheng's pupils shrank. Just as he was about to defend himself, Xiao Bei laughed and waved his hand at Xiao Yuan. He said, Am I the kind of person who kills without teaching? When Yan Jing breathed a sigh of relief, Xiao Bei continued, death is a kind of relief for him. If you kill him, can the people who drowned in the flood come back to life? If you kill him, who will bear the loss of the people of Hongnong County? A person who has a cow at home doesn't feel happy about killing someone, but sad about losing the cow. He went easy on the flood to wash the cow away. If I kill him, will that be considered as giving them an explanation? What about the cow? They don't care if he lives or dies. They only want the cow. If I kill him to bear the loss of the people, then it's our incompetence. I want him to live. I want him to know that sometimes, death is also a blessing. Tie him up tightly and knock out his teeth. Set up a platform at the south gate of Hongnong County and cover it with a canopy. Tie him up there and let the hospital inject him with glucose. I won't allow him to die. I want to torture him bit by bit. I want him to be exposed to the sun. I want him to be spurned by thousands of people. I want ants to bite him and leeches to sting him. I want him to freeze in the winter. I want a medical team to ensure that he doesn't die. In the future, when a local official is appointed, he will be the first to admire him. As soon as Xiao Bei finished speaking, the members of the protection team took action. First, one of them removed Yan Zheng's chin. Then, someone took out a pair of pliers from his backpack and stuck them into Yan Zheng's mouth. Then, they started to pull out his teeth one by one. Yan Zheng was already dumbfounded when Xiao Bei spoke. He didn't expect this cute and well-behaved girl in front of him to come up with such a ruthless method. At first, he thought that she was joking. It wasn't until his first tooth was pulled out and the pain that spread throughout his head that he understood that she was serious. Ah! Yan Zheng shook his head vigorously and let out an inhuman scream from his throat. Tears, snot, saliva, and blood flowed down together. Xiao Bei was so scared that she stepped back and waved her hands repeatedly. Take him away. Take him away. Don't let him die from the pain. If it really doesn't work, pull out 2 teeth today and 2 more tomorrow. Feed him porridge first. If he doesn't eat, then inject him with glucose. The members of the protection team immediately dragged Yan Zheng away like they were dragging a dead dog. They didn't know which room to carry out the torture. The classroom suddenly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Xiao Bei patted her chest, let out a long breath, and said, "The world is quiet now." Wang Wei, who had just been sent to the window, happened to hear Xiao Bei's last words. When he saw such a scene, he trembled in fear and let go of his hand. With a splash, he fell into the water again. He was pulled up again and flipped into the classroom. However, he didn't say a word. He just stared at Xiao Bei with a pale face. In an instant, he understood why so many officials were afraid of being caught by Xiao Bei. She was really ruthless. It seemed that she had inherited Devilish Cuckoo's personality and even went one step further. She was green and she was water. She took it from blue and turned it into blue. She was colder than water. Wang Wei took a few deep breaths before he felt better. He muttered, "Killing someone is just a matter of time. Why don't we just give him a quick death? We haven't even sentenced him yet. Why do we have to act first?" Although his voice was soft, it couldn't beat the silence in the room. Xiao Bei heard him clearly. She turned her head and looked at Wang Wei with dissatisfaction. What sentence? What law? What joint trial? There's no need for any of that. Just because. I'm here. Uncle Emperor asked me to be a knife, so I cut him piece by piece. I gave him a quick death. Who gives a quick death to a drowned person who can't breathe and suffocate to death? Who gives a quick death to a sick person who can't be treated? Isn't it? Support me. Xiao Bei's last words were directed at the other 8 people. The 8 children nodded immediately. Xiao Yuan praised, "That's right. Death is not the goal. The goal is to intimidate other officials and not let the people under their rule die easily. Buddha is merciful. There are still 16 arhats and second venerables. Who are you?" After Xiao Yuan supported Xiao Bei, she asked Wang Wei. Wang Wei was blocked and couldn't say anything else. He wrung the water from his clothes and said, "I was temporarily transferred to the Ministry of Works. This time, I was patrolling Hongnong with Li Bai and Li Tai Bai of the Ministry of Revenue. I was collecting evidence. I didn't expect the county magistrate of Hongnong to be arrested for no reason and lynched by you." "What are you talking about? What do you mean by no reason?" "We are here for no reason." "Are you going to exonerate the sinner Yan Zheng?" Xiao Yuan questioned Wang Wei in a righteous manner. Wang Wei was just about to reiterate his reasoning when he suddenly realized something. He couldn't help but shake his head and say, "No, I'm saying that if his crime is confirmed, it will be a crime worthy of the extermination of his family. I hope that you can quickly go to the county and arrest his family." Wang Wei suddenly thought of why Zhang Xiaobei and the other 8 people had come at such a timely time. He didn't think that the emperor was worried about him and Li Bai, but he guessed that the matter of Hongnong was so serious that it was not something he should care about. Moreover, it was very urgent. Otherwise, why would the emperor send the 9 children when there were so many officials in the imperial court and this place was so close to Luoyang? The 9 children didn't just represent the children themselves. They represented the Zhang family and the Wang family. If the matter was small, why would they be sent? In addition, they were sometimes unreasonable. He couldn't be unlucky. Xiao Bei jumped from the table into the arms of a member of the protection team. His little face fell. He sighed like an adult and said, "No need to catch them. They ran away. They all ran away. Hongnong County has a roast duck restaurant opened by my family. Yesterday, I found an opportunity to sneak out and send a telegram to my brother. My brother just called. He said that he will come in person and is already on the way. He wants us to meet Yan Zheng. No matter how he quibbles, we have to catch him first. Yan Zheng just told me that he would be given 10 days. Do you think I'm stupid enough to give him time to run away? How does your family's farmer know?" When Wang Wei heard that even Zhang Xiaobao had come, he didn't dare to stop Xiao Bei from dealing with Yan Zheng. However, he couldn't understand how a farmer could know the news. "Do you want to share my family's information system?" Xiao Hai stared at him. No, what should we do now?" Wang Wei repeatedly denied. Chapter 926. Went out? Who went out? Is there anyone in custody? Where did they go? Li Bai asked several times and stared at Ma San, who just came back worriedly. He was afraid to hear some answers he didn't want to hear from him. Ma San was like a newcomer who had just joined a gang. He was worried, scared, excited, and had a sense of mission. He understood what the official sent by the Zhang and Wang families wanted to know, so he hurriedly replied, "Sir, you don't have to worry. I didn't see anyone being detained. Those who came out were all people from the Yamen. It seems like they were heading out of the county town. I didn't reveal your whereabouts, so they won't come to arrest you." "Out of the county? What's out of the county?" Li Bai seemed to be talking to himself, but his voice could be heard by the 2 guys. Ma San shook his head hard. "Your Honor, I don't know. Maybe someone's wealth was found and they went to take care of it." Li Bai knew what Ma San meant. He said to take care of it, but in fact, he meant to rob it. He didn't know what Yan Zheng, the county magistrate of Hongnong, was thinking. He dared to harm people at the risk of his family being exterminated. Was he sick? After hesitating for a while, Li Bai gritted his teeth and asked the 2 guys, "Do you dare to go with me to have a look?" Your Honor, you want to go?" No, you can't. Your Honor, you haven't recovered from your illness. If you go out and get wet, maybe. Right? The two guys saw that Li Bai wanted to go in person, so they stopped him immediately. Ma San, who was speaking, wiped the raindrops from his hair and face and volunteered, Your Honor, you stay in the inn and I will go with you to have a look. I won't be too close and will stay far behind. I'm not afraid of being discovered. When I get the news, I'll come back and tell you immediately. The other guy immediately said, Your Honor, how about this? I'll find some companions and pass on the message along the way. It won't delay your business. Li Bai also didn't want to go. He knew that with his illness, if he went out and got wet again, he might be able to enjoy the treatment of a slightly better feng shui place. Seeing how serious the waiter was, Li Bai thought for a bit and nodded. He reached into his pocket and said, That's good. Thank you for your hard work. I still have some money here. Use it to buy some meat and make some hot soup. By the time he finished speaking, Li Bai already had 1 luo in his hand. Some were his own, and some were given to him by Wang Wei. He didn't even count them. He just stuffed them all into the hands of the staff and solemnly said, Thank you. Whether this matter succeeds or not depends on you. Please be careful. The shop assistant who was stuffed with money immediately became solemn, as if he had received a mission that could save the immortal world and the infernal realm at the same time, and he was ready to change the sun, moon, and stars. Go ahead, Li Bai urged. All right. The two waiters answered at the same time and came to the door. Ma San leaned out half of his head to observe. Seeing that there was no one in the corridor, he made a gesture to communicate with the waiters in code and rushed out first. The waiters behind him also left the ground and walked out on the front part of their feet, trying not to make any noise. Li Bai looked at the door and shook his head helplessly. It's not like I'm asking you to rebel. Is there a need for this? It really can't compare to the inner courtyards of the Zhang family and the Wang family. 4. I win. The sound of mahjong still rang in the yamen of Hongnong County. Wang Wei had something on his mind and lost several rounds in a row. He was not in the mood to continue playing. He threw away the tiles in his hand and said, I don't want to play anymore. Come here. Immediately, a servant who was specially waiting for orders came from outside the screen. He bent down and asked in a low voice, Your Excellency, what can I do for you? Where's your county magistrate? Wang Wei asked directly without beating around the bush. I don't know. Maybe he's busy with the affairs in the county. He's been busy with the affairs in the nearest county and hasn't had a good rest for many days. Alas. The servant replied with a distressed look. That kind of sad expression was just right. Wang Wei didn't believe the servant's words. Hearing the servant's words, he said, I've stayed in the county for some time and know a little about the local affairs. Why don't you take me there? Maybe I can help. What do you think? Well. The servant looked embarrassed. He rolled his eyes and said, Your Excellency, you've come a long way. If you get sick because of this, I can't bear the responsibility. Why don't you go to bed early and make plans tomorrow morning? It doesn't matter. Take me there now. Otherwise, I'll go back to the capital immediately. If I can't help, there's no point in staying here. Wang Wei insisted. The servant lowered his head and pondered for a while. When Wang Wei was about to leave, he said, Okay. Then I'll have to trouble you. Please come with me. Under the servant's guidance, Wang Wei followed him all the way to another courtyard. The servant walked a few steps and entered a room with a light on. Before Wang Wei followed, he immediately came out and said to Wang Wei, Your Excellency, I just got the news that my master has just left. It seems that there's a serious flood in the county. Your Excellency, why don't you, what? Another flood? Come with me quickly. I know a lot about flood control. Wang Wei didn't wait for the servant to finish his sentence and nervously interrupted. If it was when he had just entered, he would not have dared to do this for fear of being killed. However, now that he had thought it through, it must be Zhang Xiaobei who had come. Otherwise, Yan Zheng would not have been so afraid. With Zhang Xiaobei around, his threat to Yan Zheng would be put aside. The servant probably thought the same. He hesitated for a while and nodded. He found another 2 people to hold an umbrella and accompany Wang Wei out of the county. At this time, Yan Zheng was also in the rain. Someone held an umbrella for him. There was still a lot of water on his face. It wasn't rain, but sweat. After confirming that Zhang Xiaobei really came to the county and guessing where she might be, Yan Zheng regretted that he didn't bring the group of burdensome children to the county. Although there was no food there, what if they didn't all starve to death and some survived? He didn't know that the school was a warehouse for merchants for free and that there was a lot of food in the warehouse. "Master, why don't we get on the carriage? The people carrying you must be careful." The people next to him saw that the county magistrate was having a hard time and tried to persuade him. It was not safe to ride a horse at night. The main reason was that Yan Zheng's horsemanship was too bad. When he was being carried, the people carrying him accidentally stepped on air and threw Yan Zheng off the carriage. Yan Zheng, who was obviously weaker than the bailiffs, nodded helplessly. "Be careful. Don't fall again." In the county town, the roads were still passable. However, once they left the city and walked for a long distance, Yan Zheng and his group felt the power of the flood. Night was different from day. There were no stars in the sky, let alone the moon. Other than the dim light from the lanterns covered with oil paper, the only light was the occasional flash of lightning. After every flash of lightning, there would be rolling thunder. Even though they were mentally prepared for the thunder, they would still be shocked. The cracking sound seemed to come directly from their chests. As Yan Zheng followed the group, he cursed in a low voice. He cursed the bad weather and Zhang Xiaobei for running so far away. As they walked, many people had already forgotten about their fatigue, or rather, they were overdrawing their body's potential. The dark night, the cold rain, and the occasional thigh-high water made it so that they could only move mechanically. The sound of splashing water, thunder, and panting mixed together. As they walked, Yan Zheng and the others finally arrived at a place where the sky was no longer so dark and there was a little bit of light. The group stopped. There was a river in front of them that blocked their path. "Master, we have to take a detour. There's a bridge in the distance. It might have been washed away by the water. If we walk for 2 li, there's another bridge over there." The person beside Yan Zheng saw that the original bridge was gone and immediately thought of another place. "That bridge won't be washed away?" Yan Zheng endured the uncomfortable feeling of being wet and asked. "I don't think so. That bridge was built by someone from Xinjiang Construction. This river is called the Hongyuan River. Once you cross the river, you'll reach the academy in less than 2 hours," the servant explained as he pointed in the direction of the bridge. Yan Zheng snorted to show his agreement. He really didn't want to talk about Xinjiang's builders. He felt very uncomfortable when others talked about it. The team followed the order and went around it. After walking for a while, the sky became brighter. Sure enough, they saw a bridge. It was a bridge that made people speechless. There was a big crack on the bridge, and there was a big tree that had lived for an unknown number of years. Beside the big crack on the bridge, there were countless broken places. Even the pier of the bridge was separated from the soil beside it, and there was a big crack on it. There was no need for others to explain why this happened. Anyone who saw this scene understood what was going on. "Master." The person beside Yan Zheng asked tentatively. "I'll go down and walk." Yan Zheng could see that the carriage couldn't pass. They had to get down and walk. The trees in front of them were too much of a hindrance. Everyone walked step by step on the bridge. For some reason, when Yan Zheng walked on the bridge, he was not worried at all that this seemingly collapsing bridge would suddenly collapse. He knew that this was the confidence that Zhengjing Construction Group gave him, or rather, the confidence that Zhang Xiaobei's family gave him when he was about to meet them but did not want to meet them the most. He had to admit it even if he did not want to. This feeling made Yan Zheng very uncomfortable, but he had to face it. Chapter 927. I'm actually a very cute child. After a short silence, Xiaobei explained to the other frightened children in the classroom. However, the children were shocked by Yan Zheng's scream and the fact that his mouth was full of blood when his teeth were pulled out. They had yet to recover from their shock, and all of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Some of them didn't even dare to look at Xiaobei. Old Master, who had been following Xiaobei around, sighed and said to Xiaobei, "Ah. I'll take them to rest and talk to them. After today, I'll come and play with you again." "Yes, yes, yes. Okay, Grandpa, tell them that it's better for one family to cry than to cry all the way. The people aren't afraid of death, so why should they be afraid of death? I guess some officials aren't afraid of death either, so I won't let them die. I want them to live and treat death as a pursuit of happiness." Xiaobei was a little sad and felt that he wasn't understood, but he still spoke reasonably. At this time, Xiaohai touched his sister's head and said, "Don't ask about separation. We're not on the same path, and it's hard to meet in parallel. They're still young and don't understand. They'll probably understand after they're in their first year." "Yes, they're all children." Xiaobei agreed. Wang Wei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who was the younger one? He didn't know how the Zhang family and Wang family educated their children, but the 9 children were actually more sensible than the children in the palace. I don't know when this rainy weather will change. The people in the county are having a hard time." Wang Wei thought about his worries and looked at the rain outside that hadn't stopped. As soon as he spoke, Xiaobei's attention was diverted. He suddenly asked Wang Wei, "You came from the county? Did you receive any benefits from Yan Zheng?" Wang Wei was shocked. He swallowed hard and said with palpitations, "No." Yes. Does eating count as a benefit?" At this moment, Wang Wei's heart was in turmoil. He was afraid that Xiaobei would once again display her unreasonable style and deal with him. Not to mention pulling out a mouthful of teeth, even pulling out a tooth would be painful. Xiaobei's eyes turned. "Only eating? You didn't agree to help Yanjing exonerate? You didn't confiscate any other money? I'll have someone ask. Let me know that you lied to me, humph. I wouldn't dare to lie to you. I'm here with Tai Bai to investigate this place." Wang Wei hurriedly explained. Suddenly, he remembered that Li Bai was still suffering somewhere. He opened his mouth and said, "This humble official has a presumptuous request. Should I say it? Since you don't want to, it's better if you don't invite him." Xiao Yuan curled his lips. "Li Bai from the Ministry of Revenue also came with me. He's sick and should be recuperating somewhere in the county." Wang Wei sighed at the intelligence of the little guys and said. Xiaobei's jaw dropped. "Huh? Him? I know him. He's very interesting. Why is he sick?" "Oh. I understand. It must be because they didn't take precautions. I'll ask someone. They used to work for me. I'll also ask someone to move the food from the station to the county." The other 8 children nodded in agreement. Zhang Chang pondered for a while before reminding Xiaobei, "What about Hongnong County? Have you been waiting for Big Brother and Big Sister to come?" Hearing this, Xiaobei looked at Wang Wei and asked, "What do you think we should do?" Severely punish without leniency. Give the people in the county an explanation. Wang Wei suggested in a firm tone. What explanation? The property is gone and people are dead. Punish the officials severely and give them an explanation? If this is considered an explanation, then it won't take long for Tang Empire to give an explanation as well. Xiao Bei said with a double meaning. Wang Wei was speechless. This was all he could think of. He looked at the 9 children and guessed if they had a better idea. Xiao Bei didn't care about Wang Wei anymore. He gathered together with Xiao Hai, Xiao Yuan, and the others and whispered softly. It took them 15 minutes to reach an agreement and give orders to their subordinates. Get someone to go to the county and get the account book. Didn't the people record the account book when they moved to the county? See if we can still find it. Then, mobilize people and go door to door in the county to inquire about the original property of their family. Take supplies from the surrounding businesses and compensate the people of Hongnong County after verification. Xiao Bei said the opinions of the 9 people. Wang Wei was shocked again and asked, You want to use your family's money to compensate the people of Hongnong County? Why should it be my family? It was done by Uncle Emperor's officials. Uncle Emperor should be responsible for it. I just want to pay in advance because my family is the fastest at distributing supplies, right? Xiao Bei asked Wang Wei. Wang Wei nodded and asked, What about the dead people? They can't come back to life. We have to pay more. If the whole family is dead, there's nothing I can do. When Xiao Bei mentioned the dead people, his little face drooped, looking very sad. Wang Wei also took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and shook his head helplessly. After a few moments of silence, Xiao Bei gritted his teeth and said, As for the governor of Hongnong and Guo province, I'll persuade Uncle Emperor to issue an edict of self-punishment first. Then, we'll punish the officials of Guo province. I don't believe that they don't know anything about the situation. Hearing what Xiao Bei said, Wang Wei felt a chill all over his body. He really didn't know what His Majesty was thinking. He gave a group of children so much power, but they didn't know how to be tactful. They just focused on one thing and didn't let go. If His Majesty issued an edict of self-punishment first, then the officials of Guo province wouldn't be able to think it through. Many of them would be beheaded, let alone those who lost their official position. Go ahead and make a fuss. Make a big fuss. Wang Wei knew that he couldn't stop it, so he finally decided not to get involved. It was up to him whether he wanted to get involved or not. As soon as he had this idea, Xiao Bei had another idea. You're Wang Wei, right? It just so happens that I don't have enough people. You can help me count the numbers. It's best if you can find someone to help you do it after you get to the county. Go from house to house and ask. Don't miss anyone. Otherwise. Yes, sir. Wang Wei didn't need Xiao Bei to say what else he would do. He agreed immediately. He was afraid of Xiao Bei. However, as soon as he agreed, he felt that something was wrong. He asked in a low voice, You brought 600 to 700 people. In addition to the protection team, there should be many people from the inner yard, right? Based on the abilities of the inner yard of your 2 families, it shouldn't be difficult for the people you brought to handle the government affairs of a province, right? What did you say? Louder, Xiao Bei asked with a stern face. No, nothing. Wang Wei didn't dare to say anything else. Suddenly, he couldn't stay here any longer. After all, Li Bai was still sick. He didn't know how his condition was. He said anxiously, Why don't I go back to work? Go. I'll arrange for 20 people to follow you. Take over the county affairs first. If you encounter any obstructions, shoot them on the spot. From now on, Hongnong will be under military control. Xiao Bei waved his hand boldly. When Wang Wei was carried back, Xiao Yuan suggested, We should send a message to our people in the county. Let them stir things up and let the people in the county know that we are here. Otherwise, if Wang Wei goes there, he will definitely encounter a lot of resistance. Many people will die. What if someone runs away? Xiao Bei asked. Where would they run to? If they run, send out wanted posters. Catch them everywhere and torture them to death. Good idea. Let's do that. Torture. Xiao Bei's eyes lit up as he agreed. Wang Wei didn't know what kind of conspiracy was in the school. He was already rushing with all his might. Even so, he still needed someone to help him. He alternated between running by himself and being carried by others. He finally experienced the fighting strength of the seedling protection team. He also understood what it meant to march forcefully. The team headed towards the county in a straight line. They ran when they encountered shallow water and swam when they encountered deep water. Wang Wei estimated that at this speed, the time it would take to reach the county should be a quarter of the time it would take for them to take a detour. It might even be shorter. After swimming for 3 li, Wang Wei lay on the wet grass like a dead dog, panting heavily. He didn't have any strength left in his body. Furthermore, he was being carried by others. He only felt cold and sore all over. Moreover, he was hungry, but he didn't want to eat anything. It was so uncomfortable that he wanted to die. Here, drink this. Just when Wang Wei didn't know how to endure the discomfort in his body, someone beside him handed him a water bottle. Wang Wei thought it was water, so he took it and drank it. As soon as he drank it, he almost spat it out. He scrunched up his face and asked, "What did you give me to drink?" Salt, glucose, and something called caffeine extracted from tea leaves. It was later changed to tea and taurine. The person in the seedling protection team briefly explained. Wang Wei was confused. Why didn't I know there was such a thing? Your rank is not high enough. Other than the emperor and some people, there's only the Zhang family and Wang family have it. I understand. If there's anything good, you can get it first. I'll wait for you to work hard. As soon as Wang Wei heard this, he understood. Whenever Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted someone to make something good, they would first give it to their own family to enjoy. They said that it was an experiment, and then they would give it to the emperor and the princes. Okay. The members of the protection team responded and stuffed another piece of beef jerky into Wang Wei's mouth. They said, "Chew slowly. Chew it into pieces before swallowing. Your physique is far inferior. You're not even as good as Xiao Bei." "I'm not as good as him." Wang Wei was not convinced. Not to mention one, even if all 9 of them were tied together, it would be very easy for me to deal with them. If all 9 of them work together, they can bite you to death. Don't think that you can defeat a child at once. You have to touch their body first. You will die faster if you use cold weapons. If it's in the water, I will also die in their hands. You really can't compare to Xiao Bei's. The young master said that she is the most talented in swimming. She can easily swim 2 miles with her hands and feet tied behind her back. Her endurance is also better than yours, and she recovers faster than you. As long as she has enough food, she can recover a lot of strength in a quarter of an hour. She can recover more than half of her strength in an hour. The people in the seedling protection team were also eating, so they had time to chat with Wang Wei. Wang Wei did not believe that 9 children could bite him to death, but he admitted that children recovered quickly. This was because he had only heard of adults who were tired on the first day, rested for a night, and felt sore the next day. He had never heard of a child who ran and played crazily on the first day and felt sore the next day. Usually, they could continue to run crazily. As for Xiao Bei's swimming ability, Wang Wei was not sure. It was scary enough that she could not drown with her hands and feet tied, let alone swim so far. Without giving Wang Wei too much time to rest, the team continued to set off after eating 3 pieces of beef jerky. Wang Wei could only encourage himself by saying that he could see Li Bai as soon as possible and let him be safe. Otherwise, he would not be able to persist. Li Bai was also worried about Wang Wei at this time. He had sent out his men. He was afraid that Yan Zheng would do something desperate and kill Wang Wei. The only hope was that Wang Wei was smart enough to mention that he came with him before he was killed. Moreover, he was staying outside and could return to the capital to meet the emperor at any time. In that case, Yan Zheng would have to catch him first before he could kill him. "Brother Magia, please take care. When we came, we talked and laughed, and taught Du Kong how to snuggle up with Chang Yi. If I return drunk for 1,000 years, I will only remember yesterday with tears in my eyes. If you die, I will beg Zhang Xiaobao. I am an official arranged by Zhang Xiaobao. I will beg him to avenge you. If he doesn't agree, I will kneel in front of his house until I die." In the inn, Li Bai looked at the food on the table in front of him, but he had no appetite at all. Even though he was under the guise of the Zhang family and the Wang family, and the food was obviously better after he took out the money, he still could not eat. It was not easy for him to meet someone he could talk to. Both of them knew how to write poems, had ambitions, and understood that if Wang Wei really did not come back, wouldn't he lose a confidant? At this moment, Li Bai regretted it the most. He took a bite of the braised meat on the table. It was obviously salty, but he could not feel the slightest taste. It was as if he was chewing wax. He looked at the rain outside the window and said to himself with annoyance, "If I had known this would happen, I would have sincerely sought refuge with the Zhang family and the Wang family. Why did I have to be so virtuous? Why did I have to wait for the emperor to value me personally? If I was really a member of the Zhang family and the Wang family, even if I went to the Yamen to question them immediately, what would they dare to do to me? They would not dare to touch me even if they were given 100 guts." Thinking of this, Li Bai ate more and more slowly. He only ate a few mouthfuls of food, but drank a lot of wine. He drank so much that he felt dizzy and did not feel hungry. He threw the chopsticks away and stared at the rain outside with half-closed eyes. His thoughts drifted away for a while. "Your Excellency! Your Excellency, good news! Your Excellency, good news!" When Li Bai was in a daze, Ma San, who went to inquire about the news, came back. He did not continue to be careful and shouted in the corridor. With a bang, the door was knocked open. Ma San stood at the door with a silly smile all over his body. Li Bai looked at him in surprise and was confused. "What's the matter?" "Caught." Ma San grinned and spat out 2 words. Then he picked up the wine on the table and drank 2 mouthfuls. He continued, "Ha ha, Your Excellency, County Magistrate Yan Zheng was caught. Zhang Xiaobei came. She really came. Yan Zheng was caught when he went there. It was said that he was beaten beyond recognition." "Who did you hear that from?" Li Bai suddenly felt that the sky was clear and the clouds were gone. It was just because of the 3 words, Zhang Xiaobei. He knew what these 3 words represented too well. She was the youngest child of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Just like her name, Baby, this was a name that people loved and feared. Chapter 928. Ma San was happy. He thought that since Li Bai had found the organization, they could also get close to the Zhang family and the Wang family. Li Bai was both happy and annoyed. Zhang Xiaobei was here, and Yan Zheng was arrested. Wang Wei would naturally be fine, but he did not complete the task assigned by the emperor. Could it be that his purpose of coming here was to run hundreds of miles and then get sick? To feel the feeling of being sick in a foreign place? No, he had to do something. He couldn't just wait. Zhang Xiaobao didn't like incompetent people. Yes, he had to cooperate with him. After this incident, Li Bai decided to tie himself to the chariot of the Zhang family and the Wang family. He thought hard and said to Ma San, my wife Xiaobei is coming. You go to other inns and restaurants and tell them that the Zhang family and the Wang family of Sanshui County asked you to block all entrances and exits of Hongnong County. Okay. Ma San agreed happily, but he was puzzled. Why? There are other fish in the county that haven't been caught yet. If we don't block them first, we have to arrange people to chase after them when Xiaobei comes. It's troublesome. You have to do it well. Li Bai patted Ma San's shoulder seriously. Ma San tried to straighten his back and said solemnly, "Don't worry. I will do it well and won't let any bad guys go." But, what if they don't believe me? Li Bai frowned slightly and thought for a moment. He took out his official seal and the documents to prove his identity from his leather bag and slowly gave them to Ma San, saying, "Use this as a letter and tell them my identity. I'm an official sent by the Zhang family and the Wang family to take the lead." Ma San took the documents with firm eyes and promised solemnly, "Your Excellency, please rest assured. I'll take the documents with me." Okay. Let's return Hongnong County to a clear sky. Li Bai patted Ma San's shoulder again. Ma San left with a courageous momentum and a heart full of justice and evil. Li Bai watched Ma San go out and listened to the footsteps getting lighter and lighter until they disappeared. He grabbed the wine pot and poured it into his mouth. At the same time, he found that he was hungry. Seeing all kinds of delicacies on the table, he picked up the chopsticks and ate crazily. Outside the window, lightning still flashed and thunder was still rolling. Along with the rolling thunder was the rumbling of the train. The train from Chang until Luoyang left 2 hours early. Those who came early made it, while those who came late cursed as they waited for the next train. Some well-informed people did their best to investigate and finally found out why the train, which had always been on time, left 2 hours earlier, was temporarily requisitioned by the Dei Medical School and the School of Between the Clouds and the Water. Moreover, the next train would depart 1 hour later, leaving only one carriage for other people, and the rest would be requisitioned. When the people who were cursing heard the news, they shut up almost at the same time. They dared to offend the medical school of Between the Clouds and the Water. At worst, they would not go to eat, but they did not dare to offend the medical school of Dei. They were afraid that if they fell ill in the future, they would not treat them, even though they had both medical skills and medical ethics. While they were waiting, the sound of rolling thunder could be heard from the west of the capital. As the sound got closer, everyone realized that it was a group of cavalry coming from that direction. At first glance, there were no less than 2,000 people, and the number of horses they sat on was dazzling. A large flag was erected in front of the cavalry. The flag, which was soaked by the rain, was still fluttering in the wind. There was a picture of a rice seedling riding a horse on it. On the upper right corner of the flag was the word "fan," and on the upper left corner was the word "tai." Other than the sound of the horse's hooves, no other sound could be heard. They whistled and flashed into the distance like the wind. Fan Metro Cavalry Camp. There are at least 2 camps, right? No wonder there are so many horses, 3 for each person. This is the army that Zhang Xiaobao gave to Demonis Cuckoo. What happened? What happened? Our Tang's most powerful iron cavalry camp has actually been mobilized. Among the people waiting at the train station, one of them had seen the battle between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. While he was deeply shocked, he also firmly remembered that Demonis Cuckoo had at least 8 iron cavalry camps and a special force under her command. Now that 2 camps of iron cavalry had been mobilized, it would be a lie to say that they weren't curious. Of course, they were only curious and not afraid. No matter where the battle was, they believed that Cuckoo would be able to handle it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have mobilized just 2 camps. As long as it wasn't an attack on the capital or a rebellion, they didn't have to worry. Another person dressed like a scholar nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, something must have happened somewhere. The last train was mobilized from the medical academy and between the clouds and the water. This time, it's the Iron Cavalry. The medical academy will naturally train the current battlefield doctors. Between the clouds and the water is a chain restaurant of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, and is in charge of logistics. I wonder who's the unlucky one. Maybe Cuckoo and Xiaobao have already gone there. I wonder who's so powerful that the two of them have to take action personally. Oh, I just remembered. What's going to happen to this year's autumn examinations? For a moment, the people waiting at the train station and the passers-by began to discuss, each looking for evidence to prove their point. It was very lively. There was also a group of people strolling on the platform of the train station. After entering the platform, because there was shelter, the servants put away their foldable umbrellas and handed the leader of the group a foldable fan that Wang Wan had invented. The fan moved up and down as the person fanned it, and the surface of the fan looked like it was painted, making it difficult for people to see clearly. Cuckoo's Iron Cavalry has been mobilized. Do you know where they're heading? The person fanning the fan heard the voices of others and asked the person beside him. Your Highness, I don't know. I don't think it's a big deal. At most, it's just a battle. Since Deputy Military Governor Wang has gone there personally, he should be able to return victorious in a few days. Oh, the person who went to investigate has come back. I'll ask him. The person replied and took a letter from the person who had hurried over. After a while, he replied to the person fanning the fan, Your Highness, it's not a big deal. The tractor cannons haven't been mobilized, and the Air Force hasn't been mobilized. The gunships stationed in the capital are still docked at the harbor. The logistics camp in the capital also hasn't made any preparations. The capital is fine. Of course I know that the capital is fine. Let me ask you, in this big world, who can attack the capital? The gunships in the river haven't been mobilized, but what about the ones in the sea? The artillery and air force around the capital haven't been mobilized, but what about the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office? If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are going out together, why would they need to mobilize the logistics in the capital? The person fanning the fan asked several questions in a row. The person who reported was speechless for a moment. After thinking for a while, he said, Your Highness, even if they're mobilized, I'm not worried. The Tang Empire's strong army, under the leadership of Cuckoo, what's there to be afraid of? Yes. I also know that, but a little girl can give the Tang Empire so much confidence. It would be a lie to say that I'm not worried. Listen to the people around us. They only talk about who is unlucky. No one said that the Tang Empire will lose a battle. She fought a battle and used tactics to flatten the Commander-in-Chief's office and the Protectorate General's office in the north of Hebei province. Is she really invincible? The person fanning the fan was still dissatisfied. Yes, they all have confidence. But Cuckoo has always won against other generals in the sand table. The person explained. It's just an armchair strategist. The person wanted to say that it was not an armchair strategist. The sand table deduction took into account the terrain, weather, and other factors. If she could win in the sand table, it wouldn't be bad in reality. Thinking like this, the person didn't dare to say it out loud. He had to mention his matter. Your Highness, Concubine Li asked me to tell Your Highness to visit Empress Wang more often. Concubine Li said that the Empress is kind and asked Your Highness to listen to her more. She said that with the Empress around, Your Highness' position as the Crown Prince will be stable. I know. But the Empress also has her own children and has a good relationship with Cuckoo. Why don't you find time to visit Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? Also, you have to visit Master Gao often. And Li Sun, he's not in his own place. He's gone to Bohai Sea. You have to find time to write to him. As the person called the Crown Prince spoke, there was a trace of worry in his eyes. He was afraid. He was afraid of Empress Wang's son, Li Sun, and he was also afraid of his cousin, Li Sun. He knew that although he was the Crown Prince, it was only because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said a few words. It could no longer be described as doting. He personally sent food to his father, but it had to be tested before he could eat it. His father actually ate the food that Zhang Xiaobao personally sent. Wasn't he afraid of being poisoned? Fortunately, the two of them didn't care about the position. They were only helping Empress Wang in the palace. Otherwise, wouldn't the Tang Empire be in chaos? The two of them were also good to him. Every time they sent something, he would receive more than the others. They were very strict with the rules. As for Li Sun, he couldn't compare. They had a private relationship and had been in contact with each other before they became successful. Your Highness, it seems that Shui Yun and Hong Wuan are going to have children. I heard that the eggs have been laid. Why don't we collect some useful things and send them over? Oh. The baby eagles are coming out? That's good. Maybe we can ask for one when the time comes. Shui Yun is not ordinary. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's a person with wings. Eagles eat meat, right? Then buy 2 cows or deer. We'll kill them and feed them when the time comes. Your Highness, this humble subject has an idea. Let people catch grasshoppers and find a warm place to raise them. When the time comes, we'll feed them to Ing. The chicken will grow strong after eating grasshoppers. Okay, you arrange this. The person called the Crown Prince made a decision. On the train from Chang until Luoyang, there were also people talking about Shui Yun and Hong Wuan. Zhang Xiaobao flipped through a report that had just been sent over from the seaside in Hunan province. Wang Wan sat across from Zhang Xiaobao. She held a cup of coffee in her hand and sipped it from time to time. This coffee was not obtained from North America. It was obtained from the mainland. Some businessmen in the past brought back foreign students and gave it to Li Longji as a rare gift. When Wang Wan saw it, she wanted to grind it into powder and drink it with water. She also asked people to take other coffee beans to Luzhou to try planting them. She also asked other businessmen to bring back more coffee beans. If anyone brought back seeds that could grow into trees, she would let Zhang Xiaobao reward them. It's autumn on the other side of the sea, right? Wang Wan took another sip of coffee and asked. Yes, it's spring in South America, Zhang Xiaobao replied. You didn't ask about South America. Since it's autumn, there should be other eagles laying eggs, right? How does our Shuiyun, Hong Wuan compare to them? Wang Wan looked at the report in Zhang Xiaobao's hand. Her question had nothing to do with the report. It's normal. Different eagles lay eggs at different times. I think the baby eagles will be born after we're done with this matter. Our eagles can lay 11 eggs, 1 for each child. There are still 2 left. This is also a sum of money. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the report and said something important. Yes, Shui Yun and Hong Wuan's children were more important than the report. Wang Wan put down her cup in dissatisfaction and said, You still want to sell it? I'll rent it. I think you're also a pig. Do you care about that little bit of money? I wonder if Xiaobei, Xiaoyuan, and the others are sick. That Yan Zheng's family was wiped out. Corruption and bribery are serious enough, but he dared to let the Honglu River breach just to plunder the wealth of the people in the county. Haven't I killed enough people because of the breach of the Yangtze River? We joined hands and lost hundreds of thousands of lives, but we still couldn't deter the officials. Wang Wan had a pained expression when she talked about Hongnong County. The flood had not only washed away the lives and property of the people, but also the loyalty of the people to the great Tang. How much money could the families of the people who had died be able to erase the painful memories in their hearts? If one of the children who lost their families was like Zhang Xiaobao, the consequences were unimaginable. He even dared to assassinate the prime minister of a country. What else couldn't he do? Zhang Xiaobao's face was also full of grief and indignation. He threw the report in his hand on the table between them and said, "I think Xiaobao did a good job. He didn't let Yan Zheng die. He put him outside the south gate of Hongnong County and let him live a painful life. This is more of a deterrent than a dead person. What about his family? They actually went to Japan. Damn the Japanese, they tricked us. They came up with a fake futures contract, and they even need to get the certificate of purchase first. Did they want to buy the stock together with the stock, right? Don't you think the Japanese are so smart? You just took the lead, and the stock market is not ready yet, and they can think of such a trick. What's more infuriating is that many officials are personally involved. Why don't our businessmen understand?" Wang Wan said gloomily as she pulled the stack of reports. Zhang Xiaobao grabbed the cup in Wang Wan's hand and took a sip. He said, "Good, the coffee is good. It tastes the same when it's cold and when it's hot. It's good coffee. I never thought that the Japanese are stupid. Of course, our businessmen are also very smart. It's just that our businessmen know the harm to the Tang Empire by doing what the Japanese are doing, so they don't dare to do it. The Japanese are not fighting in their own country. They don't know how to care for the people. After I deal with them, our businessmen will also do it in Japan. The businessmen of the Tang Empire won't let others hit them on the left side of their face and then let others hit them on the right side. What are you going to do? You even mobilized 2 battalions of soldiers." Wang Wan grabbed the coffee back. "Kill." Zhang Xiaobao spat out a word. "Really kill? Not using economic means to solve it? Don't you like economic matters? Do you use economic means?" Wang Wan asked as she turned the cup in her hand. Chapter 929. Then, how are we going to treat Yan Zheng's family? Wang Wan pushed the cup with 1/5 of the coffee to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the cup and waved for the train attendant to add more water. The attendant was not far away. It was not that she was willing to stay in the same place, but she did not dare to let herself out of the sight of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Their identities were too prominent. The cup was filled to 80% full. The attendant did not say anything more and returned with a smile. "Look, our Tang dynasty is still better. At least the cup is not filled to the brim. It is more convenient for people to hold it up to drink. Unlike our time, when we ordered a cup of draft beer, the cup was filled to the brim. The standard was also high and there was no foam at all. I had to bend over to drink it." Zhang Xiaobao praised and took out the coffee bottle from Wang Wan's bag. He poured the coffee into the cup and threw in 4 pieces of sugar. Wang Wan stared at Zhang Xiaobao for a full 5 seconds. "It's better for you to drink sugar water. My cup is a coffee cup, not a teapot." Luckily, someone added 80% of the water. If it was 90%, you wouldn't even be able to throw in the sugar. You are talking about before you went abroad, right? When you were eating snacks at the roadside stalls, people would want to give you 50 to 60% beer and 40% foam. But can you drink that kind of foam? Are you willing to spend the price of a cup to buy half a cup of wine? No one is like you. That's called being practical, okay? Ah. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to have understood something and said, "When there are more types of coffee in the future, there will be no need to extract caffeine from tea leaves. Extracting caffeine from tea leaves is a stupid thing to do. Extracting caffeine from coffee is not smart either. Caffeine can be synthesized, you know? Don't change the topic, I'm asking you about Yan Zheng's family." Wang Wan sometimes felt helpless when it came to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care that it was hot and took a sip of the coffee. He smacked his lips twice and said, "There's really too much sugar. It's like the coffee candy I ate when I was young. It's a pity that it lacks the taste of milk. I'll make some for Xiaobei and the rest later. Actually, I learned how to use your unfinished coffee when I was working as a waiter in a coffee shop. They were too immoral, so I quit after 2 days." "Yes, Xiaobao. I know you have a lot of life experience and know that there are unscrupulous businessmen. I agree to make coffee candies for Xiaobei and the rest. Yan Zheng's family is in Japan now. What do you plan to do?" Wang Wan didn't have the slightest intention to give up on this question and continued to ask. Zhang Xiaobao lowered his head in silence. After a while, he raised his head and said, "According to the laws of the Tang Dynasty, Yan Zheng deserved to die even if his entire family was executed. From my point of view, unless his family was directly involved in this matter, he shouldn't be killed. Yan Zheng's family used to be very poor. He had a father and a mother. The year he passed the Jinshe examination, his father was bedridden. In fact, he was paralyzed. He was very filial. After that, he married a wife and had 2 concubines. He had 2 sons and 4 daughters. The youngest daughter is called Miao Miao. She's 3 years and 4 months old this year. Look, there's a sketch drawn by someone after our intelligence personnel dictated it and then colored it. She's a very cute little girl. She likes to eat the jelly from the candy house named by our Xiaobei. She likes to wear the princess dress that Xiaobei used to wear. The person she wants to see the most is Chang'e on the moon. The thing she's most afraid of is meeting the Queen Mother of the West. Her biggest wish is that every child in the world can have an endless amount of jelly. What she wants to do the most is to invite homeless children to her home in winter and treat them to hot pot," Zhang Xiaobao said in a flat tone. He even pulled out a page from the intelligence report. On it was a colored sketch. After that, he didn't wait for Wang Wan to ask and continued, "So, what I mean is that Japan should send them back and hand them over to the Tang Dynasty for trial. I'm not talking about the Japanese's conditions. I'm talking about the Tang Dynasty. Who asked them to take in the family of the guilty official? They have to pay the price and promise that they won't dare to take in people from the Tang Dynasty again. They have to bear the consequences of the Tang Dynasty's material and mental damage caused by this matter. We still have the right to investigate further." "And then?" Wang Wan looked at the cute little girl in the sketch and asked. "Then, I propose a punishment. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Drown all of Yan Zheng's family members to comfort the people who died in the flood in Hongnong County. The amount of money that Japan compensates must be more than the loss of the people of Hongnong County. The rest of the money will be formed into an open fund that accepts donations from all walks of life. It will be used to hunt down the escaped officials of the Tang Dynasty and their family members. For example, before you caused me to go to the Tang Dynasty with you, you said the same thing as the person with the hair release detonator, right? It's very scary. $100 million in bonuses. Even such a vicious person was frightened by you. When you swapped the children, you became a hero, right? Many people will remember you. Can you really bear to drown Miao Miao?" Before Zhang Xiaobao finished his words, Wang Wan continued. When she asked about drowning Miao Miao, her expression was very complicated. Zhang Xiaobao knocked his head with his fist and said, "I reckon that when the media reports about me independently, freely, and truthfully, they will say that I am in cahoots with that person, and that you are the hero, the blood-stained genius overlord Flower. Therefore, the death of Miao Miao and the others can be done to the same extent as the media." Wang Wan smiled. "You are really soft-hearted. When it comes to children, you can't bear to do it. How are you going to do it? Bring them back and drown them in water for a quarter of an hour. Then take them out and give them to the medical school for research. From then on, there will be no Yan Zheng's family and no Miao Miao in the world. Drown them in front of Yan Zheng. Yang Kang's son Yang Guo is not as bad as Yang Kang. He is a national hero in the novel, although he hinders the integration of the nation. Zhang Xiaobao's mood was much better. It took him a lot of effort to come up with this idea. Wang Wan also nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, tell me about how you slandered me." "I'm not slandering you. You are indeed a hero. At least you still followed us when you knew that we were facing a dangerous situation. Do you think the coffee milk candy should be wrapped in candy wrappers or made into lollipops?" Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the coffee cup and said. Wang Wan fell into deep thought for a moment. She tapped the table and asked, "If you use candy paper, do you need to put glutinous rice paper in the middle? Our technology is not good enough. The milk is too pure. We lack edible stabilizers and hardeners. Then make a lollipop. Roll it with glutinous rice flour and make it bigger. 20 centimeters in diameter. One piece of candy is enough for 10 children to lick for a day." Zhang Xiaobao gestured with his hands. "I'm afraid it's too heavy. The children can't hold it." Wang Wan immediately thought. In this way, the two people began to discuss about the candy. When the sound of brakes resounded in the station, the food that followed the 9 children had been transported to the county by the people in the city. Zhang Xiaobei's team was about to arrive at the county. Following her were the children from the school. Some people kept reporting the news. To Zhang Xiaobei's surprise, none of the people in the county who were related to Yan Zheng escaped. Those who were invited by Yan Zheng to gamble on the right to buy goods were stopped by the people at the gate of the city. After a struggle, they were beaten down and tied up. The government runners with the homemade firearms didn't resist at all. They handed over their weapons and let the waiter of the opposite inn take care of them in a courtyard. If someone else had come instead of Zhang Xiaobei, the bailiffs might have had other thoughts. But when they heard that Zhang Xiaobei had come, they felt a sense of helplessness. They didn't think that they could escape the country, especially when they had their families with them. Li Bai, who had not recovered from his illness, met Wang Wei first. After sighing with emotion, they separated to organize people to do statistics and arrange things in the county. Ma San, find 20 people to help fill up the potholes in the front street. The water can't go out. Li Bai, who was wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat, issued a new task to Ma San, who had just finished arranging other things. His voice passed through the rain and fog. "Hey! I'm coming. 20 young men, follow me." Ma San seemed to have endless energy. He wiped the rain on his face and shouted with all his strength to command the team to run to the front street. Li Bai looked at another person who was helping to distribute food to the people who hadn't had a good meal for many days. He waved and shouted, "You, the one in black pants, come here. Which restaurant are you from?" "My lord, I came in from West Gate. There's a dog meat restaurant 200 steps south. They call me Go Za, The person who was called ran over and replied with a smile. "That's good. Do you know the small river beside West Gate? Just now, someone said that the water is too big. Go find a sack and fill it with soil. You must block the water back." Li Bai was relieved when he heard that the other person was working at West Gate. Go Za, was stunned and shouted anxiously, "My lord, there are no more sacks. Take out the sacks of food. If there's not enough, go to the cloth shop. Even if you have to wrap the soil in cloth, you have to block it." Li Bai shouted as he reached out to support a little girl who ran over with a bowl in her hand. Go Za, obeyed the order. The little girl tiptoed and raised the bowl to Li Bai's mouth. "Mother said that my lord is sick, so she made ginger sugar water for my lord to drive away the cold." Li Bai paused and took the bowl. He didn't care if there was a lot of rain in it. He raised his head and drank it all. Then he gave the bowl back and said, "I'll also give you a task. Do you have the confidence to complete it?" "Yes." The little girl shouted excitedly. She looked at Li Bai with her big eyes and waited for the task to come. "Do you see those children? Don't let them run around. Take them to the room to study. We have to fight against the heavens and learn at the same time. We have to learn tenaciously and fight resolutely. We have to bravely advance toward victory." Li Bai used the things he learned from Zhang Xiaobei in Jian County. Waiting for the little girl to run to gather the other children, Li Bai sighed to himself. He was now beginning to feel grateful to Zhang Xiaobei. The reason why he could do what he did today was largely because he had been influenced by the noisy Zhang Xiaobei. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have organized people. Regardless of whether the arrangements were effective or not, the most important thing was to mobilize people. They wouldn't panic for nothing. The most important thing was to form a cohesive force. Zhang Xiaobei had done this in the past. She had acted like a leader to give the confused people confidence. Then things would be easier. Wang Wei was much better than Li Bai. He had done things in the local government. Later, when he was in the Ministry of Works, because of Zhang Zhong, he was busy all day. He was used to a fast-paced life. Now, he could use it. From time to time, people would report news to him and Li Bai. Then, he would arrange for people to deal with it. When he wanted to support the Yaman's affairs and temporarily couldn't find people, he felt the strength of Zhang Xiaobei and Wang family. He needed people to record, read the accounts, and help to summarize the information and cooperate with his dispatch. Because of the lack of manpower, the 20 people in the sapling protection team who were responsible for protecting him naturally took over the copywriting work. When the temporary captain of the 20 people, Zhang Tong and Zhang Chuxiu, helped to draw the curve chart, they said, "We, the people in the sapling protection team, are indeed strong. We are really stupid, but we are not stupid. Our stupidity means that it will take a lot of effort to take the imperial examination, but you can't say that we are uneducated. Our words may not be beautiful, but we can write neatly." Wang Wei was also speechless when he encountered this kind of thing. The account of the medicine that can be transferred. Make a part of it for me first and send it to the sick people as soon as possible. The doctors have to take care of it. Wang Wei had just received a message that the sick people were gradually gathering and needed doctors and medicine. He quickly asked about the account of the medicine. The people in the sapling protection team were counting the medicine according to the category. When they heard Wang Wei's voice, they took out the commonly used medicine and sent it to Wang Wei. They said embarrassedly, "We can't do this kind of work. It's too slow. It'll be fine if we wait for our young master Xiaohai to come. He alone can take care of 10 of us." Wang Wei looked at the inventory of 52 kinds of medicine and the classification of the corresponding diseases that had been done in half an hour. When he heard the apologetic words of the accountant, he only felt that his people in the Ministry of Works must be slacking off. Found it, found it. At this time, a person ran from the backyard and shouted happily, "Found it. That damn guy Yan Zheng actually hid the account book. This is the account book of him embezzling the wealth of the people of Hong Nong. It's clearly written where to send it, whether to sell it or mortgage it." Wang Wei just glanced at it and didn't look at it in detail. He said, "Send it to Lord Zhang and the others and let them decide." The so-called Lord Zhang was naturally Zhang Xiaobei. Although he was young, he had a good brother and sister. He could easily meet the emperor and get a high official position. Chapter 930. When the lanterns covered in oil were held up to illuminate the south gate of Hongnong County, when the torches made crackling sounds in the drizzle, Zhang Xiaobei's team appeared in the line of sight of the people who came out of the city to welcome them. Perhaps the heavens were also afraid of the murderous aura under Xiaobei's tender face, or perhaps it was a coincidence. In any case, when Zhang Xiaobei held the flashlight and waved it, the drizzle suddenly stopped. The sky that had been gloomy for many days also cleared up at this time. Only a small part of the sky was clear. There were no dark clouds in that part of the sky, and it revealed the crescent moon of the 8th lunar month, as well as a few dark stars that were covered by the moonlight. They blinked and blinked like mischievous eyes. The people who came out of the city to welcome the two little ancestors of the Zhang family and Wang family were dumbfounded. They clearly knew that the moonlight shone on everyone, but they didn't know why, but they felt that the clouds opened for the 9 children, and the stars and moon lit up for them. When the bright light shone on the 9 children, their purple clothes became bright, and the gold and silver fish bags that didn't follow the rules complemented each other. It made everyone feel that they were the most adorable children in the world. Ha! Ha! It's sunny. Xiaobei's small feet wearing official boots stamped in the water as he shouted happily. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted in an even louder voice, "The place that the Emperor sent us to patrol, where the Emperor's grace is, the clouds open and the moon is bright." After shouting, Xiaobei reached out and poked Wang Xiaoyuan, whispering, "It's your turn. Say something nice. What if it rains again later?" Xiaoyuan hesitated. "We'll talk about it when it rains. Hurry, you have to go up at the critical moment," Xiaobei urged. Xiaoyuan composed himself, his mind turning quickly, and he took a deep breath. Finally, he came up with something to say and shouted, "Alas, the human world, the common people are in a terrible situation, the water is evil, the roots are broken, the children are sleeping, and the wails of grief fill the sky. How can it be the past? My emperor is in the palace, his heart is sad, he is a lowly official, he has to investigate, the mighty face of the dragon, the righteous spirit is surging, the clouds open, the moon appears, the mid-autumn festival is coming." Many commoners did not understand what Xiaoyuan was saying. They only knew that it was praising the emperor, so they all knelt down to express their gratitude. "Don't kneel, don't kneel. There's water on the ground. If you live well, Uncle Emperor will be happy. When we came here, Uncle Emperor couldn't eat or sleep. He said to me, 'Xiaobei, go to the place and catch the bad officials first. Then, compensate for the losses of my good people. Only enough, not enough. If there's not enough money, pay from the palace. If one person doesn't make good arrangements, I won't eat meat for a day.'" Xiaobei was frightened by this situation. He helped her up with heartache while spouting nonsense. Almost all the citizens did not know that Xiaobei was lying. Only Wang Wei, who had followed them out, knew that the country had money. Xiaobei was lying, but he did not dare to expose him. Otherwise, if Xiaobei remembered him, the consequences would be very serious. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had rushed over from the train station in the dark, happened to see this scene. In terms of talent, Xiaoyuan is much better than Xiaobei. Wang Wan praised her brother. "The talent you're talking about is just literary talent, right? It can't be compared to ability." Zhang Xiaobao did not admit that his sister could not compare to Wang Wan's brother. Literary talent is sometimes a kind of ability. Yes, that's why Xiaoyuan is suitable to be a secretary. Xiaobei is a waste of talent if she is not a leader. Tisk, officials are so hypocritical. Yes, I admit that. Especially officials who rely on their family's connections to enter the second division of the Emergency Response Department. I've also done practical things there. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about my sister. Xiaobei, this child who doesn't know how to do practical things, is quite accurate at catching people. When the moon came out, I felt that there was a silver circle on her head. That's definitely not your sister. You have horns on your head. It's black. Xiao Bei did not realize that her brother and sister had arrived and was busy arguing. She was busy helping people, and the people who followed her also went to help. Xiao Bei quickly took on the role of a leader, but compared to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, she was more practical. After helping someone up, she sincerely said to them, "Don't worry, no matter how big the loss is, His Majesty will compensate you. Not a single egg will be missing. If your family's land doesn't produce any crops this year, you will compensate according to the highest yield of the nearby area during the autumn harvest. If your family's cow goes missing and is about to give birth, you will compensate with a calf." Xiao Yuan was frightened when she heard that. She softly asked Xiao Bei, "Then if my family was doing business before the disaster and could earn 1,000 strings of coins a month, would you compensate me?" "Yes, I'll compensate you even if it's 10,000 strings of coins. Not only will I compensate you, but I'll also remember you," Xiao Bei whispered back. "Why are you threatening people? If you want to compensate, you have to be fair." "Why should I be fair? I'm not a scale. There's no way to truly compensate for this kind of thing. What I want to do is to compensate the majority of the people in the county with their assets. For the few rich people, I'll only compensate them with what they lost before. A family has 2 cows, 1 male and 1 female. Do you know what it means to have an additional calf? If a village has 2 additional cows, do you know what it means? However, for a rich person, I can just compensate him with the original amount of money. He won't eat less meat or wear bad clothes because of a lack of income for a period of time. Just like us, we work hard to be obedient, study hard, and then get rewarded. The money added up is quite a lot, right? Is that money useful to us? We only want to make our grandparents, parents, brothers, and sisters happy. At the same time, we are better than people of our age." Xiao Bei's words were similar to that of an adult. Xiao Yuan thought about it and nodded. Rich people don't care. Besides, they know the ways of the world, so they don't dare to care. That's it. I've already thought about it. Not only do I want to compensate, I want to compensate more. Every village will have to compensate 4 more cows. Xiao Bei stretched out her small white hand and waved 4 fingers in front of Xiao Yuan. "Why do you want to compensate more?" Xiao Yuan also stretched out 4 fingers. "Are you stupid? Don't you listen to your brothers and sisters? This is called political meaning, understand? Hong Nong suffered a disaster this year, and Uncle Emperor values him. We can't value him for nothing. Naturally, wherever Uncle Emperor values, that place must be powerful. Even if there's a disaster here and there are more cows, the land will be easier to plant next year. This shows that Uncle Emperor's favor is very useful." Xiao Bei continued to wave her fingers and explained to Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan cupped her hands in admiration and said, "It's been hard on you. It's nothing special." Xiao Bei lowered her head and smiled bashfully. Stop him, don't let him escape." While Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan were talking in low voices, there was a commotion not far away. When the 2 of them went over, they realized what was happening. It turned out that Yan Zheng had run toward the city wall when no one was paying attention. Unfortunately, his hands were tied and he couldn't control his balance well. He tripped in the pit under the water that reached his ankles. Then, he was held down and couldn't move. The people in the city thought that he was going to run, but Wang Wei knew that Yan Zheng didn't want to run. He wanted to bang his head against the wall. For him, the greatest happiness in the world right now was to die. Wang Wei also went over to take a look at Yan Zheng. At this time, one side of Yan Zheng's face had been scraped and scratched. Streaks of scars were washed by the water flowing down his head, but he didn't feel the pain at all. He turned his head numbly and looked behind him. Wang Wei's first thought was that this Yan Zheng had a good understanding of the Zhang family and Wang family. He understood the way the two families did things and understood the status of the two families in Tang. He must have been in a hurry to commit suicide after hearing Xiao Bei's words about compensating the people of Hongnong County. The reason was very simple. People who knew the two families knew that the so-called compensation was not paid by the imperial court, and the imperial court couldn't mobilize enough materials in a short time. Then, only the Zhang family and Wang family could show their ability to organize logistics once again. They used their own reserves and logistics to support Hongnong County. Then, there was a problem. Would the emperor really take out cash to give the Zhang family and Wang family? It would be difficult. Not to mention the preferential policy in exchange, even if the emperor insisted on it, no one could do anything. Xiao Bei kept calling him Uncle Emperor. Whether it was outside or in the morning court of Xingqing Palace and Hanyuan Palace, the emperor had never objected. Every time, he would happily agree. Since Uncle Emperor was short of money, why couldn't the juniors, as nieces and nephews, give some pocket money? Yes, pocket money. If the 9 little guys took out their pocket money, it would be enough to support the compensation of Hongnong County. Therefore, the money would probably fall on Xiao Bei and the others. Who asked her to agree on her own accord? How could she torture Yan Zheng to vent her anger? So, Yan Zheng should be afraid. Xiao Bei didn't think too much at the moment. She waded in the water and looked down at Yan Zheng, saying, "Why are you running? You dare to do and you dare to admit." Yan Zheng tried to straighten his upper body that was stepped on by others. He turned his head and said in a hoarse voice, "I want to see the emperor. I have something to say." "You have something to say?" Xiao Bei asked. Then, she turned to the 2 girls and asked, "Guess what he is going to say?" The 2 girls had been with Xiao Bei for several years. Under the influence of her, they knew a lot of things. Hearing Xiao Bei's question, the 2 girls looked at each other. Then, they said, "He will definitely curse the emperor when he sees him. Let the emperor kill him in anger, even if he is cut into 2 pieces. At least it's better than falling into our hands." Did you hear that? Xiao Bei asked Yan Zheng, whose eyes were full of shock. Without waiting for Yan Zheng to answer, she continued, "Okay, you can see Uncle Emperor, but not now. Now I will put you outside the south gate of Hongnong County and torture you for at least a month. Then, I will go to the capital with you to see the emperor. I will stay with Uncle Emperor. If the emperor wants to kill you, I will stop him and propose to put you in Hanyuan Palace Hall and outside Xingqing Palace. Every time there is a morning court or when Uncle Emperor summons people, I will let the officials take a good look at you. Oh, when the examinees meet the emperor after the imperial examination, you will also be invited to appear. Don't play tricks with me. It's useless. I am soft-hearted. When I think of the scene of the flood washing away other people's parents and the scene of a child about the same age as me crying out for his parents in a dream, I feel like someone is cutting me with a knife. So, I want to vent my anger on you. I feel bad, so I can't let you have an easy time. Also, my brother and sister said that you are delaying their autumn imperial examination, so Uncle Emperor asked for the autumn imperial examination to be postponed for a month. There are so many examinees, and now they have to rely on our family to support them. They have to eat well, live well, and we have to prepare the 4 treasures of the study for them. Yan Zheng, you are too much. Yan Zheng was stunned. He suddenly realized that his son and daughter, whom he was proud of, were no longer smart. Compared to the children of the Zhang family and Wang family, they were clearly fools. Xiao Yuan, who was at the side, timely interrupted, "Yes, you should feel honored that you can actually ask my brother and sister to come. How big of a face do you have? It is comparable to the millions of heroic soldiers of Tubo, not weaker than the heroes of the tribes in the north of Hebei province. It is like the elite cavalry of the grassland Tujue. If I had known it would be like this, I would have arranged a position for you at the sword meet of Mount Hua. So, you can rest assured that you will not die. Be good and live on strong." When these words were said, Yan Zheng dejectedly buried his head in the water again. He was immediately pulled up, afraid that he would drown. When these words were said, the people of Hongnong were moved. They did not expect that the emperor would actually send Xiaobao and Cuckoo. At this point, all the children of the Zhang family and Wang family were all present. The people suddenly felt that even if the imperial court did not compensate them, it was fine. A county was enough for the emperor to value it so much. The destroyed home, they could rebuild it themselves. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not continue to hide in the dark and walked out together. Zhang Xiaobao first patted his brother and sister's head, then looked at Yan Zheng with a cold face and said, "I really admire your courage. You think that everything will be fine after you send your family to Japan, right? I will let you know that some things can't be done, and some roads can't be turned back. I happen to lack an excuse to attack Japan with force. I hope the Japanese can continue to protect your family." After that, Zhang Xiaobao ignored Yan Zheng, who was scared out of his wits, and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan tightly pursed her lips and looked around. With a smile at the corner of her mouth, she said in a soft voice, "Order the Tibetan underground cavalry camp to take care of Guo province. Order the Hunan province garrison army to seal off all provinces and counties in Hunan province. Order the Bohai Sea commandery army to cut off the Tang Empire's Hunan province. Order the Tang Empire to enforce martial law within 100 nautical miles of the Hunan province coastline." There was no trace of anger in her words, but in the ears of the people around, it was like a clap of thunder. There was blood, and it was fatal. As expected. The emperor did not send Xiaobao and Cuckoo here to play. Devilish Cuckoo smiled. Someone was going to die. The people who knew the legend of Devilish Cuckoo were first frightened, then relaxed, and then became comfortable. Cuckoo only killed bad people. Zhang Xiaobao continued, "From now on, I will stay in Hongnong and rebuild the home with everyone. As long as it is not rebuilt, I will not return to the capital to participate in the autumn imperial examination." The people immediately cheered, but there were a few people in the crowd who looked worried. Chapter 931. It began to rain again. Not only did the rain not stop in Hongnong County, but also in the capital, Chang'an, Hunan, and many other places, as well as the autumn harvest, which was supposed to be sunny, were also dripping with rain. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in Hongnong County, but their hearts were all over the Tang Empire. No matter what kind of crop it was not a good thing to be drenched by rain in the autumn harvest. Some would rot, and some would sprout directly. It shouldn't be just a matter of calming down after the price of necessities has skyrocketed, and it shouldn't be passed on to the people. Officials who know that there is a disaster but don't act first and wait until the disaster is serious should be killed. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to waste his energy on Yan Zheng, a person who had a death wish that was harder than stepping on the heavens. He picked up Xiao Bei and walked towards the city. At the same time, he spoke to Wang Wan, who had disregarded her status and kicked Yan Zheng. Wang Wan picked up her brother and followed beside him. "It's okay. Now that the country has abundant resources, all the warehouses are full. We'll be in charge of allocation and let the people of the big companies help. When the disaster is over, we'll give them some convenience when they develop overseas. I'll help too, I'll help too." Xiao Bei turned his head and waved his little fist to show his presence. Wang Wan smiled and pinched Xiao Bei's chubby face. "Our Xiao Bei is awesome. Patrol Inspector Zhang Xiaobai, listen to my orders." "Yes." Xiao Bei first put on a serious face, then smiled and hugged his brother's neck. "What's so fun about this? Organize the children under the age of 12 in Hongnong County. Don't disturb the adults when they are rebuilding their homes. Can you complete the task? Wang Wan said loudly. I promise to complete the task. Xiao Bei also replied loudly. Then he muttered softly, You're treating me like a child again. Okay, I'll go coax the child. Zhang Xiaobao's team walked forward, and the people on the road automatically made way for them. At this moment, many people found that their mood had changed. They were no longer depressed or angry. The rain didn't stop, the flood was still raging, and the lost property didn't suddenly come back. But for some reason, there was a kind of relaxed feeling. It was as if even if the sky fell down, everything would be fine, even better than before the disaster. Li Bai, who was carrying his sick body, rushed to Wang Wei's side. After observing the expressions of the people, he sighed, Brother Maojia, it has changed. It has all changed. Wang Wei nodded in agreement. That's true. The 11 treasures of the Zhang family and Wang family are all here. It can be seen how important Hong Nong is to His Majesty. If he can't do this, who else can? When will we be able to do that? Li Bai did not say anything more. He looked around and remembered that he still had work to do. Dragging his weak body, he continued to arrange for reinforcements everywhere. It didn't take long for someone to come over and take Li Bai's pulse and auscultate. In the end, the two doctors combined their opinions and took the current situation into consideration. They decided to use intravenous drips to treat Li Bai. The two of you have worked hard. Why don't you take a seat and rest? Li Bai followed the tube from the bottle to the needle that was inserted into the blood vessel in his hand. He didn't know what kind of glue was used to make the doctor stay. We don't have time. There are other people waiting for help. The male doctor of the two doctors, who was in charge of traditional Chinese medicine, did not appreciate his kindness at all. He waved his hand and was about to leave. Li Bai hurriedly stopped him. Don't. I have to know what disease I have. You don't need to know what disease you have. You just need to know that the people who have been treated by me will definitely be cured. The male doctor said confidently. Seeing that the two doctors were about to leave, Li Bai stopped them again. I temporarily conscripted you, you wait. Who will pull out the tube for me later? The water in the bottle has reached the bottom. Pull it out yourself and press it with a cotton ball. You are a man, but you are more timid than a woman. The female doctor finally couldn't help but turn around and criticize Li Bai. As for Li Bai's conscription, the two doctors did not care at all. No one could command the people of the Zhang family and Wang family without an imperial edict. Looking at the doctor who was gradually disappearing in the rain, Li Bai sighed and said to himself, Sure enough, there is no good doctor. Medical ethics, medical ethics. A doctor should have the heart of a parent. Ma-san, come here. Find the original doctor of the medical center in the city and pull out the tube for me later. Ma-san was sweating profusely after running around. When he heard Li Bai calling him, he saw that it was a small matter like pulling out the needle. He held back his helplessness and said, Sir, I will pull it out for you later. The people in the medical center are all busy. That bastard Yan Zheng has made the people in the county suffer. When I passed by the south gate just now, I took a glance and was really tortured there. Ah! Now the officials have no medical ethics, and the doctors have no medical ethics. I don't trust you to pull it out. You should at least tell me what disease you have. Li Bai was still worried. My lord, why don't you go back to the inn and rest? I'll get someone to prepare a bowl of ginger water for you. Take a nap and you'll definitely recover when you wake up. When I'm done here, I'll look for the doctor and ask him what's wrong with you. I won't give up until I know the truth. This is not necessary. He said that I don't know how to use the medicine. Looking at how confident he is, he should be a famous doctor. Li Bai no longer entangled himself with the pathology of his body and sent Ma-san away. Suddenly, he thought about it. Not to mention the doctor's medical skills, at least his confident attitude made people feel at ease. Oh. This is the gap between us. I also need to be confident. Li Bai seemed to have a better understanding of things. He looked up at the bottle hanging high up and pretended to be calm as he commanded. Wang Wei did not know where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went. He did not chase after them to report the situation to the county. He thought that there was a special intelligence officer in charge of reporting. At this time, Wang Wei was at the south gate, directing people to pave the road for the convenience of passage. With the arrival of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, all kinds of materials collected from other places began to be transported to Hongnong. Some of the food that came with Xiao Bei had already been transported into the city. The road at the south gate was even worse. Wang Wei stood at the gate to coordinate. The overall command of the county was naturally handed over to Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wei never thought that he could do better than Zhang Xiaobao. It was said that when Zhang Zhong first came to Luzhou, the person in charge of the distribution of materials was not Zhang Zhong. It was his eldest son, Zhang Xiaobao, who was not even 10 years old. According to witnesses, at that time, the flood was monstrous, dark clouds covered the world, and the faint cry of a dragon could be heard. It was afraid that it was ordered to come from the immortal court and punish the world. Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo pointed to the sky and asked the immortals if they dared to fight. The dragon retreated in fear, the clouds dispersed, and the moon and stars appeared. It is said that it is just a rumor. What does the house in the sky look like? Ah! Wang Wei muttered and looked at the sky. Suddenly, he sneezed. Only then did he remember that he had not taken the medicine given by the doctor. He walked to a place at the gate where hot water was boiled. He poured the medicine into his mouth and reached out for half a bowl of hot water. Then, he took 2 deep breaths and swallowed the medicine with water in his mouth. He felt much more relieved. It would be better if there was a skewer of mutton. Chicken is fine too. After taking the medicine, Wang Wei faintly smelled the aroma of roasted meat. He looked at the person who was boiling the water and said with a smile, "My uncle is an official, my uncle is an official." Suddenly, he heard someone beside him and felt his trouser leg being pulled. Wang Wei looked down. He saw a little boy holding a skewer of meat and looking up at him. The skewer was filled with pieces of meat dripping with oil. No wonder it smelled so good. Wang Wei sniffed uncontrollably and gave the little boy a smile that he thought was the most sincere. The little boy's face that was still stained with dirt also turned into a flower. "Uncle Officer, I will treat you to meat skewers. I was wrong last time. Now I know that there are good things in being an official." After hearing the little boy's words, Wang Wei recognized who he was. It was the little boy whose family specialized in barbecuing meat skewers. At that time, he said that there was no good in being an official and ran into the rain with anger and disappointment toward the whole Tang Empire. No matter how hungry Wang Wei was, he could not snatch the food from the little boy. He said with a smile, "So my position is good?" "Yes, yes. It is good. Eat the meat. I roasted it. I am full. I roasted it especially for Uncle. Each piece is 1/3 of the muscle, 1/3 of the fat, and 1/3 of the lean meat. If Uncle doesn't eat it, I will throw it away. I will really throw it away." The little boy introduced the meat and pretended to throw it away. He looked at Wang Wei with longing eyes. Wang Wei was indeed hungry. He looked at the meat skewers and said, "Eat half of it and give the other half to people who need it more. Uncle can't eat more." Then he asked, "How do you know Uncle's position is good?" The little boy nodded and gave half of the stick to Wang Wei. Then he answered, "Because Uncle swallowed when he smelled the barbecued meat. An official who is not a good person would be sick of eating meat. He would not be greedy. Just because of this?" Wang Wei did not agree. Not really. There is more important. You were not caught by the Zhang family and the Wang family. You came back with Patrol Inspector Xiaobei. So your position is good, while the bad ones are suffering. While speaking, the little boy used the remaining stick to point at Yanzheng, who was placed at the door. He was thinking about what to do to successfully commit suicide. Wang Wei did not know whether to laugh or cry. The little boy's thinking was too simple. He actually used this reason to judge whether an official was good or bad. Didn't it mean that Zhang Xiaobei represented the justice of the world? Is it not? The little boy asked Wang Wei. Yes, you're absolutely right. Now that you've mentioned it, I've realized that it's indeed the case. You've wasted years of cold and heat without knowing the Lord earlier. Therefore, you have to listen to the good things among the officials. Find a place to take shelter from the rain and don't get sick. What else could Wang Wei say? He had to coax the little boy away first. The little boy nodded understandingly. Then I will go. I will go with Patrol Inspector Xiaobei to save the children in other villages. They are waiting for us. Uncle, don't be sad. I will definitely learn from you. Looking at the little boy's figure disappearing in the rain, Wang Wei shook his head. This day. He took another bite of the barbecued meat in the rain and smacked his lips. It tastes better than last time. The people in the Yamen really don't know how to barbecue meat. They are indeed professionals. While he was talking to himself, Wang Wei strolled in front of Yanzheng and waved the stick in his hand. County Magistrate Yan, I'm afraid I won't be able to take away the benefits from playing mahjong. I wanted to put in a good word for you, but who would have thought that a child who gave me meat skewers would say that I'm a good official? A good official naturally can't speak up for a bad official. That child's family barbecued meat and raised a lot of livestock that they were going to kill for barbecued meat. You killed his livestock, so I'm being generous. Come, I'll let you smell it. It smells good. When I return to the capital, I'll help you in Hanyuan Palace. Chapter 932. 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's take a break first. Everyone, listen to me. We have a difficult task now, and that is to rescue the trapped children in Old Willow Village. At the same time, we will help the locals rebuild their homes. The terrain there is high, so we will stay there for a while. Is there anyone who is afraid or misses their parents? In order to make room for reconstruction in the county town, Xiaobei led more than 300 children out of the county town so that the adults would not be distracted. Unfortunately, after running for less than 3 miles, some children cried for their parents. Xiaobei had no choice but to stop and use his talent to trick a group of children under the age of 12 into obeying him. The children above the age of 12 stayed in the county town to help. Seeing Xiaobei stop and hold the loudspeaker in his hands, the crying children almost instantly quieted down. Alternating between crying and laughing was the ability of every child. Xiaobei smiled with satisfaction. He swept his eyes around and pointed at a little boy in the group. He continued to shout, I see a little boy who is not a man. He is still wiping his tears. So embarrassing. He can't even compare to us girls. That's him. I didn't. The boy who was pointed at could not bear the stares of the group of children. He hurriedly explained and rubbed his eyes. The wind is strong. Sand got into my eyes. No, it's raining now. How can there be sand? Shame, shame. A little girl beside him did not believe him. Yes, there was a gust of wind just now. You ran with your head down, so you didn't see it. The little boy made a threatening look. I ran with my head up just now. Shame, shame. You can't compare to us girls. The little girl was not stupid. She hid behind another child and used her fingers to scratch her face. Are you looking for a beating? The little boy flew into a rage out of humiliation. He clenched his fist and waved it. Idiot Nyo, how dare you? If you dare to hit her, I will tell my father that my restaurant does not accept your family's tofu, even if the price is cheap. My father said that your tofu can only be steamed and cannot be fried. Once it is fried, it will break. Another little girl stood out to defend the injustice. That means my tofu is tender. The little boy also knew how to find a way out. He was very smart to find an excuse for his family's tofu. Tender actually meant that there was a lot of water. Other people's tofu could be made from 1 kilogram of beans, and his family's tofu could be made from 1 kilogram of beans. After listening for a while, Xiao Bei said, "There was indeed a gust of wind just now." If you don't know whether what he said is true or not, you will continue watching, right? Yes. The group of children yelled. Xiao Bei was very satisfied. At the same time, he felt that the other party was really a child. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't have followed suit. I'm really not crying. When my tofu shop opens, I'll treat you to it, the little boy added. Xiao Bei, Xiao Bei, Xiao Bei, Xiao Bei, go back to the road. Xiao Bei, go back. As for whether or not he could eat the tofu that the little boy's family had grinded for him, it didn't matter. Xiao Bei knew that his family made their own tofu. 1 kilogram of beans could make more than 4 kilograms of tofu. If they used gypsum to make the tofu, it would not be a problem to make 6 kilograms. It was the same for beans. The reason was all in the process. The amount of bean dregs, the amount of water added, and the amount of soy milk in the water lost when pressing the tofu were all very important. Of course, 6 kilograms of tofu from 1 kilogram of beans was not suitable for making fermented bean curd or stinky tofu. Otherwise, it would all fly when soaked in the brine. Xiao Bei was satisfied with the children's obedience. As he walked, he thought about whether he should tell others about the process of making tofu, but he could not make up his mind. Seeing Xiao Yuan, who was reciting a book while walking, Xiao Bei poked him with his finger. Xiao Yuan, I just thought about making tofu. Should I tell others how to make more tofu? I am in a dilemma. Oh, tell them? Xiao Yuan turned his head and glanced at the children. Without waiting for Xiao Bei to answer, he said, since brother and sister put you in charge of this, you can make the decision. Even if it is wrong, brother and sister will agree. For example, when you went to Jian'an County to be the county magistrate, as long as you didn't kill the people in the county, it didn't matter how much we made. Even if the people in the county lost everything or their houses, it wouldn't be a problem. Brother and sister will naturally compensate for it. Fortunately, we succeeded at that time. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for us to come out and play again. We have never made any big mistakes, so we can still come out and be patrollers. So, if you want to tell us the secret of producing more tofu, just tell us. After you tell us, even if you make a mistake, brother and sister will smooth things over. The one who developed the process will have to compensate. Yes, it was made by a carpenter's wife under the guidance of brother and sister. We have already rewarded her family, but the reward is not for the ownership of the tofu production process, but for the spirit of research that succeeded. Although everything made by the inner yard belongs to the main family, including the people of the inner yard, our family's situation is a little special. There is a problem of reputation. The person who made the product will enjoy most of the glory, which is the right of authorship, and a small part of the benefits. For example, if I tell Sister Pomegranate and Sister Xiaohong, how will I compensate their reputation? Xiao Bei knew a lot about this. He was not worried about money, but only about reputation. This was mainly due to the propaganda of the Zhang family and Wang family to the inner yard, especially the protection team. They emphasized that, glory is my life, and it was the same for most of the Tang Empire's army. Therefore, the inner yard of the Zhang family pursued reputation far more than money. Earning a small part of the money was to better survive, while earning a lot of money was to show one's ability. The behavior was the same, and the result was the same, but the starting point was different. Why don't we discuss it with brother and sister? Xiao Yuan suggested. We'll talk about it later. If it really doesn't work, we'll publish a book and get the tofu maker to write down all the methods and use her name. Xiao Bei was conflicted between helping others increase the production of tofu and the reputation of the inner yard. He could only think of a way to publish a book. The group continued to move forward, toward Old Willow Village, which was actually higher in altitude. Old Willow Village did have children, but Xiao Bei's goal was not to fetch the children, but to settle down the children around them in the village. At the same time, they would help take care of the original children in the village and free up the villagers to help with the construction of the county. Old Willow Village was high, so as long as it was not near the riverside, it would be impossible to reach it. Therefore, if Yan Zheng wanted to plunder the property, he could only use force. However, the entire village had the surname Lu. Although the villagers were not brave enough to rebel, if you bullied one person, the entire village would do it. Old Willow Village did not have many fields for farming. It was a hilly terrain with willow trees all over the hills. The villagers relied on the willow wood to make simple utensils and furniture that were not very good at preserving to survive. The villagers' willow weaving was especially good. Together with the willow mushrooms and firewood, life in the village was not bad. Now that the Tang Empire encouraged breeding, the willow trees had become a natural home for chickens. The villagers used willow branches to weave baskets and placed them horizontally under the trees. The chickens would go into the baskets to raise their offspring. Zhang Xiaobao was interested in the villagers' basket weaving skills. He found them to weave baskets and fill them with stones to repair the embankment. Xiao Bei shouldered the task of persuading the villagers to come out and help. At the same time, he brought the children in the county to hide in Old Willow Village. The children walked in the middle, and the seedling protection team stood guard on both sides. Xiao Bei and the other 9 children's seedling protection team did not stay in the county to help. Not only did the number of people not decrease, but there were also a few more doctors. To Zhang Xiaobao, the safety of his family was more important. He would not put his family in danger to save others first. I announced that it's time to eat. When it was almost noon, Xiao Bei gave the order. The tired children cheered as if they had instantly recovered their strength. It was very magical. The children were not hungry. They had eaten a lot of meat floss brought by Xiao Bei in the first hour. They were thinking about the lunchbox that the Zhang family and Wang family had prepared for the inner courtyard, the kind that could be heated with water. The members of the protection team set up a temporary shelter and used the water they carried with them to heat up the lunchboxes. Since the portions were large, the 2 children had to share one portion. Together with the fruits that were abundant in autumn, the nutritious meal was ready to be eaten. There was a lot of fighting during the process. He ate a piece of meat less, he lied to her that the chili was delicious, and she cried because of the spiciness. There were many other things. Xiao Bei did not have the slightest intention of stopping him. Instead, he joined in the fight. In order to trick a boy, he ate 2 chili in a row. In the end, the boy was fooled and grimaced because of the spiciness. Xiao Bei breathed out and drank half of the cold water in his stomach. He forced the rice that he could not eat to be pushed to Xiao Yuan so that Xiao Yuan could not stop chewing hawthorn pills during the journey. Around 5 in the afternoon, they arrived at the boundary of Old Willow Village. In front of them was a river that was about 90 feet wide. 7 iron chains swayed in the wind and rain on the river. The 7 iron chains were one on each side of the river. The bridge was 5, and the distance between them was more than a foot. The bridge was bare and there were no planks. On the other side of the river, they could vaguely see villagers weaving willow webs diagonally into the water. When fish flowed along the river, they would accidentally get stuck in the net. After their gills passed through the holes in the net, they would not be able to move forward or backward due to their large bodies. They would then be pulled up and placed in a wicker basket. Looking at the flowing water under the bridge, Xiao Bei scratched his head. He picked up a bumpy soil and threw it down. Looking at the speed of the water, he took a deep breath and said, "It will be very tiring to jump in and swim across." Xiao Yuan looked down at the water and shook his head. "If there is one person in our team who can swim across, it will be you. I can't. This is not a matter of who is good at swimming, it is a matter of who is lucky. Then find a board and let someone lay it down." I guess the board was deliberately removed by the villagers to prevent the people sent by Yan Zheng from crossing the river. Look, it was even built by my family's Zhengzheng construction group. Write it down. Xiao Bei found a record of the bridge on the pier of the bridge. Those who were close to it looked. Indeed, there was a line of words engraved on it. Zhengzheng construction group is passing by. The villagers raised their own money to build it for free. The iron chains were not built by my family. They probably used some cement. Looks like the money that Zhengzheng Construction Group earned in Hongnong County was all spent. Otherwise, why would they let the village pay for the iron chain bridge? Xiao Yuan analyzed. Yes. My family's Zhengzheng Construction Group is not a profit-making department. Its role is to support the workers by helping the family earn a good reputation. It is also a training department for engineers. Zhang Fang, who did not like to talk, used her hand to stroke the words. Xiao Bei lifted his leg and kicked the pier twice. The problem now is how to cross. Carry them one by one? I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Xiao Zhu, who also did not like to talk, pursed her lips and said softly, "Why don't we learn from the stories that brother and sister tell when they are chatting?" Chapter 933. When the members of the seedling protection team stood in a straight line, the people who were fishing on the other side of the river stopped what they were doing and looked in their direction in confusion. The fishermen in Old Willow Village naturally saw the arrival of so many people. It would be a lie to say that such a large team of adults and children was not attractive. The people in Old Willow Village did not know what so many people were planning. At first, they thought they were just passing by, but when they saw them stop at the pier of the bridge, they guessed they were preparing to cross the river. "Third Grandpa, they want to cross the river. Where are the planks we removed from the bridge? Don't let any children fall." A young man in his 20s among the fishermen looked at the person next to him and asked. In fact, he wanted to help. He knew where the planks were placed. The person he called Third Grandpa was the village chief and also the head of the Liu family. At the same time, he was the only person in the village with the status of a high scholar. He was stubborn and xenophobic, so the young man was worried that he would not agree. The truth was just as he guessed. The old man did not show any intention of helping. He said, "I used it to build a shed for the chickens. I can't take it out. Those people don't know how to find a place to hide from the rain." Instead, they brought a group of children to play. Do you know who they are? They might be kidnappers. Go and call for help. Our Old Willow Village is not a place where just anyone can come and cause trouble. Third Grandpa, they don't look like bad people to me. The young man did not want to get into a fight. What? Did they carve words on their faces? Go. The old man was obviously angry. Ah. The young man agreed and turned to run into the village. However, he had just run less than 30 steps when the old man's voice sounded again. Wait and see. Aya, where did they come from? It's strange. When the young man heard the order, he stopped and turned to look. He was stunned by what he saw. He saw 3 rows of people walking out of the crowd on the opposite bank. 2 rows were on the left and right. They held the rope with one hand and pulled the people in the middle row with the other hand. The 3 rows crossed the bridge together. When they reached the end of the bridge, the front row stopped and the back row connected. Then, he heard the clear voice of a girl, "Protect the left and right. Lie down in the middle. It's time to protect the seedlings." The 3 rows of people immediately moved. The left and right sides of the iron rope with their forearms crossed. The row in the middle was close together and they lay down on the iron rope. For a moment, the left and right were walls, and the middle was a road. Then, the fishermen of Old Lu village saw the children wearing bamboo hats and walking towards the river on the road paved by people. They felt that the bridge was actually more stable than the wooden planks. It was not slippery, and the wind could not penetrate it. "Third Grandpa, it doesn't look like he's abducting, selling children." The young man walked to the old man's side and said with a complicated expression. The old man was speechless. His small eyes narrowed even more. It was only when the first child crossed the bridge and was settled down by the person who came from the other side of the bridge that he sighed and muttered, "Sigh. Drifting in the wind and rain, I swing back, proudly lying down on the shore, my heart sincere. Hong Nong's world has changed. Where's the change?" The young man raised his head. "The people from the Zhang family and the Wang family are here. The one from Sanshui County, quick, go back to the village and ask someone to make room. Ertzi, you go." The old man instructed another young man to go back to the village. The young man at the front didn't understand. "What? Third Grandpa, how did you know that it's Zhang Xiaobao?" "How would I know? I only know that the people from the seedling protection team are here. Didn't that girl shout just now? Protect the seedlings, protect the children. Do you really think that they are protecting the wheat seedlings and the rice seedlings? Come with me to welcome them." The old man called out and rushed to the bridgehead first. The young man was the second to follow. As he walked, he muttered, "It's the Zhuang Miao protection team." The people from the Miao protection team were strong and didn't care about the discomfort of the iron chains under them. They also didn't care about the pain of the children stepping on them. They just let the team of children walk on them. When Xiaobei and the other 9 people also walked across the bridge, the old man from Old Lu village happened to come to the bridgehead at the same time. The different rice seedlings patterns on the clothes of Xiaobei and the guards proved their identities. In the Tang Empire, other than the Zhang family and the Wang family of Sanshui County, no one else dared to use rice seedlings as a symbol. Otherwise, even if the Zhang family and the Wang family didn't object, the merchants and the government office wouldn't agree. The rice seedling symbol represented strength and credibility. How could it be an ordinary symbol used to confirm one's identity? The old man looked at Xiaobei and the others. A smile appeared on his wrinkled face. He spoke from his mouth that had lost a front tooth. Sure enough, other than the people from the Miao protection team, no one else would be willing to lie on the cold iron chains and let a group of children step on them. Who said that? My brother and sister said that there is a country where any regular army can do that. Not to mention iron chains, even if it's a steel knife, they have to lie on the ground. It's like the drums in war. If the drums don't stop, they can't stop. Old Grandpa, you are. Xiaobei didn't agree with the old man's words. After refuting, she remembered that she didn't know the identity of the other party. The old man didn't care. Since Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said there is, then there must be. I'm the Muramesa of Old Willow Village. Ah, so it's Grandpa Muramesa. I've heard so much about you. Grandpa Muramesa, I finally meet you. Let's not talk nonsense. Help the children to settle down. It's time for them to freeze. Xiaobei, who was about to be polite, was pulled by Xiao Yuan. She quickly changed her words and talked about business. Grandpa Lu, I'm Zhang Xiaohai. I have other important things to ask of you. Xiaohai was afraid that his sister would forget the important things when she was happy, so he stood up and said. The old man was shocked and quickly said, "Don't say anything. If the Zhang family and the Wang family ask for something, it must be for the Tang Empire. How can we retreat? Is there something in the county? That's also my business. Just tell me and I'll do it. The emperor has one child, and I serve the Tang Empire with no disloyalty. Grandpa Lu looks like a good person." "Oh, you're a good person even if you don't look. My name is Zhang Xiaobei. Grandpa Lu calls me Xiaobei." Xiaobei didn't expect to meet such a strong old man in a small village. She confirmed his identity, meaning that she didn't want the old man to call her an official. Some people should be respected. Old man Lu was speechless. Then he smiled and praised, "This old man is jealous of the old bastards from the Zhang and Wang families. It's not because of their generous salary, but because of their descendants. I don't know how they taught them. They're still young, but they're much better than most people who are in their 30s. This is filial piety." When Xiaobei and the other 9 children heard Grandpa Lu mention their elders, they immediately raised their heads and leaned forward to show respect. They usually liked to fool around, but when it was time for them to show the temperament of an aristocratic family, they didn't hesitate at all. They were even better than the children of the royal family. Xiao Yuan said, "In fact, we haven't done enough. True filial piety is not to be praised by others, but to be happy to laugh." The young man behind old Muramesa was confused. He didn't understand what they were saying, so he looked at third grandpa in confusion. With this comparison, old man Lu felt even more helpless. As he led everyone into the village, he whispered to his juniors, "What Xiaobei means is that we don't need to talk about official positions. If we really want to talk about official positions, they have a bunch of official positions. Even the youngest one is older than me, the village chief. I'm older, so they respect me, so I praise them for being sensible." Later, the young boy said that they don't feel happy because others praise them for being filial. What makes them happy is that they can often see the smiles of their relatives. Sigh. These kids have all turned into spirits. Who's so powerful? Who taught them to be like this? The young man said with jealousy. Why don't you ask why they're so powerful? How can they be taught by others? Old Muramesa glared at the young man. The young man lowered his head in shame and didn't dare to make a sound. Old Muramesa didn't continue to compare the young man with Xiaobei and the others. He also knew that they weren't on the same level. Instead, he instructed the young man. When we get back to the village, immediately arrange for people to lay planks on the bridge. Many children come. Everyone in Tang knows that the Zhang family and the Wang family value children very much. They will definitely bring a lot of things. The planks need to be laid, and holes need to be punched and tied to the iron chains with willow twigs. The same should be done on both sides to prevent people from slipping down. Tied? That's too troublesome. The young man could imagine the difficulty of the actual operation. Is it more troublesome than building the bridge for free and using cement for our village? That's what they do. Are we freeloaders? When it comes to willow weaving, Old Willow Village in Guo Province is the best. If we don't do it, we'll wait for them to move the construction here to lay planks. In the future, when we meet outsiders, I'll lie down and you'll sit on my head. How dare I? Why would I sit on your head? Tell others that they don't need to look at my old face. They can know what the people in Old Willow Village look like by looking at your buttocks. No, I'll go. I'll go right away. Please don't be angry. Otherwise, I won't be able to sit even if I want to. My butt will be smashed by my father with willow twigs. The young man was frightened. He ran away, leaving behind a trail of mud and disappeared from the sight of the team. Xiao Bei looked at the departing figure and pondered, with a finger in his mouth. After his brother Xiao Hai patted his finger, he rubbed his arm and said, "The road is not easy to walk on. We have to arrange for people to build a cement road." 2 children in their teens happened to run out of the village. When they heard Xiaobei's words, they seemed to know how to build a cement road. They reminded him, "It's impossible to build a cement road on a rainy day." Xiaobei's eyes turned into the shape of a crescent moon. He smiled and said, "Others can't build it with cement, but our family can. Not to mention the rain, if necessary, we can build it with a knife. How do we fix it?" The children in the village were not convinced. First, use a charcoal fire to roast it. Then, build a shed to shelter it from the rain. Then, fill it with cement and lay a straw curtain. Pour water on it while roasting it, Xiao Bei said. The 2 children obviously did not expect to be so wasteful. They were surprised and continued to ask, "It will cost a lot of money. Don't you think it's not worth it?" "Whether it's worth it or not depends on the result. I think it's worth it to build a cement road now." "Then, it must be worth it." Xiao Bei clearly had the temperament of a rich second generation. "Wastrel," the 2 children said in unison. "I'm not. When I go to a restaurant to eat, I don't throw away the leftover steamed buns. When my clothes are too small, I don't throw them away. My coat can be changed into a waistcoat." Xiao Bei showed his diligence and thriftiness. Therefore, the project of building a cement road on a rainy day in Old Willow Village was put on the agenda. The villagers, who became very easy to talk to because they knew the identity of the other party, warmly received Xiao Bei and his team. They were relieved to let Xiao Bei's team take care of the children. They organized the adults and took all kinds of tools to the county town. The people of the seedling protection team began to build sheds. There were not so many houses in the village for people to live in. They cut trees in the rain and tied the branches together. When the next day, houses built from the materials of willow trees stood in the village. Chapter 934. The original children in the village used their skillful hands to weave willow twigs and gave them to Xiao Bei as gifts. Xiao Bei took out small handicrafts made of silver, gold, and jade from her bag and gave them back. In her eyes, the willow grasshoppers were more precious than the jade beads because she did not make the beads herself. The children in the village had never seen jade since they were young, let alone understand its value. They only thought that the red and green were very beautiful. They rejected the gold and silver products. After all, there were signs passed down from generation to generation in the family to let them understand the value of gold and silver. Xiao Bei proposed a new theory of friendship. That was, she would not sell the gifts she received. Friendship was priceless. Therefore, if the person who received her gifts did not sell them, they could only leave them there and not buy them. Therefore, they were both precious and worthless. The children in the village were confused. They thought about it and found that it was indeed so. Therefore, they happily kept the gifts and showed Xiao Bei the various gadgets they had made in the past. As a result, Xiao Bei and the other children were shocked. The children who could not afford cloth dolls used thin willow twigs to weave green and white dolls. The most amazing thing was that the willow twigs on the dolls' heads were not completely destroyed. When water was poured on them, they actually sprouted. Some of them looked like hair, while others looked like they were wearing a small green flower. Xiao Bei, who felt that this thing was very valuable, did not care if her brothers and sisters were busy. She asked someone to send a message to buy it and whether it could be sold for a good price. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who received the message, were walking around the county. The two of them said that they were not busy, and they were really not busy. The specific matters were left to the people in the inner courtyard. A disaster relief and reconstruction work did not require too much energy from the two of them. They only needed to grasp the general direction. If it were not to give the people of Hong Nong a firm confidence, the two of them would not have come at all. If they were to say that they were busy, they were indeed busy. They had to appear in front of the people from time to time to show their existence. After receiving Xiao Bei's message, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said to Wang Wan, Xiao Bei actually ordered the people of the Miao protection team to lie on the iron chain and let the children step on it. She has won the villagers' favor in an instant and wants to help Old Willow Village earn more money. Oh? You don't think she's just putting on a show? Wang Wan took the telegram and saw the idea of selling willow dolls for money. She said, "You're really your sister. You know how to find business opportunities." Zhang Xiaobao nodded in agreement. That's right. Many of the things sold in Baby's Candy House were ideas from the 9 children. Only children know what children need the most. When many adults don't care about children's seemingly childish ideas, their lives are no longer complete. Then think of a way to let them earn money. Even if it's a small amount, it will prove that their thinking is correct. Wang Wan didn't comment on Zhang Xiaobao's philosophy. She just wanted to know what Zhang Xiaobao could come up with. Zhang Xiaobao beckoned a person from the inner courtyard to come over. He gave a few instructions and continued to walk to the other passers-by. Let's go. We'll also put on a show for a lifetime. It seems like you've never planted a saw and mixed grass seed toy before. I don't have time. Wang Wan thought of what Zhang Xiaobao said. She had seen it before, but she hadn't bought it before. Zhang Bei soon got the news, so she gathered the other 8 people and planned to hold a standing committee. Later, considering that the people of Old Willow Village needed to participate directly, she added a few older children of Old Willow Village. It became an expanded standing committee meeting. At the meeting, Inspector Zhang Bei emphasized the spirit of the meeting. Then she explained that under the guidance of an emperor and the care of 2 direct family leaders, the 9 people of the inspection team followed the work principle of go where you go, get rich. It was important to give specific guidance to the willow weaving industry of Old Willow Village in Hongnong County, Guizhou. After carefully listening to the positive introduction of the willow weaving industry by the people of Old Willow Village, Inspector Zhang Bei praised the achievements of Old Willow Village's willow weaving industry and gave important instructions. She said, "We need to further carry forward the spirit of Old Willow Village in the willow weaving industry, continue to improve the corresponding support system, strictly pay attention to the relevant people's thinking, open up new ideas, carefully verify, boldly imagine, and show the spirit of not being afraid of hardship, tiredness, and hard research to improve the economic income of Old Willow Village." During the meeting, Inspector Zhang Bei emphasized the discipline of the meeting again and criticized Inspector Wang Xiaoyuan, who was also a member of the standing committee. Inspector Wang Xiaoyuan sincerely apologized and deeply realized that it was wrong to casually interrupt others and look down on the importance of guidance. Next, when Inspector Zhang Bei was about to continue to give guidance, Inspector Wang Xiaoyuan actively spoke in order to make up for the mistakes he made. In the spirit of starting from a practical point of view, he proposed specific plans. First, under the guidance of Inspector Zhang Bei's spirit of opening up the willow weaving market in Old Willow Village, he encouraged the planting of willow trees to achieve sustainable development. Second, under the guidance of Zhang Bei, he researched a new willow weaving process to reduce wastage and cost. Third, under the guidance of Zhang Bei, he established a working group to make dolls from willow and other grass seeds. He proposed that Inspector Zhang Bei be the group leader and that he would open up a market after returning to the capital. Fourth, under the guidance of Zhang Bei, he would fiercely dig into the potential consumer market of Tang's children and pay attention to publicity work. He would use the theme of growing a doll of his own to lay out advertisements. Inspector Zhang Bei expressed agreement with Inspector Wang Xiaoyuan's proposal and voted on the theme of growing a doll of his own, which was unanimously approved. After the meeting, Inspector Zhang Bei inspected the weaving factory in Old Willow Village and visited a few families in the village with advanced willow weaving technology. She kindly expressed her concern to the children who stayed at home. The Old Willow Village Standing Committee meeting was a successful meeting. It was a meeting that carried forward the past and opened the way for the future. It laid the foundation for Old Willow Village's economic development for the next few decades and was the guiding light for the development of children's toys in Tang Dynasty. In the end, the children in the village looked at Xiaobei with admiration. They couldn't understand how such a simple thing could become so complicated when it came to Zhang Xiaobei. They all sighed. Knowledgeable people were really different. Zhang Xiaobei didn't care about Xiaobei at all. However, it didn't affect their fondness for the theme of growing a doll of his own. They also admired Xiao Yuan, but they felt that when Xiao Yuan spoke, he always added that he was under the guidance of Zhang Bei or something. It was a little redundant. Xiao Yuan explained to the children in the village with an unfathomable look, "This is called wisdom and political command. If I didn't say this, I don't know when the meeting would end. What's there to be afraid of? It's fine as long as the goal is achieved. You know Yan Zheng, the original county magistrate, right? He stole Xiaobei's limelight. What happened in the end? He was set up at the county's south gate." The children in the village said in unison. For a moment, they made an expression of fear for Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Yuan's image in their hearts became even more lofty. Wang. Xiao Yuan. Xiaobei, who was not far away, angrily called Xiao Yuan's name. His expression was ugly. "They will think it's true. I'm going to tell my brother and sister." Xiao Yuan looked at Xiaobei in fear and quickly explained to the children in the village, "I was just joking. Yan Zheng did something bad. He was caught because he asked your village to remove the wooden planks on the bridge. He ran in front of Xiaobei and tricked us with words." Xiaobei, who often tricked him, had better martial arts skills than him and was seen through on the spot. Therefore, it's very useful to practice tricking us. Hee, we know. We're not stupid. After dealing with Yan Zheng, I can go to school again. After you help me sell the doll for money, we'll repair the road from the bridge to the school ourselves, a girl in the village who was relatively older said longingly. Since even the children knew what tricking was, the adults would definitely know. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao didn't say a word of nonsense in the county. When he walked around the county to show his friendly image, he only said how many supplies would be delivered, how long the new Hongnong County would be built, how much it would cost, how many days it would take to repair it, and what kind of compensation would be given to the people who lost their lives. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were talking, the people nearby heard them and asked those who didn't understand. After the explanation of those who knew the industry, everyone understood that this time, the people who raised livestock would receive the most compensation. Not only would they be compensated for the number of livestock lost, but they would also be compensated for the cubs and fodder. As for the loss of the livestock during this period of time, it wouldn't be compensated because it wasn't easy to calculate. Specifically, the people who raised livestock would receive the most compensation. However, in terms of the actual loss and compensation, the people who would receive the most compensation were the farmers. Those who raised fish, shrimps, and crabs in paddy fields would be given a new breed of seedlings next year. The new seedlings would have a higher yield. Those who didn't raise livestock in paddy fields would receive less compensation, but like those who raised livestock, they would receive compensation for the cattle they didn't originally have. Those who originally had cattle would receive more cattle or newly bred horses. At the same time, regardless of whether they were planting rice or wheat, they would be given new seeds and farming tools. They would also be given the grain, oil, salt, and silk needed for next year's harvest. They would also be exempted from 1 year's rent, taxes, labor, and other miscellaneous items. The one-time compensation for craftsmen would be calculated based on the number of people in the household and the profession of the worker. The officials who delayed the high scholar examinations would be provided by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They would directly go to the capital to participate in this year's autumn examinations. All of their food and lodging would be provided by Savant's Restaurant and Joy House. Since they were delayed by a month, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already forked out a lot of money. They didn't mind if there were more people. Those who passed would be given the status of a high scholar. Those who didn't pass would be given the status of a high scholar. Those who didn't pass would be given the status of a high scholar. Those who didn't pass would be given the status of a high scholar. When Zhang Xiaobao was talking about this matter, a student stood up and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I was delayed and affected. I didn't have time to study. How will you compensate me for not being able to pass the examinations?" Zhang Xiaobao paused and didn't say anything. Wang Wan frowned. "Then what's the purpose of you passing the examinations?" "To be an official. To be an official in the capital and to be a local official," the student said bluntly. "Oh. If you passed the examinations and became a local official, and suddenly encountered such a disaster, would you not be able to be an official because you were affected? Would you not be able to command during the disaster and rebuild after the disaster?" Wang Wan asked again. The student shook his head. "It's not the same. I'm a student now. I shouldn't be thinking about becoming an official after passing the examinations." "Then you don't have to take the exam this year. You won't be able to get in because the exam will ask you how to be an official. Not only will it be asked in the spring and autumn exams, but it will also be asked in the high scholar exam." Wang Wan felt that this person was very interesting and laughed as she spoke. When the student saw Demon Fiend Cuckoo laugh, he didn't dare to make a sound. Compared to being an official, his life was more important. Chapter 935. After a few moments of thought, Zhang Xiaobao seriously said, "You're right. I've truly been delayed. Then how about this, the students of Hongnong County, starting from now, help me out. I will give you all the tasks that officials should do. Be it the storehouse or the chow, the stratagem or the scribe, the punishment or the worker, the farmer or the farmer, the official or the proprietor. As long as you do your job well, I will give you an official position. If anyone can come up with a better post-disaster reconstruction plan or a locally improved method of trade, I will give you an official position based on your ability. If anyone can truly understand the situation of the Great Tang, come up with a reasonable development plan for the Great Tang, report it to the imperial court and obtain approval, I will give you a position under the secretariat." As soon as his voice fell, it caused an uproar. The fact that he had mentioned so many officials was already shocking enough. Fortunately, given the statuses of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it might have been possible. But now, he had even mentioned the secretariat, and that was the Prime Minister. After the uproar, the crowd fell silent once more. Putting aside whether or not the position of Prime Minister was up to Zhang Xiaobao, they first needed to see if they had the ability to be Prime Minister. The students lowered their heads in shame. The student who had just said that he had been affected blushed. He didn't even dare to think about the Prime Minister, because he didn't even know the locations of the various provinces of the Great Tang, let alone the land, population, specialty products, agriculture, industry, and taxation. Then do you know the situation of the various places in the Great Tang? A child standing at the front of the crowd asked. Zhang Xiaobao paused. Why was there a child? Why didn't he go with Xiaobei? But he immediately put aside these thoughts and asked with a smile, "What do you think? How old are you?" 14. You're young. The child was very smart and clearly understood why Zhang Xiaobao had asked about his age. He then excitedly said, "You must know. I heard that you're in charge of the Great Tang Bank. If you knew less, the current emperor wouldn't have held the fall imperial examination for you. That's what they all say. Zhang Xiaobao nodded in agreement. He truly did know. Not only did he know all the provinces, he also knew the written data of all the counties of the Great Tang. He even knew the specialties of certain provinces and counties or important strategic villages. Wang Wan nodded as well. She was more familiar with the terrain and the natural weather under normal circumstances. She had learned a lot about the needs of war back then, because many classic battles were inseparable from the terrain and weather. Seeing that this child was smart, Wang Wan asked casually, "Who told you that?" "Many people, including my father, my mother, my third brother, the housekeeper, and the officials who came to visit during the festive season. Last time, during the Dragon Boat Festival, the Hall of Secretaries ordered." "Ah, I'm wrong. I heard it from the common people." Perhaps the elder child was too excited, or perhaps it was because Wang Wan asked in a calm tone, as if they were chatting, but the elder child blurted out a lot of things. Halfway through, he realized and covered his mouth. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand and stamped his feet as if he was angry with himself. Seeing this action, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and understood. She must be from a family of an official in the capital, and she was a girl. No wonder she was so small and smart. Why did a little girl like her have to dress up like a boy? Wang Wan sighed and said to the elder child, "You know so much. Now there is a difficult task for you to do. Do you have the confidence to do it well?" "Yes, what is it?" The elder child puffed out his chest and raised his head. "The yamen needs a clerk. From now on, you will come with us. When we are done, we will go back to the yamen together." Wang Wan pointed to the place beside her and signaled for him to come over. The elder child really came over. He looked excited and unknowingly enjoyed the benefits of the power in his family. Zhang Xiaobao had no time to ask about the specific identity of the little girl, so he continued to talk about the compensation. Next, he talked about the people who did not have much income and received relief. They would continue to receive relief. At the same time, he would check the actual situation of their family, whether there were patients, whether there were people in the house, the patients would be treated, and the labor force would be arranged to work. Finally, he had to deal with the businessmen. For the merchants, Zhang Xiaobao didn't actually compensate them with money or goods. Who asked the merchants to be so adaptable? The compensation he gave them was based on the tax receipts they had paid in the yamen and the various transaction registers to calculate the size of their properties. They were divided into several grades and provided with the corresponding 3 years of interest-free loans from the Tang Bank, and 2 years of business tax exemption. If the fixed shops were damaged, they would be repaired. If they were willing to continue to play the special role of the businessmen and help to circulate and prepare materials during the reconstruction process, they would be given the right to sell various specialties in the north of Hebei province. As for the businessmen who had previously paid less tax through various means, resulting in a lower grade of interest-free loans, which was inconsistent with their actual situation, Zhang Xiaobao did not care. Who let them evade tax? Fortunately, the businessmen were smarter than the students. Even if there was such an existence, they would not be stupid enough to mention it. Evading tax was punishable by jail. After the compensation plan was settled, the people in various industries who were no longer worried began to listen to orders and busy with the reconstruction. They did not know who would pay in the end, whether it would be Luoyang, Changfen, or Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families. They only hoped that the reconstruction work would be completed quickly and that a new year would come. Are we really not paying? Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao returned to the yamen. They first settled down the children they had picked up and then sat in Yan Zheng's study to discuss matters. We are not paying. Since Xiao Bei said that she would pay in advance, we must use their pocket money. When we return to the capital, they will ask Li Longji for it. If Li Longji does not give it to them, then they will pay the bill themselves. Zhang Xiaobao respected the decision of his younger brothers and sisters. Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's serious look and helplessly shook her head. Then they will probably lose all their money. I don't know when they will be able to earn back the millions of strings of coins. Zhang Xiaobao also knew how much pocket money his younger brothers and sisters had. They were rewarded when they did well in their studies and gave gifts during festivals. They were also the image ambassadors of Lu Er's business group. When they made new snacks and toys at home, they felt that they could earn money. They also invested in opening a shop, wrote all kinds of children's songs, printed them into books, and sold them to families with children and those who were about to have children. They gave half of the royalties to their brothers and sisters. They even rented a space to the left of Chang An's top scholars restaurant and hired 2 chefs to specially make soft and sweet children's meals. They did not pay any less than they should, and they even took advantage of Top Scholars Restaurant's loophole. The manager of Top Scholars Restaurant would never have dreamed that a place that sold children's meals could earn so much money. He sighed in amazement at the magic of the owner. This was because the advertisement said, "Top Scholar starts with children." Just like that, Xiaobei and the others saved up less than 1.3 million strings of coins. According to the terms of the compensation, it was estimated that they would be able to empty it all in one go. When the sun set and rose, a new day had arrived. The children in Old Willow Village began to work hard under the sun after the haze passed. The plan to grow a doll that belonged to oneself had entered the production phase. Looking at the prototype of the doll being produced one by one, besides the seriousness on Xiaobei's face, there was also a hint of reluctance. Xiaoyuan and the others also buried their heads in work. Last night, they had received news from their brother and sister, allowing them to use their own pocket money to pay for it. They had also estimated the size of the expenditure and found that it was about the same as their reserves. Xiaobei carefully pressed the grass seeds into the doll, added some sawdust and rice husks, and then pressed a new layer of grass seeds. He appeared very sincere. As he pressed the seeds, he spoke to Xiaoyuan. "It's over. We've become the proletariat that brother and sister talked about. If we go back to Chang'an and ask Uncle Emperor for money and he doesn't give us, we'll have to foot the bill." Xiaoyuan was also in low spirits. Money. As a child, was it easy to earn money? At the same time, he felt sullen in his heart. What do you think this is? Not only did they trick us to come here, but they also want us to pay for it. They really know how to choose people. In the entire Great Tang, there are tens of thousands of children, but we're the only ones who can afford this. How are we going to live in the future? In fact, we haven't used that money, but why do I still feel bad? Xiaobei thought for a while and found this problem. More than 1 million strings of pocket money in the bank seemed to have no effect on the 9 of them, but they just couldn't feel happy. After Xiaohai, who was in charge of the overall planning, sorted out the data, he came over and said, "Do it quickly. If we don't have enough money, we can ship this batch to the capital and sell it. The use of money for us is in the present. When we want to make our own decisions, we can take out the money. But this time, we took out too much. We don't have money now. If we run into trouble again, we can't take it out even if we want to. After we showed our autonomy once, we lost the opportunity to show our autonomy again. That's why we feel bad. In the near future, we'd better think of ways to make more money." Xiaohai's analysis made Xiaobei and the others understand. When they had money, they could be self-righteous. They didn't need to discuss with their elders, and they didn't need to care about other people's feelings. But this time, they were too self-righteous. They didn't know how long it would take for them to save up for the next time. Xiaobei was in low spirits as he was loading the grass seeds. He accidentally pricked his finger by a rice husk. He lowered his head and put his finger in his mouth, sulking. After a while, he looked up and said, I found something. The other 8 people looked at him. We are here to patrol Hongnong County. Because of Yan Zheng, Hongnong County suffered a disaster. He got a lot of money himself, but the people lost money. Then, why are we only responsible for giving money to the people and not raiding his house? Who else is colluding with him? Colluding with him, Xiaoyuan said. You understand, don't you? Why? Xiao Bei was fuming. The other 8 people suddenly understood. They were here to patrol, not to distribute money. Even if they were asked to spend money, they would spend it. But the result was the same, but the purpose was different. Spending money was just spending money, while patrolling had its own way of saying it. That is to say, our rights and obligations are not proportional. We have to do something. Zhang Hu, who was relatively the oldest child, spoke up. Xiao Bei regained his spirit and said, yes, we have to continue arresting people. This is our right. Even if it's our brothers and sisters, they can't take it away. Even if the people we catch can't spit out a single copper coin, it's still our right. Now I feel much better. Let's arrest people. The others were also happy. They began to divide the work and arrange for the investigation and arrest. The younger children working around them only knew that they had taken out money. They did not have a concrete idea, but the older children, who were close to 12 years old, understood. They knew that the 9 children in front of them, who were younger than them, had taken out more than 1,000,000 strings of cash and spent it all on their hometown. 1,000,000 strings of cash was not a concrete idea for the children in their teens, but they knew that if they had more than 100 copper coins and it was all gone one day, they would cry to death. But from the 9 children's words, they did not care about how much money was spent, but how the money was spent. After figuring out the reason, the 1,000,000 strings of cash did not seem to be that important. The older children could not understand, but they understood that they could not be compared to the children of the Zhang family and the Wang family. When they were sad about losing some money, the others were thinking about something else. The adults of the seedling protection team also listened from the side. When they heard what their young masters were talking about, a knowing smile appeared on their faces. These were the children of the main family. No one could compare to them. They did not ask about the amount of money, but only how to use it. Xiao Bei and the others were busy arranging for people to catch the bad guys. They wanted to find a psychological balance. However, before they could take the initiative to find others, someone came to find them first. 3 people came over from the iron chain bridge that had been paved with boards. They left 3 horses on the opposite side. Obviously, they were afraid that the horses would fall off the bridge. One of the 3 people was carrying a knife. Xiao Bei and the others immediately recognized that it was a halberd, or what the Japanese called a halberd. They remembered it so clearly because their older brother had once said that in the future, many ethnic groups who might promote civilized eating with knives were still using their hands to catch food, but they did not know that they had long had knives. Therefore, they should not argue with them about food culture because they were not worthy. Therefore, Xiao Bei and the others, who were proud of their ethnic food culture, guessed the identity of the other party. There was at least one Japanese. Chapter 936. The sky was clear, the ground was muddy, and the sound of running water could be heard. The 9 people stopped their work and stared at the faces of the 3 people who came later. At this time, the 9 people were more hostile to the Japanese. After all, the Japanese had made a mess of buying and selling goods at the dock in South Hunan province. The 9 people hated that the officials of the Tang Empire could not resist the temptation and complained about the treachery of the Japanese. As for the strategy of subjugating Japan, it was not treachery, but wisdom. The Japanese with the sword on the opposite side naturally did not accidentally come here after getting lost. When he found that the 9 children were all here, his eyes lit up and then he wanted to get close. Unfortunately, this wish could not be realized for the time being. Who are you? Stop. When the Japanese man was about 50 steps away from Zhang Xiaobei, he was stopped. In the blink of an eye, he could no longer see Zhang Xiaobei and the rest of the 9 people. The place between him and Zhang Xiaobei was occupied by the seedling protection team. The Japanese was surprised for a moment, then he straightened his chest and said, "I want to go there." "Speak to them. Speak human language." The person who stopped the Japanese frowned and sneered, "You want to see my master, so I have to make way for you?" Only then did the Japanese realize that it was not so easy to see Zhang Bei and the others who were playing with a group of children just now. He had to look at the person who stopped him and explained, "I have something important to do. If it's delayed because of you, then, it's fine if it's delayed. It doesn't matter to me whether your business is important or not. What's important is whether our business is important or not. Now do you understand which is the most important?" The person who stopped him said a tongue twister, which made the Japanese swallow his saliva. I know. Shuichiro Watanabe has something important to ask to see Lord Zhang." The Japanese finally bowed his head, because he understood that if he wanted to deceive children, he had to go through the adults first. "Wait." The person who stopped him still had a cold face and asked him to stand where he was. He turned around and walked slowly to Zhang Bei. "Miss Zhang Bei, the Japanese Shuichiro Watanabe wants to see you." Zhang Bei turned to look at the other 8 people, and the 8 people gave her a look of, "You can decide." "Ah, got it. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll bring him over in an hour." Go ahead." Xiao Bei put on airs. The children who were playing with them curiously looked at the Japanese. One of the older ones asked Xiao Bei, "What's bothering you?" "I'm not done with my doll yet." "Wait until I'm done with the doll in my hands. I'll see him after I change my clothes." Xiao Bei pointed at the doll she had made. "Then it's not good to let people continue to wait, right?" The child muttered softly. "Why not? Am I someone that anyone can see whenever they want to? I'm an official, a third-rank official of the imperial court. If I didn't want to know why he came here, he wouldn't see me even if I exhausted him to death. Later, I'll put on my official uniform and let you see. It's a pity that you can't wear it. Otherwise, I'll give you one." At this moment, Xiao Bei knew how to show off his identity. He even introduced himself to the others by gesturing. "Well, does it look good?" The muttering child asked longingly. "Purple, embroidered with a big flower, the kind with branches and leaves. Let me tell you a secret, in fact, I can't have flowers with branches and leaves on my clothes. That's the second-rank official's clothes. But I like it, so I asked someone to embroider one." "Who asked Uncle Emperor not to give me official robes?" "Let me tell you, you must not tell other people. Uncle Emperor is very stingy. He never gives anything to my family. Even if he does give something once, he will take it back several times. Last time, when he treated me to a meal, I ate his 4-headed abalone. The next day, he asked my brother for a pair of heavenly 9 shark fins. That big shark fin is enough for me to eat for half a month. Fortunately, my family has many ships at sea. Do you think it's easy for me?" Xiao Bei began to speak ill of Li Longji. The child nodded fiercely, expressing deep sympathy. Although she didn't know what a 4-headed abalone was, she could understand. Eating for half a month was more expensive than eating for one meal. Moreover, it was very delicious. She swallowed her saliva and gave an idea, "Next time when he asks you to eat, you don't want to go. If I don't go, he will definitely ask for it. I just remembered that we are far from the sea, so we can't eat the local products of the sea. I will ask someone to bring more and invite everyone to eat together. Let me tell you first, there are no 4-headed abalone. There are too many people. I will ask my brother later." If there is no other choice, I will ask him to make it smaller. But at least there should be 12 heads. I will leave more seaweed for you to eat and play with. It's kunbu. There is also seaweed. It's cheap. My family grows it in Jili province. After the fall imperial examination, go back to Jili province with my brother. I will ask someone to bring you beautiful shells. Xiao Bei suddenly remembered that the people around her might not be able to eat such good food, so she wanted to invite everyone to try it. But she was afraid of hurting people's self-esteem, so she said that the good food was local products. The child was a little embarrassed, but she couldn't resist the temptation, so she nodded. Well, we will also invite you to eat mushrooms. It's a promise. Xiao Bei stretched out her little finger and hooked it with the other party. Compared to Xiao Bei, who had important matters to attend to, Shuichiro Watanabe felt that the days were like years. He anxiously looked at his shadow on the ground, as if it hadn't moved at all. He looked forward to the stars and the moon. Finally, an hour had passed. Just as he was about to speak, the person who had stopped him spoke first. Stand still and don't move. Search him. Shuichiro Watanabe really didn't dare to move. He let the others take away his katana and touch him from top to bottom. Finally, he opened his mouth and let them look at his teeth. It was as if they were picking animals. Reporting to Xiao Bei, the Japanese, Shuichiro Watanabe, requests an audience. After searching Shuichiro Watanabe's body, the people of the Miao protection team shouted towards Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei had already changed her clothes at this moment. She found a mat made of willow branches and leaned on it. She said indifferently, "Pass." The child next to her suddenly realized that the current Xiao Bei was different from before. Just now, she was laughing and joking like the sister or sister next door. Why did Xiao Bei look so strange now? The expression on her face was different, her voice was different, and even the posture of leaning on the mat had changed. It was as if the sticky rice cake had turned into a cold stone, making people not dare to get close to her. The other 8 people's expressions looked the same. Shuichiro Watanabe felt the pressure and carefully moved forward. When he was 10 steps away, someone next to him stopped him again. Answer here. Lower your head. Don't look around. The mat Xiao Bei was sitting on was higher. She had a sense of condescension. Her eyelids drooped, and her voice squeezed out from her throat. Who's down there? Shuichiro Watanabe wanted to curse. You little brat, didn't you hear me just now? Why are you still asking? Although he thought about it, he didn't dare to say it. He couldn't even change his expression. He lowered his head and said respectfully, I'm Shuichiro Watanabe from Japan. I have something important to discuss with you. Xiao Bei dragged out the sound with her nose. Her eyes were puzzled. She looked at the person next to her. Japan? Replying to Miss Xiao Bei, Japan is a country. Originally, people lived on islands. From Jili Prefecture, Hunan Province, or Shenandoah, you can reach there after a month. Different ships have different distances, and the time taken is slightly different. Someone next to her introduced. Shuichiro Watanabe listened below, and his lungs almost exploded. He didn't believe that Xiao Bei didn't even know Japan. She was clearly mocking him. Xiao Bei's eyelids continued to droop. Oh. A remote island country? Do you have any education? Are you knowledgeable and well-mannered? Yes, I think so. The person who introduced her just now said vaguely. Shuichiro Watanabe understood. Xiao Bei was finding fault with him, saying that he didn't show proper etiquette. He also knew that he should change his address and etiquette. After all, Japan was now a vassal country of the Tang Empire in name. When he met a Tang official, he should show proper etiquette. But Watanabe Juichiro felt awkward. It was really embarrassing for an adult like him to lower his voice in front of a child. It was not like he was facing Zhang Xiaobao. Even if he was not that old, he was an existence that was above the top-ranking list of billionaires. What did Zhang Xiaobao have to do? Wasn't it because she had a good brother and sister? After a few breaths, considering that he had something important to do, Shuichiro Watanabe finally knelt down helplessly and said, "Foreigner Shuichiro Watanabe greets the inspector." Shuichiro Watanabe? This name is not good. Fine, I'm magnanimous and don't want to pursue it. Raise your head. Xiao Bei did not have any idea of showing the demeanor of a big country. It was not easy to find a Japanese person who could be bullied by her. With the purpose of satisfying her cravings, she used her identity to suppress people. Shuichiro Watanabe regretted it in his heart. If he had known earlier, he would not have rushed to come here. Originally, he had planned to trick her and immediately go back to show off. Now, he had lost face first. Of course, if the other party was an adult, or a third-grade official of the Tang Empire, it would not be a loss of face. It was normal for status to be unequal. The problem was that the other party was a little kid. It was really frustrating. Shuichiro Watanabe, who was competing with himself, slowly raised his head. He did not dare to raise it too quickly, for fear of being misunderstood as wanting to harm Xiao Bei. When he raised his head and saw Xiao Bei, Shuichiro Watanabe took a deep breath. Shuichiro Watanabe, who had never seen Xiao Bei's 9 people, had already imagined what they looked like before. When he was far away, he had a little impression of them. At that time, he felt very normal, like the children next door, playing with other children there. However, at this moment, the other party had changed clothes. When he looked at them closely, they became different. The first was an aura of wealth and wealth. He saw the 9 children wearing purple robes with tassels hanging on the sides, gold on the boots, jade on the waists, 6 gold coins on the left, tortoiseshell on the inside, 7 jade carvings on the right, and precious pearls in the middle. The robes were dark, and there was no horizontal or vertical division. There were clusters of flowers on the robes, and the branches were crystal clear. The men were crowned with a crown, and the women were like phoenixes and birds. The jade bracelets on their wrists were as red as blood, and the neck was filled with the fragrance of agarwood. If Shuichiro Watanabe had come from the same place as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he would have shouted, "Fuck, so fucking rich." Fortunately, Shuichiro Watanabe was kneeling on the ground. Otherwise, he would have been smashed to the ground by the power of money on Xiao Bei's 9 people. When he took a closer look, Shuichiro Watanabe was stunned by Xiao Bei's appearance. There was a reason why people liked Xiao Bei. Shuichiro Watanabe deeply felt a kind of indescribable and endless cuteness. Xiao Bei did not use any cosmetics, even though her family's cosmetic store was popular in the Tang Empire. It was not that cosmetics were harmful to the human body. Her cosmetics were all pure natural products. It was just that she did not use cosmetics. In Shuichiro Watanabe's eyes, Xiao Bei's cheeks were as soft as water, her lips were red, her teeth were white, her nose was straight, her forehead was slightly raised, and her eyes were bright and beautiful. She was so pure. If he did not know that he would be killed on the spot if he made any other unnecessary movements, Shuichiro Watanabe really wanted to rush up, hug Xiao Bei, and kiss her. She was really too cute. If he had a daughter like her, he would definitely hide it well. God, you are so unfair. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are already so powerful. Why did you give them such a sister? Shuichiro Watanabe cursed in his heart. He finally understood why people said that Xiao Bei's 9 children could be doted on by the Tang Emperor. It was said that any official who was caught by the 9 children would be demoted 3 ranks, regardless of whether they were really guilty or not. If they angered them, even if they were innocent, they would be demoted 3 ranks. Regardless of whether it was the Tang Emperor or himself, he would make such a decision. How could such cute children be wrong? Why didn't they find trouble with others? Why did they have to find trouble with you? When Shuichiro Watanabe thought about it, he also realized that the 9 children's clothes were not in line with the Tang Empire's official regulations. If it were someone else, they could be used as blackmail. If you don't agree to anything, I will find a way to report you, especially Xiao Bei. If you dare to wear a phoenix coronet, the lightest punishment is to lose your head. But Shuichiro Watanabe knew very well that reporting Xiao Bei's 9 children was useless. If he really tried to find a way to report it, once he reported it, the first one to be arrested would be him. For a moment, Shuichiro Watanabe's heart was filled with mixed feelings. His eyes swept over Xiao Bei's 9 children. His mouth was slightly open, and he did not know what to say. Compared to Shuichiro Watanabe's many thoughts, Willow Village and the children who were brought here did not have so many thoughts. They only felt that Xiao Bei's 9 children had changed and become more beautiful, especially the girls. Their clothes were really beautiful. Unfortunately, Xiao Bei said that they could not wear them. Chapter 937. Watanabe Juchiro, your name is too long and doesn't sound nice. I'll give you a name, Bien-e. It sounds nice and nice. While Watanabe Juchiro was looking at Xiao Bei spoke. She changed his name as soon as she opened her mouth. Her tone didn't allow anyone to refute. Before Watanabe Juchiro could agree, Xiao Bei spoke again. Bien-e, why do you want to see me? Watanabe Juchiro felt wronged. He wanted to argue that his name couldn't be changed, but he was afraid that the little girl in front of him would order someone to cut off his head in anger. It was not strange for a child to do anything. Watanabe Juchiro endured it. After all, the other party had power and influence. He thought about what he had planned before he came and said, Lord Zhang, this foreigner has a few questions. Can you tell me? Xiao Bei heard Watanabe Juchiro's words and waited for a while before speaking. Her words almost made Watanabe Juchiro vomit blood. Xiao Bei asked kindly, Bien-e, do you want to grow a doll that belongs to you? I have materials here that can be sold to you at a low price. You can take them back and sell them in Japan. I'll guarantee your wealth. You want to buy my things? Watanabe Juchiro saw that Xiao Bei didn't follow his words. He hesitated and asked, what doll? How much is it? Grow a doll that belongs to you. Others farm, we grow dolls. That's it. Someone, bring me the dolls made by the villagers of Willow Village. Xiao Bei was still sitting in a dignified manner. She waved her hand and winked at the people beside her. The people in the inner courtyard understood what to do. They walked over to one of the children in Willow Village and explained in a very gentle voice, Xiao Bei is now an official. She's putting on an act for Watanabe Juchiro. She said that you're villagers, but in fact, she's protecting you. She doesn't want Watanabe Juchiro to use you as a hostage. Xiao Bei will help you sell your dolls at a sky-high price. The child who was asked for a doll by the person from the inner courtyard nodded vigorously and handed over the doll in her hand. Only after the person from the inner courtyard left did she reveal a smile. Just now, when she heard Xiao Bei say lowly commoner, she felt that the entire world had turned cold. Just now, she had even made a pinky promise with him. Why did it suddenly become so distant? So it was just an act for the Japanese. Xiao Bei had not changed. It was still Xiao Bei. I told you. Xiao Bei is pretending. The girl whispered to the child next to her, so the words of the inner courtyard quickly spread among the children, but Shuichiro Watanabe couldn't hear it. Watanabe Juchiro only saw Zhang Xiaobei smiling sweetly at the surrounding people, which made him feel that Zhang Xiaobei was even cuter. The two shallow dimples set off Zhang Xiaobei's mischievous and innocent look. One of the older children sighed and said, "It's not easy to be an official, especially a good official like Xiaobei." No wonder Grandpa Muramesa's attitude towards Xiaobei is different. Yes, I saw it too. Grandpa Muramesa is a high scholar. He doesn't like other officials. When Xiaobei came, Grandpa Muramesa changed. He was even willing to go to the county to help. Sister Luya, when Xiaobei came, didn't her subordinates feel uncomfortable lying on the iron chain? A boy who was slightly younger than the girl who spoke earlier, about 11 years old, asked. He actually liked Xiaobei very much and wanted to play with her. It would be even better if they could play together every day. If he could marry Xiaobei when he grew up, he would be willing to do anything. Unfortunately, he also knew that it was impossible. It was said that Xiaobei's future husband was Wang Xiaoyuan, a boy who could read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything he saw. Most importantly, he was Wang Wan's younger brother. Whoever dared to steal his wife was really tired of living. The girl who spoke earlier did not know what the boy next to her was thinking. She said, "It should be uncomfortable, but they are the Miao protection team. They are the personal guards of the Zhang family and Wang family in Sanshui County. I heard that they are the most powerful team in Tang Empire. They are Sister Cuckoo's last trump card." What is that saying again? Oh, yes, once the order is given, their hearts will be like iron. When soldiers are deployed, blood will be spilled. A few children nearby shouted in unison. This was the most popular saying among the people. Not only did the children who went to school know, even the adults could say a few words. The whole saying was, "The sea is boundless, the tide rises and falls. Cuckoo's gunboats break through the waves, forming a majestic formation. The grassland is tender in spring and snow in winter, the arrows are like shuttles, the goshawks soar, the balloons are many, covering the sky and competing with the clouds. The desert is gray, the years are hard to judge. Looking back at home, the moon in the sky, the enemies are endless, the banners are endless, and the demons are smiling. Who is in the Ming Dynasty and who is in the yesterday? The green hills sound the military song. Once the order is given, their hearts will be like iron. When soldiers are deployed, blood will be spilled." Yes. The boy nodded and replied, "Someone is going to die. I heard from Sister Xiaobei that this time, 2 reinforced subway cavalry battalions were dispatched. Sister Cuckoo sent the soldiers here. It's definitely not a joke. Someone is going to die." Shuichiro Watanabe also heard the children shouting, "When soldiers are deployed, blood will be spilled." He couldn't help but tremble. He looked at the doll that Xiaobei asked someone to bring in front of him and asked carefully, "Lord Zhang, what is this thing like?" "Water." Xiaobei said these 2 words with certainty, meaning that she was not lying. "Then how much is it?" Shuichiro Watanabe could see that Xiaobei wanted to earn some pocket money. 1,000 strings of cash. Xiaobei stretched out a finger. "How much?" Shuichiro Watanabe shouted and quickly covered his mouth. He was afraid that he would scare Xiaobei, so he lowered his voice. "This thing is worth 1,000 strings of cash." Xiaobei stared at her big eyes. Wei Wei nodded. "Is it not worth it? My hand was cut when I made it." While speaking, Xiaobei showed the finger to Shuichiro Watanabe. Her small mouth twitched and her eyes were misty. It really did hurt. Shuichiro Watanabe saw Xiaobei's expression and felt a pain in his heart. He looked at the doll again and felt that 1,000 strings of cash was really not expensive. This was made by Xiaobei herself, and her hand was cut. "Then how much do you think it's worth?" Xiaobei didn't know what Shuichiro Watanabe was thinking and asked. "At least 3,000 strings of cash." Shuichiro Watanabe stretched out 3 fingers. In an instant, he felt absent-minded. It was as if his daughter had made a doll for him and cut her hand. He had an idea in his heart. Not to mention 1,000 strings of cash, if he could reach the stars, he could pick the stars and give them to his daughter. Xiaobei didn't know how charming her appearance and expression were. When she heard Shuichiro Watanabe say 3,000 strings of cash, she smiled. "I'll sell it to you. Now I have the money for the cement for the road in the village. I originally planned to return to the capital and sell it to Uncle Emperor. Once I get the money, we'll be even." Shuichiro Watanabe stretched out his hand and took out the money. He admitted defeat. Who asked him to say 3,000 strings of cash? He could imagine the consequences if he didn't buy the doll after saying the price. He counted 6 pieces of Tang banknotes with the words, "worth 500 strings of cash," written on them and handed them to the people next to him. He held the doll tightly in his hand, thinking that he had to plant it properly when he went back. If he didn't turn the world upside down, it would be a waste of the money. The children were shocked. 3,000 strings of cash, they wouldn't be able to earn one in a lifetime. Xiaobei was indeed Xiaobei. Xiaobei took the money and carefully verified it. It was real. Then she handed it to her brother Xiaohai and asked him to keep it. She turned her head and asked Shuichiro Watanabe, "Foreigner Shuichiro Watanabe, what did you want to say to this official just now?" Shuichiro Watanabe didn't expect that Xiaobei would become this official in the blink of an eye. The speed at which she changed her attitude was extraordinarily fast. Shuichiro Watanabe touched the money in his pocket for the activities. He suppressed the other thoughts in his heart and began to deceive the children according to his plan. "Lord Zhang." Shuichiro Watanabe took a deep breath and said, Xiaobei's eyelids drooped again. "There is one thing that this foreigner doesn't understand. Please tell me. I heard that the regional commander Lord Zhang has always been advocating economic matters. Political matters are political matters, and military matters are military matters. However, this time, he has brought the army here. Isn't it already under the control of military and political matters?" Shuichiro Watanabe knew that Xiaobei could understand. He wanted to see how Xiaobei would answer so that he could continue to trick her. Xiaobei did understand what he meant, but she didn't understand the thoughts of her brother and sister. She couldn't say it casually and leave a topic for others to talk about. She was now representing the reputation of the Tang Empire. A few children who also heard it clearly became anxious, afraid that Xiaobei wouldn't say it. Only the 8 of them were not worried. They believed that Xiaobei could handle it. Sure enough, Xiaobei rolled her eyes and pretended to cough. She said, "We have always emphasized that we should do our own things and work tirelessly for it. As everyone knows, our dynasty has achieved gratifying results in economic, political, and military matters. Regarding this, our dynasty is willing to persist and consolidate." When Shuichiro Watanabe heard Xiaobei's words, he felt very awkward. It was different from the answer he wanted to get. After thinking for a while, he asked, "But now you are not doing your own things. Why is that?" "I have already answered this question. I will repeat it again. Our dynasty has never changed its original intention of development and progress. We have never changed our coordination work in all aspects. I believe that we will do better in the future." Xiaobei had a sincere expression. Okay. Shuichiro Watanabe gave up on this question and changed to another one, intending to sow discord. "Lord Zhang, as far as outsiders know, Xinlua, which is adjacent to the Tang Empire, is now unable to escape the control of the Tang Empire. The control I am talking about is not the control of the Tang Empire, but the people's livelihood. The Tang Empire has taken over Xinlua's land and planted by Dizi. Xinlua has no food. As long as the Tang Empire stops eating, Xinlua will be full of hungry people. Does this go against the original intention of your cooperation with Xinhua, or was the Tang Empire's original plan? After Shuichiro Watanabe finished asking, his eyes were fixed on Xiaobei. He didn't believe that a little brat could not make a mistake. Xiaobei's eyes moved left and right. She was trying hard to recall the words of her brother and sister when they were arguing. Her brother liked to pretend to be righteous when he was cheating others, and her sister always laughed. The passage of time seemed to have suddenly slowed down. Xiaobei thought for more than 10 breaths, but it gave people the feeling that more than an hour had passed. Finally, Xiaobei's gaze landed on Shuichiro Watanabe again. Her small hands retracted into her sleeves and clenched into fists. She encouraged herself in her heart. The smart Xiaobei can do better. Xiaobei is a third-rank official. I can go to Hanyuan Palace to participate in the court session. I can't embarrass the Tang Empire. After hinting to herself, Xiaobei's eyes were filled with confidence. She coughed again and said to Shuichiro Watanabe, the Tang Empire and Xinhua have a close relationship. They are harmonious neighbors. The people of the Tang Empire are great people, and the people of Xinhua are great people. The two great countries with great people have always lived in harmony. In recent years, the Tang Empire and Xinhua have carried out more cooperation projects and achieved gratifying results. The two countries help and promote each other. They have worked together many times in the fields of economy, military, politics, and so on. The friendship between the people of the two countries has also strengthened through cooperation. We have to believe that with the concerted efforts of the people of the two countries and the royal family, the future will be better. A new chapter is being written. As soon as Xiaobei said this, everyone was shocked. The 8 people of Xiaoyuan had an expression of, I knew Xiaobei could do it. The inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family puffed up their chests even more. The other children's eyes were filled with stars. Shuichiro Watanabe was stunned. In the past, people said that the children of the Zhang family and Wang family were powerful, but he didn't believe it. At this moment, he was completely convinced. Who taught such a monster? Compared to this little girl in front of him, the other children should jump into the river. Shuichiro, are there any other questions? Xiaobei, who had one, asked happily. Shuichiro Watanabe shook his head helplessly, indicating that there were no more questions. If Xiaobei's answer was not good, he would continue to ask. But now he saw that it was useless to ask. Xiaobei had mastered the legendary essence of diplomatic speech. There were probably not many people in the Tang Empire who could compare to her. After all, everyone was not used to speaking like this. For a moment, Shuichiro Watanabe looked at Xiaobei in a daze. Why was this girl so likable? She was really cute, smart, and witty. In a daze, Shuichiro Watanabe was about to get up and hug Xiaobei and kiss her. Just as he moved, he heard a shout, "Don't move. If you move again, you'll die." Shuichiro Watanabe suddenly woke up and looked around. The people of the protection team were all vigilant. Only the 2 people standing next to Xiaobei gave him a relaxed feeling. However, it was these 2 people who gave Watanabe Juchiro the most pressure. He was 10 steps away from Zhang Xiaobei. He was confident that when he did something unfavorable to Zhang Xiaobei, the people behind him and on his left and right could not stop him. 10 steps was too close for him, so close that it would not even take a breath of time. But for some reason, the 2 people standing next to Xiaobei gave him a feeling that if he dared to move, he would die immediately. Suppressing the impulse, Shuichiro Watanabe narrowed his eyes and looked at the 2 people next to Xiaobei. Finally, he found something different. The 2 people wore thick leather gloves on their left hands. Others had long guns and 2 short guns, but these 2 people only had 1 short gun. Others put their short guns on their waists, but these 2 people put their guns in the holsters on their legs. The other people's guns gave people a feeling of smoothness, but these two people's guns had half a circle on both sides. What does it mean? Shuichiro Watanabe thought to himself. Xiaobei, who was sitting on top, did not care about Shuichiro Watanabe's actions at all. She seemed very indifferent. She knew that Shuichiro Watanabe could not hurt her at all. The distance of 10 steps, and the two people next to her, was like the distance between heaven and earth. It was a gap that life could not cross. Seeing Shuichiro Watanabe in a daze, Weiwei smiled and said, "Let the outsider see." Xiaoyuan took out a coin with the word Wu on it, representing 5 coins. She flicked her finger. Ding! The coin flipped and flew up into the sky with a long sound. Shuichiro Watanabe understood that the other party was going to use a gun to hit the coin. He immediately looked at the coin in the sky from the corner of his eyes while staring at the gun on the leg of the person who took a step to the left of Xiaobei. When the coin reflected the sunlight and fell, only a bang sound was heard. The coin disappeared from Shuichiro Watanabe's eyes. His eyes widened and stared at the gun on the leg of the person, unable to hide his shock. After a while, Shuichiro Watanabe reacted and asked loudly in disbelief, "How did you fire the gun?" If the coin in the sky had not disappeared, and if it had not been for the wisp of smoke floating up from the leg of the person, he would have thought that the other party had not moved at all. "You don't have to worry about that." Xiaobei smiled beautifully. Xiaoyuan's 8 children also looked mysterious. Only they knew the abilities of these two people. They were the last step that their brother and sister had sent to protect them. The two of them were using handmade revolvers. Only after forging thousands of revolvers could one be chosen, and the two of them were 1 in a million. Their brother and sister said that the reaction time of the two people was estimated to be 0.1 second. This was the time to react when something happened. Then, they would fire the gun and use their hands to push the firing pin. This speed was a little faster than their brother and sister's own speed, so it was estimated to be 0.3 second. Because their sister said that their brother's speed was 0.4 second, and hers was 0.5 second. In other words, the fastest speed was from the time the two people discovered danger and chose to fire the gun without pressure. The total time to fire the gun and retract the gun was 0.13 second. The so-called no pressure meant that they did not have to consider whether the person they were shooting was really going to harm the person they were protecting, nor did they have to consider the identity of the person they were shooting. In the middle of this, the second judgment time was omitted, and this time was very precious. It was usually 0.3 to 0.4 second. So there was no need to be afraid of Shuichiro Watanabe's sudden attack. The distance of 10 steps was more than 10 meters. Even if they kneeled on the ground and started to squat at the fastest speed, and ran another 10 meters, it would be completed in 1 second. Such a long time was enough for the two people to make a second judgment. How could Shuichiro Watanabe know so much scientific basis? He only knew that he could not see clearly how the other person fired the gun. There seemed to be a flash of light, but it did not seem to be. How could it be? After showing off, Xiaobei happily said to Shuichiro Watanabe, "If there's nothing else, you can leave." "Leave? I can't leave. If I leave, wouldn't I have come here for nothing?" Shuichiro Watanabe thought and obediently knelt. He really did not want to see smoke rise around the person and die. After kneeling again, Shuichiro Watanabe found that his knee did not seem to hurt as much. It was very magical. "Lord Zhang, this foreigner has one more thing to say." Shuichiro Watanabe somewhat understood the grievance of the Tubo people when they were killed by Wang Wan. "Quickly say it." Xiaobei, who had relaxed, took out a big hazelnut that was fried with sugar and put it in her mouth with a kacha sound. After spitting out the shell, she ate it happily. Watanabe Juichiro saw that Zhang Xiaobei was enjoying the food and swallowed his saliva. He knew that the food that Zhang Xiaobei and the other children ate was not ordinary, especially snacks. It was very likely that even the emperor of the Tang Empire could not eat what they ate. Shuichiro Watanabe gently shook his head and threw away this irrelevant thought. He decided to do something practical. Lord Zhang, in fact, it is nothing more than money. As long as you can let go of the cargo ships in the coastal Japan, I will give you this amount. Shuichiro Watanabe raised a finger. It was the index finger, not the middle finger. Otherwise, Xiaobei would take out her small pistol and shoot him personally. It was not powerful, but a few shots could kill him. When Xiaobei saw Shuichiro Watanabe's finger, she could no longer calm down. Her breathing became rapid and her face was slightly red. She rubbed her hands together and said shyly, "Really? If you give me 100 million strings of cash, I will find a way to help you persuade my brother and sister not to trouble you Japanese. But our officials still need to be dealt with. Xiaoyuan, what do you say?" Xiaoyuan could not continue to remain calm. She did not want to change her original intention because of money, but she was reluctant to part with the money. It was very difficult. In the end, she gritted her teeth and said, "Once you get 100 million strings of cash, I will help you talk to them. I guarantee that there will be no problem. Your Japanese lives and goods will not be taken away." Shuichiro Watanabe was already confused when Xiaobei said 100 million strings of cash. When he heard Xiaoyuan's words, he wanted to tell the other party that if you give me 100 million strings of cash, I will give up both the goods and my life. It's not 100 million strings of cash. Then how much? 10 million strings of cash. Okay, 10 million strings of cash it is. I can promise not to capture your people and goods. At least, if I don't do anything, your people will be safe. Xiaobei was a little disappointed. After some calculations, 10 million strings of cash was 10 billion pennies. This amount was still acceptable, so she reluctantly accepted it. It's not 10 million strings of cash either. Shuichiro Watanabe's voice was very low. Say it. How much? Xiaobei was impatient. 10% of the shares. 10%? How much did you make last year? Xiaobei asked. 3 million strings of cash. There's copper, sulfur, silver, and a large number of very precious marine products. In fact, we basically sell all of Japan's goods. Shuichiro Watanabe reported the amount of money. Xiaobei's expression turned uglier as she listened to Shuichiro Watanabe's words. Although she looked very cute no matter what expression she had, her anger was still clear. By the time Shuichiro Watanabe finished speaking, Xiaobei's face had already turned as cold as ice. Her beautiful face became more dignified, and her large eyes didn't blink. Her long eyelashes curled up as she stared at Shuichiro Watanabe. It wasn't until Shuichiro Watanabe felt guilty that Xiaobei slapped the armrest of the chair and angrily asked, "That is to say, in terms of gross profit, the most you'll give us is only 300,000 strings of cash, right? 300,000 strings of cash is quite a lot. How much does my Japan's annual revenue amount? And this is because the Tang Empire is rich. In the past, my Japan wouldn't even receive 3 million strings of cash in a year." Shuichiro Watanabe defended himself. Xiaobei forcefully pursed her lips. "You're insulting us. You're insulting us. Do you know how much pocket money we took out for Hongnong County this time? More than 3 million strings of cash. Fixing roads, fixing river banks, compensating people for their losses, building shops, and everything else doesn't cost money. You're using 300,000 strings of cash to send beggars away. We trusted you so much. We said we'd help you keep the inventory and people. You used this little bit of money to insult us and hurt our young hearts." Shuichiro Watanabe listened to Xiaobei's words and thought about the meaning behind them. Once again, he regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come no matter what. Just like what others said, the Zhang family and the Wang family couldn't be bribed. Shuichiro Watanabe was already full of admiration for Li Longji. The Grand Sage understood. No wonder he made the 9 children into high-ranking officials and patrolled the Tang Empire. It wasn't just because the 9 children were monstrously smart. More importantly, he wasn't afraid of others using threats and bribes to deal with the 9 children. Looking at the equipment of the seedling protection team and the special shooting speed of the 2 people, anyone who dared to threaten them would be courting death. Then listen to Xiaobei's words. Just his pocket money alone could take out 1.3 million strings of cash. 300,000 strings of cash was an insult to him. Who wouldn't be afraid of the places they patrolled? The amount of money the officials took was not even enough to bribe the 9 children. Chapter 938. Japanese, Watanabe Juchiro, tried to bribe this official. Men, arrest him. While Watanabe Juchiro was thinking about this, Xiaobei, who felt greatly insulted, gave the order to arrest him. Xiaobei was furious. He had thought that it was 100 million strings of cash, but his family couldn't take out 100 million strings of cash. There were only 3 ways to raise it. One was to sell all his family properties, which would give him more than 300 million strings of cash. But that was impossible. What about the military? What about the laboratory? What about the industrial chains in various places? What about his family's house and jewels? The second method was for his brother to use his identity to raise money from all the merchants of the Great Tang. He believed that with his brother's call, let alone 100 million strings of cash, he would be able to raise 1 billion strings of cash. The Great Tang was no longer the same as before, and its productivity was more developed. The third method was for his brother to use the Great Tang Bank. There was a lot of money there, but was that possible? His brother wouldn't touch the Great Tang Bank's money. The Great Tang Bank's loans and investments were all for Uncle Emperor to earn. Other than these 3 methods, even the Great Tang's treasury couldn't take out 100 million strings of cash. Although his family's policies and productivity reforms had made the treasury's income exceed 100 million strings of cash, the treasury's money had to be spent. His brother and sister had even discussed this matter. In any case, he didn't really understand. He only knew that his brother wanted to spend a lot of money on infrastructure, but his sister didn't agree. She said that they couldn't adopt a deficit economic strategy because their productivity wasn't advanced enough and they didn't plunder enough money. In any case, 100 million strings of cash was a lot. This Watanabe Juchiro had made him happy for nothing. Even 10 million strings of cash would have been fine. He actually dared to lie and say that 10% of the shares would only earn him 300,000 strings of cash a year. He was clearly scolding him, bullying him because he hadn't seen 300,000 strings of cash before. It was too infuriating. It wasn't right to play with children. It was a crime to bully children. Of course, Xiaobei would never admit that the biggest reason for his anger was that his attitude when he thought it was 100 million strings of cash had been a little embarrassing. In the end, not only did he lose his face, he also lost his money. Watanabe Juchiro didn't know that the high and mighty child in front of him had such thoughts. Seeing Xiaobei turn hostile and arrest him, he immediately panicked. If he was arrested again, what would happen to the goods at the port? That was the hope of the country this year. You can't arrest me. You can't arrest me. I didn't say 100 million strings of cash. It's what you think. Why don't you think about it? Where can I get 100 million strings of cash from in Japan? I can't even take out 10 million strings of cash. Shuichiro Watanabe didn't dare to resist and could only shout. How dare you ask us to bribe you without 10 million strings of cash? What do you take us for? Push him down and behead him. Stay away from him. Don't let me see any blood. Xiao Bei became even angrier when he heard Shuichiro Watanabe mention the previous incident again. Watanabe Juichiro was escorted to the riverside. He didn't want to die in such a cowardly way, so he had to use his last trick. Ha ha ha. He threw his head back and laughed 3 times. When Xiao Bei heard the laughter, he felt that the scene was a little familiar. He turned his head and asked Xiao Yuan, I feel that it's a little familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere before. In the stories, the spring and autumn period, the warring states period, and the 3 kingdoms period that Big Sister told us about all had such situations. When the envoys were beheaded, they would laugh loudly and survive. Some of them even achieved their goals. As for those who didn't survive, Big Sister said that the stories didn't include them. Xiao Yuan originally wanted to tell all the stories, but when she saw that Shuichiro Watanabe was about to be killed, she was afraid that there wasn't enough time, so she could only make it short. Xiao Bei blinked and thought of a plot. Thus, he hurriedly shouted at Shuichiro Watanabe, who was being escorted dozens of steps away, "Why are you laughing?" After shouting, he compared the plot of the stories and felt that there was a discrepancy. He ordered, "Men, bring Shuichiro Watanabe back. I have something to ask him." Just like that, Shuichiro Watanabe returned. "Shuichiro, I ask you, why are you laughing?" Xiao Bei blinked and stared at Shuichiro Watanabe. There was a hint of expectation in his expression. Shuichiro Watanabe originally thought that he was going to die, but he didn't expect to be brought back. He felt that his plan had succeeded. He didn't know that if his answer was different from what Xiao Bei heard in the story, Xiao Bei would be very disappointed and might even kill him. Yes, children's thoughts were often so strange. You couldn't reason with them. This was also why the officials of the Tang Empire were so afraid of Xiao Bei. Although Shuichiro Watanabe couldn't guess why Xiao Bei put him in the story, he also knew that this was his last chance. He hoped that Xiao Bei could be as smart as when he said the legendary diplomatic words before and be able to understand his words. In order to live, Shuichiro Watanabe summoned his courage and looked up fearlessly at Xiao Bei. What he saw was Xiao Bei's expectant gaze. He didn't know that Xiao Bei expected him to follow the plot of the story. If he knew, he might rather hold his breath and suffocate himself to death. After all, it was very sad to associate life and death with the story. He only knew that Xiao Bei in front of him was not a child who could be easily deceived as he imagined. He had to treat her seriously. Shuichiro Watanabe quickly organized his thoughts and said, "I laughed at the Tang Empire's officials for being narrow-minded. When 2 countries are at war, it's normal not to kill the envoys. Why not kill the envoys when money is a small matter?" Xiao Bei first nodded in agreement with Shuichiro Watanabe's words and then asked Xiao Yuan in a low voice, that's right. Is it the same as the story?" She understood what Shuichiro Watanabe was trying to say. When 2 countries are at war, it's normal not to kill the envoys. Would there be a conflict and kill for a little money? Xiao Yuan nodded and said, "It's about the same. Let's listen to him." So Xiao Bei asked again, "What about Xiao? You laughed 3 times." Shuichiro Watanabe Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief. With Xiao Bei's words, it meant that he could live for the time being. She lowered her head and thought for a moment, then said, Xiao has forgotten the rights of Zhou. We don't teach right or wrong, we only use force. Taking life is nothing more than a nod of the head. How can we seize the will with weapons? Very good, not bad. Xiao Bei continued to agree. What Shuichiro Watanabe meant was that she had forgotten the rights of Zhou. It was easy to kill someone, it was just a nod of the head. However, the commander of 3 armies could be seized, but an ordinary man could not seize the will. She could kill him, but could she kill all the Japanese warriors? Xiaoyuan also nodded and said, yes, Shuichiro Watanabe, it's really hard for you to know so many things. My army, oh, my Tang Empire's army, does this. Everyone has to be literate. If the general dies, the battalion commander will take over. If the battalion commander dies, the captain will take over. If the captain dies, any soldier will do. It will not affect the intention of the battle. Therefore, it's not scary to seize the commander, but it's scary to lose the morale. My army, oh, my Tang Empire's army, as long as the commander's flag doesn't fall, we will fight to the death and never retreat. Yes, yes, Bien Yi, you are really good. Now you are talking about Sanshao. Xiaobei also admitted that Shuichiro Watanabe was right. It was in line with the plot of the story. Shuichiro Watanabe was stunned for a moment. He really did not know that the private armies of the Zhang family and Wang family had reached the point where everyone was literate. What a terrible thing this was. As Wang Xiaoyuan said, if one died, the other would take over. The intention of the battle could be understood. When encountering such an army, unless everyone was killed, there was no way to stop the opponent's tactical arrangement. Then he thought about how he could not manage the army and how to survive the things he faced. Only then did he calm down and said, Sanshao. Sanshao is powerless to manage the general trend. If you don't blame the officials, you blame the distant border. There are thousands of things in the world, but it's difficult for a fly to land on a seamless egg. Oh. Xiaobei nodded again. He said that he could not control the officials of the Tang Empire, but he blamed the distant Japan. If the officials of the Tang Empire could do well, then the Japanese could not do anything. Okay, I won't kill you. It's similar to what you see in the story. Bien Yi, let me ask you something. Have you also heard of the three kingdoms that sister told you? Xiaobei was moved by the story and decided to let Shuichiro Watanabe go. Otherwise, if he really killed him, wouldn't it make the story seem unreal? What three kingdoms? Shuichiro Watanabe was confused. The romance of the three kingdoms. It's much more exciting than the romance of the three kingdoms. It's the three kingdoms of Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and Sun Quan. As for Wei, Shu, and Wu, in the end, that kid surnamed Sima succeeded. It became the West Jin Dynasty and the East Jin Dynasty. This is another story. Xiaobei counted with his fingers and told Shuichiro Watanabe. Shuichiro Watanabe shook his head. Xiaobei was very regretful. You really haven't heard of it? It's the rolling Yangtze River flowing to the east, the waves washing away the heroes. The mountains are still there, and the sunset is still red. So many things in the past and present are all jokes. Sister told us about the Three Kingdoms period. It's very interesting. I'll find someone to organize it and print it into a book. I'll sell it to you at a cheap price, okay? Xiaobei told Shuichiro Watanabe the part where Han Zei was almost killed by Cao Cao, the part where Lu Bu wanted to kill Chen Deng, the plot of Sun Quan and Deng Zhi, and so on. Watanabe Juchiro listened to Xiaobei tell him about, laughing, from one storyline to another. He finally understood why he was still alive. Xiaobei had placed him in the story and was playing with him. Shuichiro Watanabe was angry and shocked. He was angry that Xiaobei and the others treated him as a toy. He was shocked that Xiaobei could remember so many things and selectively pick out the plot of such a long story. The so-called romance of the Three Kingdoms story couldn't be done without great wisdom and courage. I see. Zhang Xiaobei's 9 children usually learn these things. No wonder they're so good. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao are really good. In order to let their younger siblings learn more knowledge, they actually made history into stories to teach. How much effort did they put in? It can't be blamed that the adults of the two families let Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan take care of the 9 children. The things they teach are really different. Compared to the children of the Tang Dynasty and the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, what Xiaobei and the other 9 children taught can be 1 in 10. Who can teach like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? However, Wang Wan usually had to teach military lessons to the generals of the Tang Dynasty, adjust the deployment of the Tang Dynasty's army, and help Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to be mentioned. He was in charge of a large area in the northern part of Hebei province, his family's business, the operation of the Tang Bank, and the application of technology. Where did they get the time to make up stories? If it were an ordinary person, they would have been exhausted to death. Could it be that the legends were true? The two of them were extraordinary and divine? Immortal? I heard that Zhang Xiaobao still had time to play cards and cook. The most important thing was that he was still scheming against Xinhua and Japan, where he was. According to the current situation, the two of them are planning to train Xiaobei's 9 children in the same way as them. If that's the case, how can others live? Watanabe Juichiro thought about it. The fact that he had just survived made him feel no longer happy. With Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, when could Japan turn over? At this time, Xiaobei had already recovered from the excitement of telling stories. Seeing that Watanabe Juichiro lowered his head and didn't say anything, he said, "Well, Juichiro, you can go. Go back quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me if you are caught again." Shuichiro Watanabe followed Xiaobei's words and replied, "Oh." He turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped and turned his head unwillingly. He said to Xiaobei, "I have one more thing. I wonder if Master Zhang can let me say it." Chapter 939. Knowing that his life was in danger, Watanabe didn't seem to want to return empty-handed, but he still said this to Xiaobei. Even though Xiaobei was a genius, he couldn't figure out what Watanabe was thinking. He wanted to refuse, but he was afraid that Watanabe would think he was scared, so he tried to maintain the demeanor of an official and nodded. "Go ahead." Watanabe was waiting for this effect. His psychological activity was actually very simple. He was unwilling to fail like this, and he was unwilling to fail in front of a group of children. He was afraid that once he left today, he would no longer have the courage to stay in Tang, or rather, the face. "Come on, I have something to do." Xiaobei saw that Watanabe was not happy to speak, so he urged him. Hearing Xiaobei's urging, Watanabe became more confident, thinking that a child was a child after all and was not calm enough. So he suppressed his unhappiness and asked, "Lord Zhang, do you really think that your Zhang family and Wang family are invincible?" Xiaobei thought it would be a difficult question. When he heard the question, he curled his lips disdainfully, reached out to ask the person next to him for a jelly, sucked it into his mouth, rubbed it between his cheeks a few times, and smacked it a few times, saying, "You were scared just now. What do you mean that my Zhang family and Wang family are invincible? You should say that Uncle Emperor's Tang Empire is very powerful. I don't know whether Tang Empire is invincible or not, but I know that it's very easy to deal with Japan. Are you done? Then you can go." Watanabe couldn't help but gasp. This little girl was not ordinary. She even knew this. He didn't know that what he said was the most common thing in the Zhang family and Wang family. Xiaobei and the other 8 people had heard their brother and sister tell them more than once that they couldn't stand out. Unless it was in business, no matter what they did, they had to think of the Emperor and Tang Empire first. Even if they met a person on the road whose dry rations had become moldy and needed to give him something, they had to represent the Emperor and the Tang Empire. That was why Xiao Yuan said under the leadership of Zhang Xiaobei, so smoothly during the meeting of the Standing Committee. His sister, Wang Wan, understood this very well. Even Xiao Yuan understood this, let alone Xiaobei, who specialized in this kind of problem. Watanabe Juchiro realized that he had miscalculated. He shouldn't have asked such a question at all. Thinking about how Zhang Xiaobei had just agreed to let him go, he regained his courage and asked again, "Lord Zhang, don't you worry about your family?" As if he was afraid that Xiaobei wouldn't move, Watanabe Juchiro explained, "For example, if someone from the inner yard goes out to do something or buy something, they can't possibly bring hundreds of people with them like you, right? We can't. Our family can't spare too many people to protect all the members of the inner courtyard. The only thing we can do is help fight back when the inner courtyard is bullied. Not to mention the inner courtyard, even the villagers are the same. For example, a few days ago, my family's farmer had his leg broken by someone in the vicinity of Luoyang. At that time, the area under my family's control was not enough, so I only received the news when I entered the small river. Afterwards, my family dispatched the most elite people of the De medical school to receive him, and within 24 hours, they went to the place where he was beaten and broke many people's legs. Then there were people who paid the price with their lives. Our family wants to tell others that they must not have any ideas about our family. Otherwise, we won't rest until we're dead. Even if it's a dog in our family, not just anyone can provoke it. Our family's strategy is that if people don't offend us, we'll offend them first. If anyone dares to stare at us, we'll confiscate their property and exterminate their family." Xiaobei followed his words and waved his hand. Watanabe Juchiro heard the sound of a gunshot, and 4 bullet holes appeared under his feet. Looking at the 2 people beside Zhang Xiaobei who were using special guns, Watanabe Juchiro understood that the 2 of them had each fired 2 shots. Because they were too fast and fired at the same time, he only heard 1 gunshot. Watanabe Juchiro was startled. He took 2 deep breaths and calmed down. He wasn't afraid that Zhang Xiaobei would kill him. Zhang Xiaobei had already said to let him go, so he thought that Zhang Xiaobei wouldn't go back on his word. He was surprised by Zhang Xiaobei's intelligence. She immediately understood what he was going to say. He was just about to threaten the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family, and she said that it was the village. And the truth was so. Didn't the Zhang family and Wang family dispatch their elites for a village? It turned out that at that time, the Zhang family and Wang family thought about what might happen today. They told the world not to use their family's servants to open a gap. Bien ichi. Xiaobei decided to go all out. Bien ichi, do you want to touch my family's people? You can try and see if my sister's words count. What words? Watanabe Juchiro was still thinking about the village. If you kill one of my people, I'll slaughter your village. Xiaoyuan said from the side. Suddenly, Watanabe Juchiro remembered what Wang Wan said when she was killing in Tubo. Blood flowed like rivers and corpses were piled up like mountains. In that battle, all the countries around the Tang Empire were afraid. She asked if they dared, and all the men bowed their heads in fear. Even if Watanabe Juchiro was afraid, he didn't want to admit it. He argued, then what if your people are in Japan? Now there are already people in Japan, and they are the family of the guilty official. They have been taken in by you. After a while, you will know the result. Brother promised sister that within a month, he can mobilize the logistics of 1 million soldiers for sister to go on an expedition. I'm not scaring you. Xiaobei spoke to Watanabe Juchiro with an expression that said, I'm scaring you. After hearing Xiaobei and Xiaoyuan's words, Watanabe Juchiro decided that when he returned, he would reformulate his strategy and put the 9 children in an important position. Those things will be taken care of by others. Watanabe Juchiro no longer talked about topics that didn't benefit him. He changed the topic. Lord Zhang and Zhang family are rich and can win people's hearts more than ordinary people. However, what if a certain country can win people's hearts with the power of a country? What certain country? You're talking about Japan. How much money do you have in Japan? Give each person 5 coins or 10 coins. Xiao Bei took another jelly and stuffed it into his mouth. Give each person 50,000 strings of coins. How much meat did Lord Zhang say it could buy? Watanabe Juichiro vowed to suppress Xiao Bei and regain some face. Xiao Bei stretched his neck and swallowed the jelly. My inner courtyard doesn't need to spend money to eat meat. How many clothes can you buy? Watanabe Juichiro asked again. My inner courtyard doesn't need to spend money to wear clothes. Xiao Bei waved his hand. Then how many medicinal herbs can you accumulate? My inner courtyard doesn't need to spend money to treat illnesses. How about building a house? My inner courtyard has a wedding reception building. And, okay, don't say any more. It's useless. You don't have anything in Japan. You're so poor. How can you treat illnesses? Do you have the medical skills of our Dei hospital? Our family is very good to the inner courtyard. If there's a small matter in the inner courtyard, everyone will help. You don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand. When Han Xianfeng fell ill in Tubo, our family sent people from Lingnan Road to deliver sesame oil. We'll specially develop a food called instant noodles for an inner courtyard member who's allergic to canned food and let him eat it on the road. You can't imagine it at all. Your self-righteous small favors are useless. Xiao Yuan, you tell Bien Yi. Xiao Bei appeared to be impatient. Okay. Xiao Yuan continued, you just said that Japan can't take out much money in a year. You want to bribe my inner courtyard? Do you want to bribe the people of the dragon with pigs? Do you want to use barley to buy meat? Do you want to use coarse hemp clothes to give brocade pouches and jade belts? Do you want to build a straw hut and give silk mattresses and satin quilts? Our family values loyalty, but we don't use loyalty to coerce loyalty. If our family is loyal to us, we will be loyal to them. Loyalty to one side is not loyalty. Loyalty to one side is mutual loyalty. Loyalty to one side is standing in the middle. Those who are in the middle are neither right nor left. Those who assist the master have not forgotten and have a gua in their heart. When the gua protects the subordinate, it is difficult for the subordinate to rebel. Water can't cover the floating waves, but it doesn't worry about fish passing by with the wind. Silkworms can't stay in the mulberry trees, but it doesn't suffer. When the rain comes, the ants move their nest, and the swallow pecks at the clouds. How can small prophets hide the moon? The stars have their own harmony. Xiao Yuan was finally satisfied. Her tongue-twisting words made Shuichiro Watanabe take a few steps back. He tripped and sat on the ground. It seems that they've already taught me. Since I was a child, I've been told to be good to the servants. In that case, the path of bribery won't work. It's better to go back quickly and think about it at length. Shuichiro Watanabe stood up. He didn't care about his dirty clothes and said to Xiao Bei, Lord Zhang, I still have something to do. We'll meet again in the future. Okay, we'll meet again. Next time, bring enough money. I'll sell you something more fun. I'll give you a 20% discount. Xiao Bei waved his hand. Shuichiro Watanabe left with the doll he bought for 3,000 strings of cash. The only other thing he gained was that he knew that he had to pay attention to the 9 children of the Zhang family and Wang family. He's leaving just like that? The children in the village looked at Shuichiro Watanabe across the bridge and asked Xiao Bei. I can't treat him to a meal. I'm afraid he won't be willing to pay for it. Wait a minute, I'll change my clothes. Xiao Bei said to the children in the village. He asked someone to set up a temporary shed and went in to change his clothes. No one knew what happy things he thought of, but he giggled from time to time. He seemed to be very happy. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Hongnong County didn't know what happened in Old Willow Village. They didn't receive the news that Xiaobei sold a doll for 3,000 strings of cash. The two of them were still dealing with the mess that the Japanese had created this time. The entire Hunan province was under military control. The officials involved were arrested one after another. Some of the officials didn't know what was going on when they were arrested because they didn't receive timely information. Information was constantly being gathered in Hongnong County. There were endless cases of embezzlement. Fortunately, there was no one as bold as Yan Zheng who dared to destroy the embankment. This was a consolation. From top to bottom, they're rotten to the core. Even after so many layers of relationships, we still can't find a clean one. Only now do I realize that Li Longji is a good person. He's willing to be ruthless. He's not afraid of causing a negative impact, and he's not afraid of making a big deal out of it. At the very least, he's willing to admit his guilt. He's never shirked his responsibility. He's not the kind of person who feigns ignorance and acts innocent. He's also not the kind of person who spouts empty words to deceive his own people. Zhang Xiaobao was speaking smoothly when he was interrupted by Wang Wan. Okay, stop insinuating. Even if you don't like it, you can't control that time and space. You made Li Longji sound like a flower. Is it that exaggerated? I didn't see how ruthless he was. How is he not ruthless? If he wasn't ruthless, he would have sent our Xiaobei here. If we didn't come, Xiaobei would have killed her way to the seaside. If she had a boat, it wouldn't be strange for her to kill her way to Japan. Anyway, she doesn't lack people to command. With Xiaobei's personality, she doesn't care how big the situation is. She will kill anyone who dares to stop her. Speaking of his sister, Zhang Xiaobao's mood became cheerful. Wang Wan's lips also curled up. Of the 9 children, only Xiaobei could make a fuss. With her brother and sister behind her, there was nothing she didn't dare to do. What about the Japanese? Do we arrest them too? Wang Wan suddenly asked. There is no reason to arrest the Japanese, unless there is evidence to prove that the Japanese knew that their actions would cause great losses to our Tang Empire. However, I don't think they will admit to it. At the same time, our Tang Empire didn't explicitly state that the Japanese were wrong. They just wanted to sell futures and buy futures warrants. Yes, it's not mature and perfect. They didn't force Yan Zheng to destroy the dikes or force the other officials to keep all kinds of money. Zhang Xiaobao was very distressed. He didn't want to directly accuse the Japanese of some groundless crime, and he didn't want to accuse them of criticizing him. That would make him appear too incompetent. This time, he had used the army and official positions because it involved the officials of the Tang Empire. If there were no officials involved, he wouldn't even use the army and official positions. Wasn't it just a flawed futures and warrants? He couldn't deal with them. Wang Wan also understood Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts. She advised, "Are you troubled? Why don't we stop and let someone else arrest them and accuse them? Speaking of which, I really admire the Japanese for coming up with such an idea. Do you think we can set up futures in the Tang Empire? Absolutely not. With the current production technology and communication technology, if we really manage to produce futures, I don't have to do anything else other than collect information every day to see who is maliciously speculating and who is a farmer who has wheat soaked in the rain. Then, due to the lack of information in the process of hedging against losses in futures, I won't be able to make the delivery in time or increase the cost or be pressured into selling short. Then what should I do? Just watch and do nothing? If they really know, I really can't do anything. I'm just afraid that they don't know much. If I teach them, they won't be able to learn and they will be used by others. Then, the stocks will appear again. Well, at that time, I began to constantly improve the system and constantly compete with the smart people. Then, tell me, if I saw a big cake in front of me, and others were looking for delicious cream in it, would I personally take a bite? Even though Zhang Xiaobao often used this to make money, he also had a headache because it was impossible to have a perfect system. He didn't think that the people of Great Tang were stupid. It was just that he had gathered the wisdom of many people. Zhang Xiaobao also knew that it wasn't the Japanese who thought of this idea. In fact, many businessmen in Great Tang also knew that they could set up futures to cheat money. They were afraid that Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't allow it, so they didn't do so. But as more things were opened up, it would be more difficult for him. He wasn't afraid of any competition. Who was he afraid of in the past? He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle it. He wanted to control the entire economy of Great Tang. At the very least, it couldn't be chaotic now. Thus, the simpler the rules, the better. Wang Wan nodded. That's right. If that's the case, it will tire you to death. You can only manage one side and keep blocking the loopholes. I believe that the smart businessmen of Great Tang will keep taking advantage of the loopholes. The talents we need haven't been nurtured yet. Otherwise, when there's a problem here, you come over. When there's a problem elsewhere, you go over. In the end, you can't do anything well. It's like a screen of brains appearing at the same time in a game of whack-a-mole. It's scary just thinking about it. That's right. I'm not a god. You let others set the rules while I speculate. That's too simple. I can make a lot of money. But you let me set the rules and guard against others. That's impossible to guard against. Just the Great Tang Bank alone has taken up a lot of my energy, and this is because the bank has few functions. Zhang Xiaobao was a little helpless. There were times when a person's strength was limited. After thinking about it, he said, let's not talk about this anymore. Capture the officials involved and hand them over to the imperial court. Let the Japanese go and speed up our plan. Let the businessmen of Jiangnan East move faster. Vigorously develop tourism in Japan and help them find more jobs. At the same time, help them sell more raw materials in exchange for Great Tang's foreign exchange. Wang Wan wrote down Zhang Xiaobao's words in her notebook. After thinking for a moment, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, if you want the businessmen of Jiangnan East to enter Japan faster and more smoothly, you can't directly say to let the Japanese go. You have to put pressure on them. Let them feel afraid. When the time comes, let the businessmen of Jiangnan East to talk to the Japanese. They can talk to you and help you get rid of the disaster by spending money. You won't really use Beibei's money and not give it to them, right? We agreed that the Japanese would bear the losses of our country. Yes, in the end, we have to return the money to Beibei and the others. It's not easy for them to earn money. The New Year's money is all kowtowing during the New Year, but they can take it out for the people. They are the real descendants of the Red. Compared to, stop. Don't mention things that are too far away. You can't change anything even if you scold them every day. In this absurd era where people have lost faith and morality, everything is irreversible. You finally admit it. I'm very happy because I feel that I'm not a criminal. At least I have a trace of nobility. I'm not a judge, but I won't allow you to continue. Otherwise, I'll make you look at the moon. Xiao Bei and the others didn't know that the money they had taken out would be recovered, but they didn't care. Money was only useful when they were doing what they wanted to do. It wasn't usually useful. How could they not eat when their pocket money was gone? They still played when they wanted to play and have fun when they wanted to. After changing their clothes, Beibei and the others once again joined the work of making dolls. After solving the problem of the cost of the cement road in Old Willow Village, Beibei began to discuss with others how to spend the rest of the money. 3,000 strings of coins. It's not enough to build the road. 1,000 strings of coins is enough. Think about it, what should we use it for? At this moment, Beibei's pierced hand didn't hurt anymore. He pressed the grass seeds into the dolls one by one and asked for others' opinions. You're the one who sold it. You can keep it for yourself. The little girl who helped Bebe with the dolls earlier suggested. This time, she was completely relieved. Bebe didn't put on the airs of an official anymore. He was still the same Bebe who said that the fried mushrooms were delicious and took out oil. When he ate the fried mushrooms together, his mouth was covered in oil. Bebe, who was pressing the grass seeds, pressed a few more. Let the hair grow longer. That money doesn't belong to me alone. It belongs to our old Willow Village International Development Group. Besides, 2,000 strings of coins is useless to me. It's not enough for me to renovate the house. Sister Bebe, they all said that you have a big house and it's very beautiful. They can even follow you, right? The little girl was curious. Bebe didn't know how to seal the dolls, so he passed them to others and nodded. Yes, there are two. One is small, and the other is big. The small one can't enter. The small one is actually better than the big one. It has a matching dynamic balance. This time, we came out in a hurry and didn't bring the house. I have to think of a way to go back and ask Uncle Emperor for 3 million strings of coins. Will he give it to you? If he doesn't give it to me, I'll stay in the capital every day. If there's a court session, I'll attend it and scare the officials to death. Bebe waved her fist. The other children only knew that there was a morning court session in the capital, but they didn't know the specific situation. They felt that it was very strange, so a little boy came over and asked, "Morning court session? I heard that they are all high-ranking officials. Who is afraid of you?" It should be said that who is not afraid of us. We are also high-ranking officials. We patrol the Tang Empire and can impeach all the officials. Last time, when I went against my father, I was almost beaten when I went home. Fortunately, I avoided it quickly. The 9 of us together can even remonstrate with Uncle Emperor. It's just that we don't have the chance. Uncle Emperor is actually very easy to talk to. All the officials that the 9 of us arrested have all been heavily sentenced. We can't embarrass Uncle Emperor in front of so many officials in the court, right? Bebe still didn't understand the cruelty of the struggle in the court. None of the officials in the court would do anything to her. First of all, they didn't dare. It was easy to bully children. No matter how smart Bebe was, when they thought of the consequences of bullying Bebe's 9 children, all the officials would remain silent. The officials believed that whoever bullied Bebe and the others would definitely face the overwhelming attacks of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. First, the benefits would be withdrawn. Then, there would be people gathering comprehensive evidence. It would definitely be a situation where they wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Second, of course, it was a crime to bully such cute children. If one thought that they were capable, then they could directly deal with Zhang Zhong, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan. In the end, they vented their anger on the children and made Bebe speechless. No one would think that they were capable. Even the emperor would look at them differently. The consequences would be very serious. Chapter 940. The children tried hard to imagine the awe-inspiring scene of Xiao Bei and the others in the imperial court, but they could not think of it. The most direct impression was when Xiao Bei faced Shuichiro Watanabe. At that moment, Xiao Bei was definitely not the same person as the Xiao Bei in front of them now. When the girl who was holding the doll thought of Xiao Bei's dignified, noble, and official prestige, she felt uncertain. She asked Xiao Bei timidly, "Xiao Bei, are we friends?" "No. We're not friends." Xiao Bei shook her head. "We're sisters. You can't do it, and Lu. I can't do it. Let's work together. I am in charge of the official matters. Lu depends on you." Xiao Bei and the others had always been educated like this. There would not be any mistakes. Of course, Xiao Bei would not be perfunctory. For example, Zhang Chong was the son of a mountain villager in Luzhou, and he adopted him. There were also Zhang Gang and Zhang Fang from Wing Province, as well as Danan and Shao Nan. The 5 children, no matter what their original intentions were, at least did not have any prejudice. They ate and dressed the same, and received the same education. The Zhang and Wang families treated them equally. Even if they made a mistake and got beaten up, they would only slap Xiao Bei twice. They would not be slapped once, and they would still have to suffer 2 slaps. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had never hit their younger siblings. It was not that they did not know how, but they did not care. Zhang Xiaobao always believed that if the children were disobedient, it was the adults who were not capable. Parents with low self-esteem would only beat their children. A child was a clean piece of white paper. If they wrote wrong or drew crooked, should they blame the paper? Therefore, Xiao Bei, who had received such an education, was not lying. Naturally, she was this sincere. The little girl who asked the question had not received the corresponding education. For a moment, she was touched. She bit her lip and nodded vigorously. I'll definitely do a good job. Xiao Bei, let me ask you. During the morning court, are there so many high-ranking officials sitting on very beautiful chairs? Is it not easy for the county magistrate to get there? Xiao Bei was stunned for a moment and shook her head. No, the county magistrate can't get in at all. Only grade 5 officials can enter the court, let alone the chairs. Even if they stand outside, the row on the right is mostly military officials. The row on the left is mostly civil officials. There are also some who are not military officials. Have you seen the steps? They just stood at the bottom of the stairs. When they reached the bottom where there were no stairs, they were all rank 5 officials. When it was raining or snowing, the officials in front of them who were rank 3 and above still had a canopy or umbrella. They should thank my older brother and older sister. My older brother and older sister set up a heater under Hanyuan Palace Hall, otherwise, they would freeze to death in the winter. In the past, when the weather was warm, Uncle Emperor would be outside. When the weather was cold, he would be inside the hall with a heater. As for Uncle Emperor and them, there was always the Jinwu guards between them and him. Now, the Emperor and Uncle are all outside, sitting on big, wide, thick chairs. My family made them for us. There are many people, so we have to do this. When there are not many people, we can go to Xingqing Palace. I don't go to Hanyuan Palace Hall often. I'm afraid that my father will beat me, saying that I'm always causing trouble. I also don't go to Xingqing Palace Hall often. It's not fun there. The place I go the most is Hibiscus Garden. When it's open to the public, there's a lot of people. The surrounding children blinked their big eyes and listened attentively. They had never been to the capital, let alone participate in morning court. Usually, no one would tell them. Now that they were listening to Xiao Bei speak, they naturally had to be more careful. At least Xiao Bei wouldn't lie. Then what does the current emperor eat? Is it the dragon meat from the sky? A child asked. What? I don't even know what a dragon looks like. The food, how should I put it? Aya, how about this, I'll get someone to arrange and mix some ingredients. Let's taste it together. It's just that. The food is good, but there's not much. Especially when my brother cooks, Uncle Emperor eats whatever my brother cooks. Xiao Bei tried hard to recall the food he ate and found that it was not as good as what he ate at home. But in order to satisfy others, he had to think of ways to mix ingredients to cook. Little sister Xiao Bei, where do you stand when you go to court? And your brother and sister? Me? I don't stand. I sit in Uncle Emperor's arms, and I usually turn my head. Why? I'm afraid of seeing my father. My father will glare at me when he sees me, so I can only go down and let my father hug me. Hugging is not as comfortable as sitting, right? Xiao Bei said. The other officials don't object? Who dares? I deliberately made a few mistakes, hoping that the censorate will impeach me. Did they impeach you? No, if I didn't impeach them, they would be burning incense. A bunch of cowards. Then why? Because I dared to stand in front of the civil and military officials in Hanyuan Palace Hall and pat my chest and say, I, Zhang Xiaobei, did not take a single copper coin from the common people. I, Xiaobei, will not compromise with any corrupt officials. I have never done anything to harm the common people. My loyalty is as clear as the sun and the moon. But they did not dare to say the same thing as me. It's that simple. Xiao Bei proudly puffed out his chest. Xiao Yuan echoed from the side, yes, yes, elder sister said before, the officials do not fear my strictness, but fear my honesty, the common people do not fear my ability, but obey my righteousness. The children had never heard of it before, but they could understand. They nodded one by one. One of them praised, elder sister Cuckoo is really amazing. What she said is so right. Xiao Bei shook his head, but after elder sister said it, elder brother said, I would rather have an official who can raise the standard of living of the common people by 10 times, and who is corrupt by 2 or 3 times, than an honest official who makes the common people live a hard life and who also cannot live a happy life. Elder brother said, I don't hope for the officials to think that I am honest, I only hope that the officials will provide food and warmth to the common people. I don't ask for the common people to obey my righteousness, but to cover the children in the cold winter with duck feathers, to ruin my 1,000 years of reputation, to build prosperity for thousands of years. In the storm of abuse, my heart is calm. The children were at a loss for a moment. Io, look at this shaking, this old man's bones are about to fall apart. Just as the children were listening to the story, an old man's shout came from the suspension bridge. Xiao Bei turned his head to look and was suddenly stunned. The old man on the bridge did not seem to have any intention of shutting up. He continued to complain, it is said that the Zhengzheng construction group of the Zhang family and Wang family make things with iron bones. Could it be that today's broken bridge also has iron bones? Io, this is shaking me so badly. When the children heard someone complain that the Zhengzheng construction group's products were not good, they immediately became angry and glared at the old man. They did not care if the old man had many people protecting him or why he was not stopped by the seedling protection team, but they could not speak ill of the Zhengzheng construction group. Grandpa Bai, why are you here? Huh. Xiao Bei opened his arms and ran towards the old man. Xiao Yuan and the rest followed closely behind. Let Grandpa report. Aya, so heavy. I'm old, I can't carry you. The person who had just crossed the bridge was Bai Go. He should have died long ago, but because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came, he was still alive and well. He carried Xiao Bei up and weighed him, then put him on the ground. He supported his waist with both hands and said, old. Even so, Bai Go carried the other 8 children one by one and patted Xiaohai's head, where are your elder brother and sister? They are dealing with people in the county, Xiaohai replied. Grandpa Bai, why are you here? Xiao Bei grabbed Bai Go's hand and looked up to ask. Bai Go waved at the guards behind him and asked them to stay away so as not to scare the children. He then smiled and said, I came to find your brother to fish. The fish between the clouds and the water are too stupid. It's not fun to fish. I heard that there is a lot of water here, so there should be a lot of fish. The Hongnong River was man-made. That guy Yan Zheng dared to destroy the dam. He made me so angry. Xiao Bei pouted and muttered. Oh, that's right. When I return to the capital, I will also impeach him. I heard that there are people from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family here, so I came over. You are here for. Bai Go thought that Zhang Xiaobao was here, but he met Xiao Bei and the rest. The county is going to be rebuilt. The children are in the way, so I brought them here to hide. Xiao Bei looked proud. Bai Go pondered. He had not seen the situation in Hongnong County with his own eyes. Before he came, he had only heard about it from others. He could not make an accurate judgment, so he asked, Xiao Bei, tell me, are there many damaged houses in the county? Xiao Bei shook her head, not many. Most of the county is soaked in water. The highest water level is here. As Xiao Bei spoke, she reached out her hand and gestured a position above her head. Obviously, she was telling Bai Go that the highest water level in the county was higher than her height. Xiao Bei measured it with her body, Xiao Hai added. The so-called measured with her body naturally meant that Xiao Bei walked to the deepest part of the water to measure. Bai Shu rubbed Xiao Bei's head and looked at Xiao Yuan. He said, since everything is fine now, I think the county will be finished soon. Before I came here, someone told this old man that Hongnong had suffered a great loss. Xiao Yuan shook his head and then nodded, Grandpa Bai, it's not just a great loss. Most of the county is still soaked in water. Fortunately, the rain has stopped. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Hai also stood up. He was not as coquettish as Xiao Bei, so his closeness to Bai Go was not obvious. He greeted Bai Go out of courtesy and said, Grandpa Bai, my brother said that the real problem is not how Hongnong County is. Hongnong County is not like the capital Chang'an or Luoyang. There are too many important shops and mansions there. My brother said that if he had a choice, he would rather the county be washed away. The villages outside the county remain and the transportation of the Honglu River can be preserved. After saying this, Xiao Hai did not say anything else. He did not mention the details, and the other children did not add anything to Bai Go. Bai Go pondered for a while and figured out the reason. Zhang Xiaobao meant that if the county was washed away and the surroundings were stable, it would be easy to rebuild the county. This was because Hongnong County was an agricultural and water transportation county. The county was nothing more than a temporary residence and negotiation location for merchants. If the county was gone, so be it. It would not affect the merchants. They could change to another place to discuss business. It would not affect the flow of agricultural products. Xiao Bei, tell Grandpa. Did Hongnong lose too many crops? Also, the various livestock and poultry that your brother mentioned in the breeding plan that he came up with later also lost a lot of them. Bai Go thought of the severity of the situation. If the information he got from Xiao Bei was consistent with what he thought, then this winter would not be easy for Hongnong. Xiao Bei nodded vigorously. Before she said anything, she cried. She was very sad. Only when Bai Go comforted her did she rub her eyes, pursed her lips, and told Bai Go what she saw in Hongnong. When Bai Go heard Xiao Bei's explanation, his eyes could not help but turn red. Xiao Bei said that when she came to Hongnong, she saw a vast ocean. Bai Go understood the ocean. He had been to the ocean before. What Xiao Bei saw was crooked or fallen trees. In the fields that were supposed to be harvested in autumn, there was not a single grain growing. They were all gone. Some were floating on the water, and some were washed away. There were also houses outside the county. Some had strong gables left, and some were even villages. Only floating logs could be seen squeezing together. The water was muddy. When one swam on the water, one did not dare to breathe easily. There was white foam between the grass sticks, dead pigs, dead dogs, dead chickens, and a few scattered ducks and geese looking for food. Even the mice were floating. Some places could not be drained, and the water became dirty and smelly. There were also a few people who were drowning. Grandpa Bai, if I did not know that this was Hongnong when I came, I would have thought that I came to the wrong place. Grandpa Bai, do you know? It was not a problem of how much money was lost. It was a problem of how long it would take for Hongnong to recover. There was no grain in the surrounding area. Everyone was crowded in the county. My family transported goods here by cart. My brother had ordered to hire people from the surrounding areas to send necessities to Hongnong. The water transportation had been stopped long ago. The dam was not blocked yet. A cart of stones fell down and disappeared in the blink of an eye. As Xiao Bei spoke, he started crying again. Bai Go gritted his front teeth. He finally understood the real situation from Xiao Bei's words. That was to say, the foundation of the entire Hongnong had collapsed. If there were no corresponding strong measures, it would take many years for the people of Hongnong to recover. Their savings of many years were gone. Some of their family members had died. Their houses had to be rebuilt. They had to live in debt for a period of time. The most terrible thing was that the people of Hongnong had just gotten used to planting the new seeds distributed by the Sinongsi temple. They had just increased the yield per mu. Furthermore, they had just understood how to breed animals in sets and had started to breed livestock in large quantities. It was the year of harvest, and they knew that good days were coming. Suddenly, a man-made disaster came, and their hope turned into disappointment. The kind of heartache caused by the government's inaction, no, the persecution by the government officials was the most difficult to heal. Xiao Bei, don't cry. Everything will get better. Bai Go sighed. He closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. He patted Xiao Bei's head and comforted him. Xiao Bei nodded vigorously. I won't cry. Crying won't solve the problem. I will take care of the children in Old Willow Village. I promise, not only will I let them live peacefully here, I will also not affect their studies. Wait for me. When I return to the capital, I will bring Yanjing back too. See how I will deal with him. That's good. Xiao Bei is the best. Bai Go did not doubt Xiao Bei's words. He believed that Yan Zheng's disaster had come. The final outcome would be Yan Zheng going crazy. As for the specific situation, he still needed to go to the county to see Zhang Xiaobao. He could only hope that Zhang Xiaobao could turn the tide and support the affairs of Hongnong as soon as possible. He wanted to solve the problems of the people's lives before winter came. Winter is not good, Bai Go said angrily. It's okay. Winter is fine, Xiao Yuan said firmly. Oh? Why? Bai Go looked over and asked. Because we have spent money. We have put in our own pocket money, more than 1.3 million strings of cash. Brother is mobilizing resources from the surrounding areas. A few construction teams near Zhengzheng Construction are also rushing here. The follow-up construction materials will be delivered soon. Brother said that this time, we must let the people of Hongnong live in warm and sturdy houses during winter. This is because the disaster this time was caused by the officials. The officials cannot lose their credibility. If there is no food, they can plant. If the houses collapsed, they can rebuild. If the people's hearts are lost, it will be very scary. Within half a month, all the accumulated water must be drained. Within a month, the houses must be built. Within 2 months, all the livestock and poultry that the people lost must be compensated. At the same time, the land and water routes must be unblocked, and better than before. If the local people in the county are not enough, they can be transferred from outside. If there are not enough people, the army will take over. Even if they have to use their mouths, they must drain the accumulated water. This is to let the people of Hongnong know that the imperial court values them very much and has never given up. Only by doing this can we eliminate the negative influence of Yan Zheng and the other officials. Xiao Yuan said one thing after another to Bai Go. His eyes were filled with confidence. It was as if what he said could be realized immediately because the decision was made by his brother. Bai Go was stunned. He did not expect Zhang Xiaobao to value this so much. Of course, after knowing Zhang Xiaobao's decision, he was relieved. Since Zhang Xiaobao wanted to do it, he would definitely be able to do it. Oh, you have put in your pocket money? Is your family unable to make ends meet? Bai Go was curious about this matter. Could it be that the Zhang family and the Wang family could not even transfer 1.3 million strings of cash? Xiao Bei waved his hand and said, "No, how can my family not have money? I came here first and saw the disaster situation, so I made a promise to the people. Anyway, I don't need much money." Xiao Bei is a good child, Bai Go praised. That's true. Xiao Bei nodded. Well, I won't stay here any longer. I'm going to the county city to see your brother. I have something to discuss with him. I'll leave the matters here to Xiao Bei. I believe he can do a good job. Bai Go planned to leave. No problem. Goodbye, Grandpa Bai. Xiao Bei puffed out his chest. After Bai Go left, Xiao Bei and the group of children continued making dolls. All of them were even more motivated. On the road to the county city, Bai Go saw barren fields on both sides. When he was tired of walking, he stopped to rest. He looked at the sky and sighed. A man-made disaster is worse than a natural disaster. Xiao Bao would not do this just to appease the people. Why do you think? Bai Go asked the housekeeper next to him. The housekeeper was still young and was the grandson of the old housekeeper. He was still a young man in his 30s. Bai Go wanted to bring him to see Zhang Xiaobao. As he had just become the housekeeper not long ago, most of his understanding of Zhang Xiaobao came from other people. Hearing Bai Go's question, the housekeeper replied respectfully, "Master, is it because Zhang Xiaobao wants to build up his reputation? I heard that the current emperor specially added an autumn imperial examination for him and Wang Wan. However, something happened and it was postponed for a month. With a reputation, he has a better chance of becoming the top scorer." He. Bai Go looked at his young housekeeper and laughed. "Chongcheng," Bai Go said the housekeeper's name, "Xiaobao needs Hong Nong's reputation. The top scorer can't be anyone else. Xiao Bao has always been a scheming person. If he didn't come to Hong Nong personally and let Xiao Bei and the other 9 children do the work, it might really be because he wants to rebuild Hong Nong. However, he came, and so did Cuckoo. You're saying that Xiao Bao can't mobilize the army by himself? Don't just think of him as a civil official. Back in Tubo, he and Cuckoo cooperated with each other. Even if he didn't know how to command the army in the past, wouldn't he learn a thing or two from being with Cuckoo every day? That's a fool. How can Xiao Bao be a fool? The reason why he doesn't show his military talent is the same reason why Cuckoo doesn't show her economic and political talent. Unless it's someone close to them, other people's impression of them is that one is a civil official and the other is a military official. When they deal with the two of them, they will target them. They are waiting for the people who want to deal with them to feel that the time is right. The moment they make a move, they will let the other party know that civil officials can change into military officials at any time, and military officials can change into civil officials immediately. Do you understand? The housekeeper called Chongcheng was frightened by Bai Go's words. After thinking carefully, he admitted, when the time comes, it's indeed very scary. But I still don't know what's the difference if Zhang Xiaobao comes personally. I thought of a few points. I'll tell you. Bai Go didn't really approve of the new housekeeper's ability. The reason why he still used Chongcheng was because he was loyal enough. It had been a long time since he guessed Zhang Xiaobao's motive. Bai Go was a little excited. In the past, he and the other old guys, including the emperor, liked to scheme against Zhang Xiaobao the most, but they always failed. Xiaobao always does things with antelope horns. Bai Go cracked a smile and said to the housekeeper. First, Xiaobao wants the Fan Metro Cavalry Battalion to adapt to the environment in the interior of the Tang Empire. If I'm not wrong, the other 6 battalions will follow. The most terrifying soldiers are not only good at fighting in the designated environment, but also the Miao Protection Team. In their words, they are all-terrain and all-weather fighting forces. In water battles, they can't compare to people who specialize in water battles. In mountain battles, they can't compare to soldiers who specialize in mountain battles. It's the same for grasslands and deserts. However, they were not inferior by much. Under the command of the same general, 1,000 against 1,000, they would definitely lose, but they would definitely not lose miserably. However, as long as they were given 2 more teams, they would have the advantage in terms of numbers and they would be able to win. The biggest problem is that the general who is commanding them is not an ordinary person, but Cuckoo, who gives military lessons to the Tang Empire's generals. Outsiders give Cuckoo the title of devil because she kills a lot of people, and she is not soft-hearted when killing people. She often laughs when she kills people. Our great Tang's generals gave her the title of Demon Fox. They all said that she was as cunning as a fox. When she had the advantage in numbers, there was no hope of defeating her. Even when her forces were weak, she would always find an opportunity. So, they want to train the Iron Cavalry Battalion. They don't need the current 8 battalions to go to the original Tufan area. There is no battle there. Moreover, they have transferred the 8 battalions because they still have troops there. After saying the first point, Baigo paused. The housekeeper quickly served him water. Master, according to what you said, isn't Wang Wan invincible? Our Tang Empire can't find a general who can deal with her? The housekeeper was not convinced. Baigo waved his hand. Cuckoo is not invincible. She also lost in the sand table simulation. Even if she lost a few times and escaped successfully, it is still a loss. However, with Zhang Xiaobao as her adjutant, cooperating with her to carry out the sand table deduction, she must be invincible. That's why us old bastards, including the Emperor, have been studying this matter. Master, have you studied it? The housekeeper was puzzled. Yes, because when cooperating with Cuckoo, Xiao Bao is in charge of logistics and intelligence. Many times, it is Xiao Bao's logistics army that determines the final outcome of a battle. When Cuckoo is unable to break through the situation, what he likes to do the most is to analyze the enemy's generals for her. In the end, we found that Xiao Bao can actually calculate people's minds. Huan's ability to command and Xiaobao's grasp of people's hearts have created an invincible army in the Great Tang. If they were to arrange for their families' military commanders to be placed in the sand table as battalion commanders, captains, or company commanders, then they would be able to work together with tacit understanding. I have seen it once, and they have only fought it once. In the capital, with the same number of soldiers, even the team leader on the general's side was a 7th-ranked military official. In the sand table of the Shannon East Circuit, it could be said that they had sent out all their elites. Cuckoo was the enemy's main general, and Xiao Bao was her adjutant. The leaders of the small teams under them were all commanders from their families. That battle could be said to have changed the color of the mountains and rivers. You can't even guess how savage Cuckoo's command was. The general's side was filled with communication soldiers, but Cuckoo didn't do much communication at all. Sometimes, she just gave a tactical order and didn't care anymore. She didn't even ask where her troops were. In this way, without any communication, Cuckoo led her people to fight beautifully one after another. Xiao Bao's logistics team was also able to accurately deliver supplies to every key location. The general's side could only defend and couldn't fight back. Have you ever seen a team of more than 100 people dare to force their way through the mountains without any orders? Have you ever seen Xiao Bao send supplies to a place without any communication, and when the generals launch a sneak attack, a large number of soldiers suddenly appear to counter the sneak attack? Baigo said excitedly to the housekeeper. When he reached the most interesting part, he started to dance as if he was the one who was commanding the troops. The housekeeper was already dumbfounded. He shook his head blankly and kept muttering, "How can this be? How can this be? You haven't seen it before, right? It's good that you haven't seen it before. When the autumn quarter examination comes, maybe I can get you a place to watch it. I'll take you to see it. Cuckoo is going to be the martial arts champion of the autumn quarter examination. The generals want to take revenge. Cuckoo will lead a team of cold weapons to fight the general's gun and artillery team in the Jiangnan circuit with the same number of people." Baigo's eyes lit up, as if he couldn't wait. Using cold weapons to fight guns? Why? Weren't the guns made by the Zhang clan and Wang clan first? They should be more familiar with it. Why don't they use it? The housekeeper didn't understand. Because Cuckoo and Xiao Bao both said that weapons aren't everything. They wanted to teach the generals of Great Tang a lesson so that they can't be too proud. Losing on a sand table is better than losing in a real battle. Baigo sighed again. As for why Cuckoo and Xiao Bao were able to defeat each other last time, he didn't mention it. In fact, it was very simple. It meant that Cuckoo and Xiao Bao would usually bring the commanders at home to do sand table simulations when they had nothing to do. They had probably used the sand table to simulate every place in Great Tang. When they encountered a situation, they knew how to deal with it and how to deal with it. Thus, they didn't need to communicate much. They were already familiar with the terrain and fighting style of each other. "Master, I know the first reason. It's to train the soldiers. What about the second reason?" The housekeeper also looked forward to seeing it with his own eyes in the autumn. Bai Su stood up, stretched his legs and feet, and continued to walk in the direction of the county town. As he walked, he said to the housekeeper, "Second, I guess it's to deter people from other places who still want to scheme against us. Japan needs to pay something for this before Zhang Xiaobao will let go. So there are these two reasons. Master is really good." The housekeeper praised at the right time. However, Baigo didn't appreciate it at all. He frowned and said, "I can only think of two reasons. But Xiao Bao definitely has more than two reasons. He won't become more stupid as he lives. When we get there and see him, you will follow me. Then you will know how good his calculations are." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know that Baigo was coming. Both of them were busy. Zhang Xiaobao mobilized materials from all over the country. Wang Wan, as Baigo guessed, also tried to let the people of the Iron Cavalry camp adapt to the food and climate in the interior of the Tang Empire when she commanded them to work. As for counting the disaster and verifying the compensation, it was enough to arrange for the people in the inner court. They were busy until the evening. They didn't have the appetite to eat a big meal. Even if they had the conditions, they didn't dare to eat a big meal. Also, the common people could only eat half of their usual food every day. Zhang Xiaobao took out the leftovers from lunch and fried them with salty Chinese tune sprouts. He also boiled 2 bowls of egg soup and spicy cabbage. He and Wang Wan had a good meal. After taking a hot bath in the big wooden barrel, they sat at the two ends of the table and spread out the map to study the next step. "From here, we can lay railway tracks all the way to the north of the river. In this way, Hongnong can be connected to the Yellow River and also become a hub for land transportation. In the past, we wanted to lay railway tracks here, but it cost too much. Now that the disaster has happened, it's time to rebuild it." Zhang Xiaobao pointed at a place on the map and told Wang Wan his idea. Wang Wan measured on the map with her palm. "Why not next to Luoyang? Luoyang can be the center. Luoyang is already the center. It's not enough to only have one distribution center for the distribution of materials. It will allow the local merchants to monopolize the distribution, which is not good for the development of the entire Tang Empire. Especially when the railway is laid to Luoyang first, Luoyang's economic and political status will be higher than Chang'an for a period of time. It's not in Li Longji's interest. Transportation has always been a problem. Most importantly, there is a lot of coal in Hunan, which is not inferior to Shaanxi. The railway needs coal, and we can use local materials. When the time comes, we can build a pier on the opposite bank of the Yellow River. When the goods are transported from the railway to Hongnong, they can immediately change to water and be transported directly to the opposite bank of the Yellow River. We can't build a bridge to connect to the railway. It's not worth it. The cost is high, and the efficiency will not increase by much. When the time comes, the railway can be connected to the north of the Yellow River all the way to the northeast. The 3 provinces in the northeast will pay for this, which is the north of Hebei province. There are many plains in Hebei province, and that part of the railway is the easiest to lay. There is also coal in the northeast. The most important thing is agricultural products and Dalian's sea products. If we only use the river to transport the goods, it will be too much of a delay. How can we prosper if we can't sell the goods? In the future, the northeast will become the center of heavy industry. The population there is small, so it's fine if there is more pollution. While Zhang Xiaobao was speaking, he had already picked up a pen and drew a line on the map. It was the line from the northeast that passed by Hebei province, the line that he wanted to build a railway. Wang Wan frowned. Looking at the line on the map, she couldn't feel happy. This line looked simple. It was just money. Even if the imperial court didn't spend money, her family's wealth was enough. Of course, she couldn't fork out the money herself. The problem wasn't money, but the smelting technology. Most of it was used to make guns and cannons, and some was sent to the shipyard. The steel used for the railway couldn't be used, so where could they get it from? There was another point. The line could be drawn straight, but the railway couldn't be laid out that way. There were mountains in some places, so they had to dig caves. There were also places where bridges had to be built, and large amounts of stones were needed. Blasting stones and so on would kill people. Xiao Bao, no matter how advanced the technology is, it can't prevent people from dying when building the railway. Not to mention, the technology now can't compare to the technology we had back then. The difference is too great. How many lives do you plan to use to make up for it? Wang Wan didn't want the Tang Empire to lose a lot of people at a time when it needed people and there was no war. Zhang Xiaobao held the pen and suddenly smiled. He said to Wang Wan, "Of course I know people will die, but I can't bear to let people of the Tang Empire die. I can't be a pacifist in the world in my life. My idea is that I can't come here for nothing." "Where are you?" Wang Wan couldn't think of a place where people could come from. In Japan, the Japanese have a good point. They are willing to work and do things. When they were defeated and surrendered, the women in Japan could also bear the heavy burden. Just like the women in North Korea, they are all good people. Zhang Xiaobao pointed to the east, which meant that he was pointing to Japan. "Then how do you plan to get the Japanese to come over? I don't feel bad for them if they die, but they are not stupid. How can a fool create futures?" Wang Wan was even more puzzled. "Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, I'm here. Xiao Bao, come out and meet me." Before Zhang Xiaobao could explain how to get the Japanese to come over, an old man's shout came from outside. Hearing the sound, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and said at the same time, "Why is he here?" The two didn't dare to delay. They got up and went to see Baigo. Seeing that Baigo was still so healthy, they felt a sense of pride. They had changed the time of Baigo's life. "You've grown taller." Baigo also looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The smile on his face didn't stop. He looked left and right and couldn't get enough of them. Zhang Xiaobao also laughed and walked over with Wang Wan. One on the left and one on the right, they helped Baigo into the house. "Grandpa Bai, why are you here? You should stay in the capital. Why go to the disaster area and suffer?" Zhang Xiaobao helped Bai Go into the house and arranged for him to sit down. Wang Wan brought snacks and tea, put them on the small table and asked Bai Go. Bai Go was in a hurry and didn't eat. He first picked up a piece of cake and put it in his mouth. Then he blew on the tea and swallowed it. After swallowing a piece of cake, he felt much better. He said to Wang Wan, "I'm tired of staying in Sanshui County. I'm also tired of fishing between the clouds and the water. Look, my body is not bad, so I came to find you guys to fish. Don't be modest. How can you say that your body is not bad? You're young, you'll be 70 years old in a year. Grandpa Bai, if you want to fish, you have to wait. The dam has just been blocked, the water is still muddy, and the fish won't come." Zhang Xiaobao followed by the side and picked up an orange to peel it. Bai Go didn't stand on ceremony. He opened his mouth and asked for a piece of orange. He smiled and swallowed it. He asked, "Xiaobao, you didn't come here in person just to take care of the reconstruction, right?" "That's right." Zhang Xiaobao didn't admit that he had other thoughts. "Why? I think Cuckoo wants to train the soldiers in Japan. You also want to get some money from Japan? Could it be that this old man thought wrong?" Bai Go asked with a look of victory in his hands. The housekeeper who had been accompanying him and arranged for protection also went into the house to listen. He wanted to see if Zhang Xiaobao was really as magical as the old master said. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled and said to Wang Wan, "See, I told you. We can't hide it from Grandpa Bai. With Grandpa Bai's ability, we can't hide it even if we want to. You didn't believe me. Don't push the blame to me. What am I hiding? But our Grandpa Bai is indeed amazing. He saw through our thoughts the moment he came. I think Grandpa Bai will be 65 next year, not 70. Wang Wan said and filled Bai Go's teacup with water. She smiled and asked, "Grandpa Bai, did you bring fishing gear?" "I didn't bring it. I waited for you two masters to prepare it for me. I didn't find anything else, but I found that you two are getting better at fooling people. You can't only think of the 2 points that I can think of, right? Xiaobao, tell Grandpa what other plans you have. Don't hide anything." Bai Go acted like a tycoon and began to ask Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao put a piece of orange into Bai Go's mouth and said sincerely, "I really don't have anything else. Grandpa Bai, you saw through my little plan. Grandpa Bai is better than before. Keep fooling me. I knew it. Why am I so tired of staying in Sanshui County? I'm not used to not having people fooling me." Bai Go was unmoved. He pretended not to see the sincerity on Zhang Xiaobao's face. "Alright, actually there is one more thing. Since I am here, I can't come here for nothing. The reconstruction can also be done with the railway, all the way to the north bank of the Yangtze River. A large amount of goods can be transported to Hongnong by the railway. When people see it, they will think that the railway is so convenient. It will be more convenient when the railway is laid. There will be more people supporting it." Zhang Xiaobao said one thing, and Bai Go nodded as he listened. He then turned to look at his housekeeper, and met his housekeeper's gaze that seemed to say, "What else?" Bai Go asked happily. "What else? What else? Grandpa Bai, I really can't think of anything else. I am here to provide disaster relief, not to make a fortune. That's all." Zhang Xiaobao refused to admit. Bai Go was like a child. He turned his face away from Zhang Xiaobao, which meant that he did not believe him. Wang Wan could not help but laugh. "Grandpa Bai, you are staring at the snacks. You haven't eaten, right? Let Xiaobao cook some dishes for you. Drink some hot wine to warm up your body." "No need. I am in good health. I will be 60 next year. The snacks are good. They are soft and delicious. If you don't tell me the truth, I will not die in peace. Bai Go was stubborn. He turned his head back and stared at Zhang Xiaobao. He had to say something. Zhang Xiaobao spread his hands helplessly. Grandpa Bai, I really have to hand it to you. You're clearly putting a duck on a perch. Alright, since you asked, I've come up with an idea on the spot. I'll tell you. Not just one. Bai Go shook his head. Who doesn't know that Zhang Xiaobao is a serial schemer? If it were someone else, it would be good if they could think of 2 or 3 related ideas. If you, Zhang Xiaobao, did not have a series of ideas, would you come to Hong Nong personally? The autumn quarter examination will be delayed for a month. All the expenses will be borne by your family. If you really do a business that is at a loss, the Tang Empire will have lost all its money. Then you have to tell me one by one. Zhang Xiaobao was still so sincere. Say it. Bai Go had a look of, I am right. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and said, besides the 3 points just now, there is one more point. Put pressure on the Japanese and make them admit their mistakes. This way, we can increase the tariffs on Japanese exports. At the same time, we can promise to sell them more technology. So that they can buy it back and study it, but they can only use the Tang Empire's money, and the price is very high. If they want to get more money, there are 2 ways. First, let the Tang Empire's businessmen go to Japan as soon as possible to open tourist attractions. When the Tang Empire's people go there, they will naturally spend the Tang Empire's money. Second, sell more basic resources, such as silver, copper, high-end seafood, and sulfur. Otherwise, they will not be able to take out the money to buy our products and go back to study the technology. In this way, the Tang Empire's plundering of resources in Japan will be smoother, more convenient, and faster. Now that Xinhua can no longer make waves, I will deal with Japan as soon as possible so that I can continue to expand and plunder more resources. Otherwise, when the people in other places become smarter and more powerful, it will cause too many casualties in the Tang Empire if we want to plunder. The oil we dug out is a lot in other places. Even after many years, it is still very useful and will become a national strategic item. Before Bai Go, who was listening at the side, could speak, his butler could not help but say, I don't agree with you selling technology. What if they figure it out? After saying that, he saw the 3 people looking at him in surprise, so he immediately lowered his head. He knew that he was wrong and did not have the right to speak. Zhang Xiaobao did not pursue the matter. The other party had good intentions. He smiled and explained, technology needs to be sold. Our Tang Empire's technology is developed step by step. Many of the technologies that are good for the Japanese are actually outdated. Outdated technologies waste a lot of materials and are not worth it. Also, some technologies have a great impact on the environment and the human body. We need the movements produced by that technology to be processed by another technology, but we don't want to cause too much damage to our Tang Empire, so we can only let the Japanese do the rough processing. When the time comes, I will provide a part of the technology that Japan needs a lot of raw materials. Japan doesn't have raw materials, but our Tang Empire doesn't. Even if we have it, we can't sell it to Japan. They have to obtain it themselves. I rented them a ship and found a way to let them learn how to make the oldest generation of steam engines. This is to let them go overseas to search for resources. When they arrive at a new place, they will clash with the local natives. No matter how advanced the weapons are, people will die. The Japanese can be the vanguard, understand? I understand. Go on. Bai Go continued. Chapter 941. Bai Go's expression was calm. He was used to Zhang Xiaobao's power, so he was not surprised by Zhang Xiaobao's idea. The other housekeeper was shocked. No wonder the other party had a higher status than him at such a young age. It was because the other party was thinking about different things from him. He was still thinking that he couldn't hand over the technology, but the other party was already thinking about why he should teach others. Zhang Xiaobao took a sip of tea and glanced at the housekeeper, but he did not say anything. Bai Go thought for a while and said to the housekeeper, "You will meet more officials in the future. Remember to listen, remember, and observe. Speak less. Many things are not as simple as they seem. The game behind the scenes is very difficult. Of course, it is not difficult for Xiaobao, and you can't talk about it." After talking to the housekeeper, Bai Go said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, what's next?" Zhang Xiaobao understood. Bai Go trusted the housekeeper. He was not afraid of him revealing the secret, but he also had a way to prevent him from revealing it. "I also want to set up a technical training class for Japanese civilians. There will be no salary, only food and lodging. First, there will be a preliminary training. Those who perform well in the training will be rewarded with a point. Then, they can use the points to exchange for skills. The initial plan is to accept 200,000 people. They only want men. They must be strong and know some skills. They can also be weak, but they must not be too weak. They must be able to walk at least 30 to 50 miles a day without any accidents." At this time, a ray of moonlight shone in through the window and shone on Zhang Xiaobao's face. Zhang Xiaobao felt more holy. No matter how Bai Go looked at it, he thought that the ray of moonlight was warning Zhang Xiaobao not to be too black-hearted. The so-called not too black-hearted meant that Zhang Xiaobao had to sell others so that they could count the money for him. When the moonlight left Zhang Xiaobao's face, Bai Go said, "Can you tell me in detail? What are the basic skills that we need 200,000 Japanese to do?" "No details. It's very simple. For example, leveling the road, strengthening the foundation, laying stones for shock absorbers, and there's also the sleepers and the tracks, right?" Before Zhang Xiaobao could finish, Bai Go had already finished his sentence. "Ah. So, Grandpa Bai, you also know technology?" Zhang Xiaobao was surprised. "What do I know about technology? It's not like I haven't seen railway construction before. Not only is it tiring, but there are also dangers at any time. Just the laying of the railway from Chang until Luoyang cost more than 40 lives, and even more were injured. It's impossible to guard against the dangers. When carrying the railway, one careless mistake could result in an accident. You're worried about the people of my great Tang, so you plan to use someone else. In any case, in your eyes, the lives of foreigners aren't worth as much as an ox. You're too ruthless, but I support you. As long as you don't kill any of my great Tang, I won't feel uneasy." Bai Go didn't need Zhang Xiaobao to explain more. He knew that the most ruthless person was Xiaobao. Although Cuckoo had killed a lot of people, she was still not as ruthless as Xiaobao. Xiaobao was ruthless because he didn't want you to die immediately, but tortured you. Xiaobao was also the most soft-hearted. He couldn't bear to see anything happen to the people of Great Tang. Just like Sanshui County, as long as the people of Great Tang went to Sanshui County, even if they were penniless and had not eaten for days, once they entered the territory of Sanshui County or were seen by the people of Sanshui County, they would not die unless they were seriously ill. There were many small houses for people to rest in Sanshui County. As a Great Tang citizen, you could spend money to buy good things, eat free food, and drink free soup. The free things were not so good, but they could fill your stomach. If you were sick, there would be someone to treat you. It seemed that Xiaobao felt that too many people died in the construction of railways, so he didn't want to do that, so he went to deceive the Japanese. The Japanese probably didn't know that before they came, and thought that they could take back the advanced technology. When they started to work, they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. "Xiaobao, when the Japanese come, do you care if they fall ill?" What about their meals and accommodation? Bai Go asked. Fall ill? Of course. When the Japanese come, they are not allowed to leave the designated place, in case the sick people of Great Tang infect them. I'm kind-hearted and can't bear to see the Japanese get infected. Besides, the Dei Medical College will send skilled students to treat their diseases. Zhang Xiaobao touched his heart to show that he was kind-hearted. Students? Not doctors or medical doctors? Bai Go asked again. They will be led by doctors and medical doctors. When they encounter special and serious diseases, they can teach the students on the spot. For example, if they need to perform an operation, the doctors and medical doctors need to show the students. If there's a wrong cut, they have to explain to the students in time and tell them how to cut. Zhang Xiaobao put his other hand on his heart to show how kind-hearted he was. What about their meals and accommodation? They have the best highland barley as their staple food and delicious salted vegetables. You said that radish and salted vegetables are very delicious. You don't eat much meat, so they are the same. I can't be so cruel to let them eat meat every day, which will make their bodies unhealthy. Every half a month, I will give them nutrition. You know bean cakes, right? They are the leftovers after the oil is squeezed out. They can be used to make tofu and feed. Our technology is not very advanced, so there are a lot of nutrients in the bean cakes. Every half a month, I will make bean cakes for them and stew them with wild vegetables. There's oil and protein in the bean cakes. It's okay if you don't know about protein. You can go to the medical school and ask. Zhang Xiaobao counted with his fingers and listed the benefits one by one. Bai Go had a strong mentality, so he did not have much reaction. Wang Wan did not care at all, but Bai Go's butler's face started to twitch. He found out how evil Zhang Xiaobao was. People who raised pigs could still let the pigs eat leftovers with oil. Cows and horses could even eat eggs. Zhang Xiaobao could actually say that the Japanese could not even compare to animals, and yet he was so righteous. How much hatred did he have for the Japanese? Unexpectedly, Bai Go nodded. That's right. I can't stand the oily and fishy food. I know about highland barley. It has a unique shell fragrance when cooked together with the shell. I didn't expect Grandpa Bai to know so much about life. I'm not as good as you. I didn't think of that before. I even wanted to remove the shell. I admire you. Zhang Xiaobao gave a thumbs up. It's okay. Bai Go said modestly. Wang Wan also understood and said happily. Xiaobao, we can save a lot of money now, right? The butler understood and decided to listen to his master in the future. He would not make any mistakes again. He could not be punished to taste the shell fragrance. The accommodation isn't too bad. There are pillows, piled up to block the wind, and use the best straw to keep warm. Zhang Xiaobao casually mentioned the accommodation. Alright, I'm relieved that you can treat the Japanese well. Continue. Bai Go nodded. He was indeed relieved. Xiaobao had not changed. He was still the same black-hearted and ruthless Xiaobao. That's it. Zhang Xiaobao did not expect Bai Go to change the topic again. Continue. Bai Go was not moved. Why are you like this? Wife, you tell Grandpa Bai. Zhang Xiaobao gestured to Wang Wan. Wang Wan rolled her eyes. Who's your wife? Call me madam. Grandpa Bai, Xiaobao wants people from the Sanongxi temple to come over. Normally, there are still a few crops that have not been harvested, especially the late rice that was developed 2 years ago. Now that all the crops have been washed away, the Sanongxi temple has developed a new variety. They have only conducted one experiment. The new variety needs to survive the winter. It is said that once it succeeds, the yield will be very high. Wheat, let's call it winter wheat. It is slightly different from winter wheat. But it is not suitable for planting north of the Yellow River. There is no need for the north. Anyway, there is only one batch of grain in a year. Xiao Bao and I are in the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office. The new variety of rice there is delicious. You will be able to eat it this year. Therefore, Xiao Bao wants people from the Sanongxi Temple to try planting in Hongnong. The area is large and the climate is suitable. Anyway, Hongnong is already like this. No matter how bad it is, it can't be too bad. Especially what Xiao Bao has done for the imperial court. Not only did the people's impression of the imperial court not worsen, but it also improved. That's right. The people don't ask for much. In fact, as long as the officials are dealt with, the people will admit that the emperor is good. Moreover, you have to compensate for all the losses. If the crops are bad, you have to continue to compensate, right? Bai Go could understand. They were using Hongnong as an experiment. Whether it was good or bad, it depended on Hongnong. The people were the most obedient. An emperor who could force the people to rebel was not an ordinary emperor. The current emperor, Li Longji, was very ordinary. Otherwise, there was no need to force the people to rebel. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo could have done it. The emperor also admitted this point. Fortunately, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo did not have the intention to seize the throne, nor did they threaten the emperor. They even encouraged the emperor to eat good food, wear good clothes, and use good things. They could create luxuries that the emperor could not imagine for the emperor. They could also get entertainment that the emperor could not think of for the emperor. Other officials were afraid that the emperor would spend a lot of money when he went on an inspection tour. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo encouraged the emperor to go out for a walk when he had nothing to do, even if they had to pay for it. There was really no better official than them. However, the emperor himself had said that there was a prerequisite. That was, the emperor could not be muddle-headed and muddle-headed. He should not hinder Xiao Bao and Cuckoo from doing things. It's hard to understand what the two of them are thinking. If other people had this ability, they might not be able to bear it and rebel. The two of them are actually enjoying it. Do they really think that being the emperor is too tiring and not fun? It makes sense. The emperor is indeed not as carefree as the two of them. Bai Go did not speak for a while. He was thinking about something. Zhang Xiaobao did not know what Bai Go was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely tell Bai Go, "Is it so easy to be the chairman and premier? Don't you see that people in those positions age quickly?" Seeing that Bai Go did not speak, Zhang Xiaobao spoke. "Grandpa Bai, actually, the businessmen of my dynasty are very smart. I want to build a few more distribution centers. My family can't always pay for it. Some money can't be earned. When it's time to delegate power, it has to be delegated. I want to build a distribution center in Hongnong and let other businessmen see the opportunity. They would follow the example of other places and build a place for the circulation of goods in order to gain benefits. Only the goods that were circulated were considered goods. The faster the circulation, the more taxes the country would collect. It was not wrong to hide wealth from the people, but the central government must have more money to control the local areas. Otherwise, with the development of technology, there will be imbalance in the development of the local areas. The local areas are strong, and the central government does not have the power to control them except for the military. If they continue to support the local areas, it is actually tempting the local officials to rebel. The financial and military power must be firmly controlled by the emperor. Zhang Xiaobao finally spoke the truth. Wang Wan sighed. Bai Go also sighed. His sigh was different from Wang Wan's. Wang Wan knew too many facts and sighed for history. Bai Go sighed for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "So you and Cuckoo are here?" "Yes. Zhang Xiaobao said in a heavy tone. Yes, what? No, continue. Bai Go turned his face and asked about Zhang Xiaobao's calculations. His butler thought that Zhang Xiaobao had already said the last thing, but he did not expect his master to not let go. He began to feel that his master was too much. How could there be more? Zhang Xiaobao was also a person, and he could say many things. But just as he was about to sympathize with Zhang Xiaobao said unhappily, Grandpa Bai, you can't ask about everything. No matter what, you have to leave me with some secrets. There's more? There's really more? The butler's eyes widened. While he was frightened by Zhang Xiaobao's calculations, he admired his master more and more. This time, Zhang Xiaobao did not need Bai Go to force him. He said, Grandpa Bai, the entire Hunan province, and even Luoyang, officials are involved. A large number of officials have to go down. I will stay in Hongnong until the fall imperial examination. What do you think His Majesty will ask about? Of course, it's about the governance of Hunan province in the imperial examination, especially the subject of Mingjing. Bai Go answered directly. Yes, so now the students of Jianjia Academy are preparing for the examination. You also know that most of the students of Jianjia Academy are in the combat category, so I have to create some opportunities for them. One person has to be replaced by another person. I think the students of Jianjia Academy are better, don't you think? Zhang Xiaobao showed an expression of, I'm very honest. Bai Go was stunned and pointed at Zhang Xiaobao. You. Xiaobao, you. Cuckoo, why don't you scold him? He even interferes with the appointment and dismissal of officials. I don't know. Wang Wan looked very innocent. Xiaobao, Grandpa Bai is scolding you. Let go. Hunan province belongs to the imperial court. What does it have to do with us? If there are vacancies in the officials, there will naturally be people anxious to get in. Why do you care if they are capable? When there are no students of the academy, Hunan province is no longer Hunan province. It's useless for the students of the academy to be capable. Someone has to think that they are capable. Let's get them to work in the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's mansion. They can also do something. Grandpa Bai, look, I'm talking about Xiaobao. Bai Go was so angry that he laughed. Ha, Cuckoo, you'd better talk about me. We are indeed from the same family. You have to be biased when you speak. Yes, in recent years, the imperial court has been suppressing the students of your academy. The officials are also afraid. As you said, they are all practical. If they really join hands with you, how can the imperial court control them? I don't care. Hunan province is developing the best, but it has always been the most chaotic. There should be a clear stream. Bai Go had no choice. The students of Jianjia Academy were extraordinarily capable. Unlike the students of other academies, they were very strict in selecting talents. They didn't want those with low IQ or those who were unwilling to learn. When it was time to take the imperial examination, they still had to go through the internal selection of the academy. The selection of Jianjia Academy included economic, political, military, and diplomatic aspects. It could be said that there was a constant struggle. Only by passing the selection could one get a place to take the imperial examination. As a result, all the students who could sit in the examination hall were the best, because those who were not good enough had been eliminated. Since Grandpa Bai supports me, I'll say something else. Zhang Xiaobao said happily. Chapter 942. Under the expectant gaze of Bai Go and his butler, Zhang Xiaobao slowly said, It's really the last idea. It's not a big deal. Xiaobei, Xiaoyuan, and the others suffered a lot in Hongnong. Fortunately, they followed me and Cuckoo around and saw a lot. Otherwise, If they were ordinary children, they would often have nightmares when they saw floating corpses, even if they were not scared silly. They were willing to take out all their savings for the reconstruction of Hong Nong. More than 1,000,000 strings of cash is not a small amount. If they were businessmen, the imperial court would reward them, not to mention children. Don't be silly. The words that come out of your mouth sound different. What do you mean by all their savings? According to your words, Xiaobei and the others will have no money at all. They won't be able to live in the future. It sounds very pitiful. Bai Go was amused by Zhang Xiaobao's words. If it was someone else who said more than 1,000,000 strings of cash, it would be scary, but when it was Xiao Bao who said it seriously, it only gave people a feeling of absurdity. To Xiao Bao, could more than 1,000,000 strings of cash be considered money? Wang Wan chimed in to help. Grandpa Bai, you can't deny the kindness of the 9 children just because our family is rich. If it were other children, they would take out their savings of 100 copper coins, and Xiaobei and the others would give 1,000,000 strings of cash, which is 1 billion copper coins. I won't comment on how much money is, it's too vulgar. I just want to say that they are the same, giving everything they have. That's right, but don't use 1 billion copper coins to pressure me. I used to be a minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and I've seen money. Bai Go nodded and admitted. He looked up at his butler, Changsheng, say something. The housekeeper had seen the world today. When the master talked to Zhang Xiaobao, he talked about money in the millions. He was always scheming against the country. Hearing the master's question, he pondered for a moment and replied, Master, compared to Zhang Xiaobei and Wang Xiaoyuan, I'm not as good as them. My food, clothes, and accommodation are all paid for by the master. However, I still can't bear to give all my money to others, even if it's used for disaster relief. If I only take 1/10 of it, I might be able to do it. Embarrassing. Bai Go felt that the butler was embarrassing him. It was not like he was asking him to take it. To put it nicely, this butler was too honest. As soon as Bai Go had this idea, Wang Wan said, it's human nature. The steward shows his loyalty by telling the truth. Since the steward said he would grit his teeth and give 1/10 of the money, I thank the steward on behalf of the people of Hong Nong. I will send someone to the steward to get it. The butler immediately trembled. Fortunately, he had said 1 in 10 just now. She really wanted it. Bai Go was speechless. When he saw the smile in Wang Wan's eyes, he couldn't vent the anger in his heart. If the butler had cooperated and said that he would take everything, he would probably be crying now. She was serious. Bai Go did not intend to continue to let this pair of shrewd people talk. The housekeeper paid for the money, and the master paid for it. Bai Go changed the topic and thought, Cuckoo, Xiaobei's money was paid for by the imperial court. We can ask the emperor for it later. How can we count it on them? Grandfather Bai's guess is correct. I also think so. However, the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Since Grandfather Bai has the same idea, when we return to the capital, can Xiaobei and the others ask the emperor for money? Grandfather Bai needs to help more. A few days ago, Xiaobei said that she missed Grandfather Bai and wanted to sing and dance for Grandfather Bai. She said that Grandfather Bai is the best grandfather besides her biological grandfather. Zhang Xiaobao quickly took over Bai Go's words. The meaning was very clear. Didn't you say that you could ask the emperor for it? Well, go and ask for it. See if you can get it back. Don't make Xiaobei sad. Bai Go regretted. His mouth was cheap. Even if it was 100 copper coins, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would not be able to get it from the emperor. For so many years, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family paid for it, but the imperial court did not give it to them. This had become a common practice. It could be seen from Xiaobei's official robes. The double gold and silver fish bag could be written into the history books. Of course, there should be a small line of words at the end, because the imperial court was short of money, it was ordered to self-control, so it became a mistake. That. Bai Go raised his sleeve and wiped the non-existent sweat to cover up. He said, that, Xiao Bao, you said that you have another idea. What is it? Zhang Xiaobao laughed secretly. He did not expect to get back the money that his family spent for the Tang Empire. Basically, all the money was given to him by preferential policies. After laughing secretly, Zhang Xiaobao said, this time, the county magistrate of Hongnong County, Yanzheng, dared to destroy the embankment because he thought that no one would pursue the matter. I want to use Xiaobei's name to build an amusement park on the Honglu River. A water amusement park does not cost money. There are specific activities in it. If you want to play, you can spend money. However, the person who manages the project will definitely have nothing to do with my family. My family is only in charge of the maintenance and repair of the amusement park. We also collect some fees for the land. In the name of Xiaobei's 9 children, I believe that the new official will not dare to do anything when he knows that Honglu River is under the care of Xiaobei and the others. Don't you think so? Bai Go pondered over Zhang Xiaobao's words and had to agree. Indeed, no official wants to be targeted by Xiaobei and the others. Otherwise, during the evaluation, even if he did not do anything wrong, he would be demoted by 3 grades. If he is guilty, he will be punished. However, if we build an amusement park on the Honglu River, how long will it take to earn more than 3 million coins? This old man knows that it is not easy for Xiaobei and the others to earn money. Other than the small business they came up with, most of it is the New Year's money in tips that they kowtow to the elders during festivals. Even if your family gives more, because of your family, the other elders are embarrassed to give less. For example, when Xiaobei and the others pay New Year's greetings, I can't take out less than 100 coins. However, this is their hard work money. The only thing this old man did not expect is that Xiaobei and the others are willing to take out their hard work money just once they come to Hongnong. Your Majesty really did not spoil the wrong people. In Hanyuan Palace, Xiaobei is sitting on the dragon chair. I want to see who dares to talk behind their backs. In fact, Bai Go was not used to it. When Xiaobei and the others arrived at Hanyuan Palace, they ran to Bai Go's side. Xiaobei sat on the armrest of the dragon chair and even squeezed with the emperor with a smile. Even the crown prince did not dare to touch that place. However, after this incident, Bai Go thought that it was fine to sit there. The chair would not break. She did not want to be the emperor. She just felt that the view there was broad. Bai Go's attitude made Zhang Xiaobao feel very embarrassed, so he said, try not to spoil them. So, Grandpa Bai, you also agree to build an amusement park in the name of Xiaobei and the others, and be responsible for the maintenance and repair of the Honglu River, and collect a little land fee? I agree. How many people can there be in Hongnong County? I am only worried that the money earned is not enough to maintain it, and you will have to pay extra. Bai Go said. His housekeeper also nodded. Wang Wan could not help but laugh and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Cuckoo, why are you laughing? Bai Go was puzzled. Wang Wan shook her head hard, no, nothing. I just thought of something else happy, so I laughed. Really? Xiao Bao, you can't lie to this old man. Tell me the truth. Can the amusement park make money? How much money can it make? Bai Go finally figured it out. Zhang Xiaobao stared at Wang Wan, and got Wang Wan to roll her eyes back. He looked even more embarrassed than before. Grandpa Bai, there are 2 sides to this matter, right? Don't talk to me about other things. I just want to ask you, can the amusement park make money? Bai Go was not fooled. Logically speaking, if we give it to others, we can't make money. You see, we don't manage the specific projects of the amusement park, and we also need to take care of the maintenance and repair of the Honglu River. That's not a small amount of money, right? Zhang Xiaobao asked tentatively. Don't try to reason with me. If you really want to reason with me, then this old man will tell you. Logically speaking, you, Zhang Xiaobao, have never done a losing deal. Just now, I was fooled by you. If not for Cuckold's sudden laughter, I would still be in the dark. If you want to blame it on Cuckold, you two can fight in private. Now, I want to hear the truth. According to Zhang Xiaobao's ability to make money, it is impossible for him to be your idea to come to Hongnong. I feel sorry for Xiaobei and others, but I don't feel sorry for you. Bai Go reacted and did not believe Zhang Xiaobao's nonsense. He was careless. He was fooled. It was really impossible to guard against. The housekeeper didn't understand and was puzzled. They were talking, but why did the master have such a big reaction when Wang Wan laughed? Wang Wan continued to laugh. Zhang Xiaobao shrugged helplessly and said to Wang Wan, "Wife, let's be more reserved. You see, when you laugh, I am isolated. You are a lady from a noble family. You should pay attention to your manners. You are still laughing. I am so smart. Xiaobao, I have seen through you. You have been fooling me since I was young. Now, you are getting smarter and smarter. I have decided not to stay in Sanshui County anymore. I will go out and be a liar. After being fooled by you for so many years, I have finished my apprenticeship, right?" Bai Go was furious. He was not angry at Zhang Xiaobao, but at himself. After so many years, he had been fooled again and again. Why didn't he learn his lesson? Wang Wan pinched Zhang Xiaobao twice and finally stopped laughing. She wiped the tears from her laughter and said to Bai Go, "Grandpa Bai, you can't be a liar because there are no liars in Tang. Yes, where there is Xiaobao, there are no liars. I found out. If he is not a liar, the world will be peaceful. Xiaobao, don't try to hide. Tell me, how much money can you make?" Bai Go kept telling himself that it was not the first time he was fooled. Only then did he suppress the anger in his heart. "Actually, we can't make much money. You know, my family has invested a lot of money in researching technology. We have electric lights, flashlights, washing machines, fans, and now there is something called electronic machine tools. We haven't finished researching them yet, but there are byproducts. So, we have some entertainment projects. I plan to put them in the amusement park. We will not operate them directly. We will rent them out and charge them for the land. In the past, there were only so many people in Hongnong. But didn't I mention before that there will be a railway connecting Hongnong to the north of the Yangtze River in the future? We will build a distribution center for goods. At that time, we can have a little more people, right? Just a little more. The hibiscus garden in the capital is too empty. My family is going to give a set of equipment like the Hanglashui amusement park for free. When it is open, we will charge a fee and give it to the emperor directly. Those who don't have the opportunity to go to the hibiscus garden can enjoy it in Hanglashui. Does this count as benefiting the country and the people? I don't want a single cent of the money I make. I will give it all to Xiaobei and the others. Even if they donate it tomorrow, I will not stop them. Cute and sensible children should be rewarded." Zhang Xiaobao explained his plan. He did not mention how much money he could make, nor did he mention the prospects. But Bai Go, who had been the Minister of Revenue, immediately knew how profitable this industry was. I found that what Cuckoo said was not wrong at all. Where there is Xiaobao, there will definitely be no swindlers. Xiaobao has thousands of ways to make money, but he will never cheat. How many people in the Tang Empire and the surrounding countries dare to cheat in front of him? Chongqing, do you see? Sometimes, one can make money with confidence. Bai Go had been in contact with Zhang Xiaobao for many years. He immediately thought of the future profits of Honglushui. It would definitely be many times more than what Xiaobei paid. That was because the hibiscus garden was not open often, but the amusement park was always open. Moreover, he knew that Zhang Xiaobao could make a lot of money from it, but he could not stop it. Not to mention him, even the people from the censorate could not say anything. Since Xiaobao said that he would give the money to his younger brothers and sisters, he would never ask for a single cent. Others could not attack Xiaobei and the others. Although they were rich, as long as the people of the Tang Empire needed it, they could take it out immediately. After a slight estimation of the traffic of the merchandise distribution center, Bai Go felt that the money invested by Xiaobei and his 9 children could be earned back in 3 to 5 years. Compared with Xiaobao's investment, the return on investment was still low. He decided to support him from the side. Master. Bai Go's butler was different from Bai Go. He was in contact with the bottom of the society, so he knew the development prospects of Honglushui amusement park better. He could not help but want to remind the master. Say it. Bai Go asked in front of Zhang Xiaobao. Master, this. The butler was hesitant. Bai Go's face suddenly darkened. Chongqing, you just heard a lot of national policies. If it is spread out and delayed, your whole family will be annihilated. The butler immediately felt that his back was wet with sweat. The master's meaning was very clear. What he just heard was national policies. If it was leaked, his whole family would be annihilated. Now he was playing tricks in front of Zhang Xiaobao. What would Zhang Xiaobao think? Wang Wan said very cooperatively, Grandpa Bai, if your butler does this again in the future, don't blame me for killing him. This time he is not sensible. You have to scold him more. Bai Go was relieved. He was really afraid that Xiaobao and Cuckoo would not say anything. It was just a small matter. He was afraid that if they did not say anything, it would be called estrangement. If so, he would not have the face to live in Sanshui County. Say it. Go back and get 10 whips. Bai Go scolded the butler. The butler knew that the master saved his life. Otherwise, he would not be able to leave the yard. He was so scared that he cupped his hands. If it was not to protect the master's face, he would have knelt down. Of course, he did not know that if he really knelt down, he would be dead. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan respected Grandpa Bai. They would not allow Grandpa Bai's servant to lose face. Master, they will make a lot of money. Maybe in less than a year, they can earn back more than 1,000,000 strings of coins. Don't you want a share? The butler had to tell the truth. Can they really make so much money? Xiaobao. Bai Go did not ask the butler. Instead, he asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand at the butler, indicating that he would not pursue the matter. Then he said to Bai Go, Grandpa Bai, what do you enjoy in Sanshui County? When others go there, they only know that between the clouds and the water is good and that the pond between the clouds and the water is big. What about you? Me? Of course, the mountain is in the middle of the water. The best scenery is not between the clouds and the water, but Zhuangzi, the mountain behind the Zhang family and the Wang family, and the water surrounding the mountain. Also, the best place to comprehend is not the Jianjia Academy, but the children's school. What the academy has, the school must have. What the academy has, the school may not have. The sound of reading is definitely not comparable to the cheerful laughter of the children. I also know that the academy usually eats pork and chicken. The children of the Zhang family and the Wang family usually eat beef and mutton. But I eat pig's stomach, chicken delicacies, lamb liver, beef bay, fish roe, fish float, and foie gras. Xiaobao, you're so considerate. It's all thanks to you that this old man is still alive. I didn't know where I lived at first, but after asking around, I found out that the temperature there was always 23 to 25 degrees Celsius. Every day, I had to drink a small bowl of fishy and fresh bone marrow kunbu porridge. Every day I am alive is because of you and Cuckoo. But what does this have to do with the Honglu Water Amusement Park? How can making money compare to between the clouds and the water? Baigo was not stupid at all. He knew very well what kind of treatment he enjoyed. It could be said that it was meticulous. Therefore, he was biased toward Xiaobao and Cuckoo without any psychological burden. Wang Wan fed Baigo a small cake and said, "Grandpa Bai, that's what you should do." In fact, Xiaobao means that once a businessman comes to Hongnong County and knows that there is a place like the hibiscus garden that only the emperor can enjoy, if the seller doesn't take the buyer to the amusement park, it can only mean that the buyer's status is too low. All businessmen who don't know how to behave have been eliminated. Those who stay will definitely take people to the amusement park. The amusement park is free, but the projects inside charge money. Who cares about that little money? Xiaobao doesn't need to calculate this point. I can tell Grandpa Bai that after this winter, the distribution center will be built. From the beginning of spring to the middle of summer next year, we can earn more than 1.3 million strings of cash in 2 seasons. This is because there are only 2 places in the Tang Empire that have the same project. The amusement park is not only a place to relax, but also a place to show one's status. We won't run it independently, but we will raise the cost of the technical equipment and the land cost of the individual projects. Our publicity is that we can enjoy the life of an emperor through several journeys in the human world. Listening to Wang Wan's explanation, Baigo finally understood how the amusement park made money. No wonder Zhang Xiaobao suggested that they could earn back their capital in 2 seasons. It was true. The hibiscus garden couldn't be opened often. People rarely saw what the emperor played. Cuckoo, according to what you said, there is a possibility of overdoing it, Baigo advised kindly. Yes, Grandpa Bai is right. That's why we want Xiaobei and the others to discuss it with His Majesty. If His Majesty can say to Xiaobei, "Xiaobei, you kids should take out the New Year's money you got from kowtowing and not get anything in return, then we'll accept it. In that case, we'll accept it. We'll immediately cancel the Hanglushui amusement park." Wang Wan spread her hands. "Master, the emperor can't say this," the butler reminded him. "Nonsense, of course I know. How can His Majesty say that the country will be destroyed?" When he said this, he didn't mention the people of Luzhou, the people of Yutufan, the people of Sanshui County, the reaction of Shuzhou, the indignation of Yizhou, and the entire northern part of Hebei province. How many people wouldn't be worried about the people in other places of the Tang Empire? Even the ministers would be bitterly disappointed. Xiaobei and the others represented loyalty, faith, glory, courage, honesty, justice, sacrifice, and fairness, just like the knights in the story that Xiao Yuan repeated. Of course, this was not the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing was that Xiaobei and the others were not adults, so other words such as cute, sensible, lively, smart, naughty, and so on should be added. How can His Majesty refuse? Do you think it's a joke to reduce the punishment by 3 grades and add punishment for every crime? You haven't seen what Hanyuan Palace is like. When others walk on both sides, Xiaobei and the others jump in the middle and jump up. Baigo finally knew the plan of Xiaobao and Cuckoo. "Master, can't others walk in the middle?" The butler didn't know anything else but this, so he asked curiously. "No one has ever walked in the middle. There are no steps in the middle, and there are big pieces of land. How can one walk? When His Majesty goes to court, he will either appear at the back or at the front, and there will be people carrying the carriage. The people carrying the carriage also have to walk on both sides. The middle is carved, so who will walk in the middle? His Majesty doesn't summon people easily now, and when he does, he will use binoculars. From top to bottom, it is more than 100 meters away, and you can't see anything even if you raise your head. Do you think it's the story that Xiaobei and the others told? When they say that His Majesty is at the top and ask the people below to raise their heads, His Majesty will be able to see their delicate features. Unless His Majesty is far-sighted. His Majesty doesn't have that ability, so he uses binoculars. Xiaobei and the others don't care about that. Sometimes, they even run to the back. When His Majesty summons them, they are next to the dragon throne. How can you reason with them? Except for Zhang Zhong scolding, the other officials are all silent. Bai Go told the butler what happened in the court. The butler didn't know who Zhang Zhong was, so he asked, "Master, what rank is Zhang Zhong? Is he so powerful? Is he more powerful than the legendary Master Gao?" Zhang Zhong is the Minister of Works, and he is Xiaobei's biological father. Master Gao? Gao Lishir is Xiao Bao's godfather, so he is his godfather. What can he say? Do you understand? If you offend Xiao Bao will reason with you. If you offend Xiaobei, you can't say anything even if you are right. Bai Mao instructed his steward earnestly. Chapter 943. No wonder Lord Zhang Zhong is Lord Zhang Xiaobei's biological father. No wonder he dares to scold Xiaobei. The steward felt that it was a good thing that there was someone in the imperial court who could control Xiaobei. It depends on what the matter is. If Xiaobei is serious about something, she dares to go against her father. After quarreling in the imperial court, Xiaobei will go home and hide before the court is dismissed. Bai Go laughed heartily when talking about this. Zhang Xiaobao winked at Wang Wan and went to the kitchen to cook. After all, he couldn't let Bai Go eat some snacks to fill his stomach. Wang Wan accompanied Bai Go to the table and told him the importance of building a road to the 3 northeastern provinces, the northern part of Hebei province. She listed the mineral resources in the northeast and talked about the characteristics of the northeast land. She especially emphasized the benefits of planting potatoes brought back from outside in the black soil of the Commander-in-Chief's mansion in Bohai. She also mentioned the precious medicinal materials that liked cold weather, delicious birds and beasts, beautiful and practical animal fur. Of course, she didn't miss the important strategic locations. Oh. You mean, if we move the heavy industry to the northern part of Hebei province and put the large docks around, Jili province can be connected with Deng province and Lai province in Hunan province. A large area in the middle can be used for naval training and formation before meeting the enemy. However, in the northern part of Hebei province, only your Jili province has some people. The other places are uninhabited or sparsely populated. Who will occupy those places when attacking the Tang Empire? What's more, except for our Tang Empire, I haven't heard of any gunboats in other places. Although Bai Go's thinking was more advanced, he didn't think of the same thing as Wang Wan. He had many doubts. Wang Wan heard Bai Go say that the 3 northeastern provinces were not important. She opened her mouth and didn't know what to say for a while. She looked at the map and pondered for a while. Then she said, "Grandpa Bai, do you think it's easy for Xiao Bao and me to clean up the northern part of Hebei province?" Bai Go nodded. That was exactly what he meant. It did not take much effort. There were a few small skirmishes and they only used the gunships once. Even if they did not use the gunships, it would not have been a big deal. Grandpa Bai, that's because Shandong, the Hunan circuit, is in the hands of our great Tang. Otherwise, even if Xiao Bao and I mobilized our elite soldiers, we wouldn't have been able to attack them. Once they had a ship like ours, or even a smaller one, it would have been connected to the Hunan circuit's Dengzhou. I can only lead my troops to attack Deng province first. Deng province is not in my hands, so I definitely don't dare to attack that place. Unless they don't resist, hiding millions of soldiers in the vast mountains to the north is like child's play. Back then, I led the soldiers of Yi province. Why? Why didn't I bring the soldiers from Jiangnan? Without Lu Zhou's wolf soldiers? Because I'm afraid that they will hide. If they hide until winter, the soldiers of Yi province can still resist the cold. Wang Wan was not from the northeast. To be precise, she was not a pure northeasterner. She was originally from Beijing. The climate was the same as the northeast, and the area was close to Hebei. However, she knew the importance of the three provinces in the northeast. Otherwise, how did the capital of Beijing come to be? Who built Shanghai Pass for? The two capitals were unparalleled, and the first pass of the Great Wall was just a joke. Bai Go lowered his head and pondered. His steward was at a loss. He did not know what the northern part of Hebei province looked like. He only knew that the ginseng there was good, especially when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were there. They sent a lot of ginseng to the old master. Oh, there was also kunbu, which could be planted. There were also pearls, fungus, and so on. According to the old master, ginseng was also planted near Jili province. For the magical Zhang family and Wang family, it seemed that there was nothing they could not plant. Maybe one day, they would be able to plant millions of soldiers. After pondering for a while, Bai Go said, "It's indeed not easy to fight. Otherwise, it would have been directly under our control. Why would we build so many protectorates? You and Xiao Bao have been troubled. Grandpa Bai, you finally speak the truth. Xiao Bao, add one more dish for Grandpa Bai. Oh, add two more. Add one more dish to scold people." Wang Wan pretended to be moved and shouted to the kitchen. Bai Go said again, "Cuckoo, I see that you and Xiao Bao went there very easily. Didn't you go there to make money by planting kunbu?" Humph, if Xiao Bao wanted to make money, why would he go to Jili province? Jiangnan province, Huainan province, Shannan East province, and Lingnan province. Which one can't he plant kunbu? Xiao Bao and I felt uncomfortable because there was an important place with a small population that was not under the control of the Tang Empire. Don't doubt the importance of the north of Hebei province. If Xiao Bao and I want to rebel, we will definitely choose to do it in the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office. Give Xiao Bao 1,000,000 people, give me 100,000 elite soldiers, and let the imperial court gather all the soldiers of the Tang Empire to fight. Let's see if we can take it down. When summer comes to attack, I will fight if I can. If I can't, I will retreat to the north. When winter comes, I will fight back. This winter, I will take you there for a walk and let you see what the elite soldiers are like in the snow. Wang Wan had heard the story told by her grandfather. Her grandfather said that her grandfather's grandfather was in the northeast. The Japanese immigrants were often bullied by the local landlords. The three provinces in the northeast held back a lot of Japanese forces. That was because the warlords didn't see the situation clearly and adopted a passive strategy. Every time she thought of the story and read the real historical information, Wang Wan would sigh. The North military camp, as long as they fought back, could form a crossfire net at any time. They didn't need to prepare during the day. Even if they were attacked at night, they could get up and quickly form a firepower position. Not to mention people, even tanks would be trapped. Even if they lost in the end, they could eliminate the living force of the bold nose. What kind of soldiers were they? They were the direct subordinates brought out by Zhang, just like the strong protection team in her family. Who dared to say that they could easily attack the position defended by the protection team according to the terrain and firepower deployment? Bai Go didn't know that Wang Wan thought of the history. Seeing Wang Wan's sad face, he thought that he didn't trust Wang Wan in his words and made her sad. Then he said, "Cuckoo, what did the commander of your army look like?" "What? Nothing. It's just the Xiang army given by the emperor." "Oh, it's the soldiers of the Jiangnan and western provinces. Now they have begun to adapt to the climate. Wang Wan calmed down and said with a gesture. I'm talking about the winter clothes. Bai Go knew that His Majesty gave Xiao Bao and Cuckoo the soldiers. The reason why he gave them soldiers they were not familiar with was that he was afraid that they would dominate. Speaking of clothes, Wang Wan smiled. If you go there, you will be scared. In summer, they wear the normal gray-green camouflage clothes. In winter, humph. After it snows in winter, they wear white skis, duck down, a white cloak, a snow hat, and a pair of snow glasses. The gloves have 3 parts, one for the thumb, one for the index finger, and the other 3 fingers together to make it convenient to shoot. Everyone carries a simple medical kit, a flat bottle of strong liquor, a multifunctional white military shovel, and a pack of spicy jerky. Grandpa Bai, I let the Tang Empire choose any general to fight with me after it snows in winter. With 10,000 soldiers, I can easily defeat 100,000 of them. I participated in 3 maneuvers there. At that time. I thought about how to fight many times. Anyway, it's very powerful. As Wang Wan spoke, her words slipped out of her mouth and she hurriedly corrected her. Bai Go didn't think too much about it. He thought about what Wang Wan had said about the soldiers' equipment. He thought that in the snow, they would be dressed in white from top to bottom, which should be useful for hiding. As for what Wang Wan had said about 10,000 against 100,000, he still didn't quite believe it. The premise was that the one commanding the 10,000 was not Wang Wan. If it was Wang Wan, there was a high possibility of winning against 100,000 people in any place. Cuckoo, you are too modest. If you have enough space, I also believe that you can win if you fight against 200,000 with 10,000. Bai Go commented. Grandpa Bai, you don't understand what I mean. Even if it's not me, Xiao Bao can also win if he commands. You don't understand the cruelty of the forest and snowfield. For people who are not used to the environment, it's good enough that they can still breathe after entering. Wang Wan could not use words to describe the weather in the northeast, especially after passing Liaoning and heading north. It was bone-chilling and the wind was like a knife. Droplets of water would turn into ice. The Xiang soldiers sent by Li Longji were all men. In the first winter, how many of them cried from the cold? Their hands and faces would be covered with cuts and blackened by the wind. In the middle of the cuts, there would be fresh red flesh. That was Jili province, which was Dalian. It was warmer and close to the sea. Let's try heading north. Bai Go heard Wang Wan's words and did not dare to make a conclusion. Is it really that cold? You can go and take a look during winter. I will prepare some protective measures for you and let you experience the feeling of snow in the north. When Wang Wan thought of standing under the snow without any protective measures, she could not help but shiver. Only a group of heartless children like Xiao Bei would be able to make a snowman even when their hands were red from the cold. Bai Go had never experienced such a degree of coldness. He gave himself courage and said, okay. I will leave my 50 kilograms to you. If I freeze to death, you will feel guilty for the rest of your life. Oh, who dares to freeze our Grandpa Bai to death? I will be the first to not let him off. Grandpa Bai, the dishes are here. Zhang Xiaobao came out of the kitchen with a big tray and said with a smile. There were 5 dishes on the tray. There was no soup because there was a northeast pig slaughtered dish in the middle. There was soup, pickled vegetables, white meat, blood sausage, vermicelli, and a smashed hind leg bone. There was also a small bowl of garlic sauce on the side. The other 4 dishes were stewed meat, steamed pork knuckle with chopped green onions, potato braised eggplant, and braised chicken nuggets with mushrooms. Zhang Xiaobao originally planned to stew chicken and mushrooms, but he thought it would take too long. The 5 dishes were all typical Northeast dishes. Zhang Xiaobao actually planned to make them even more shabby. For example, He would change the pork knuckle into sliced salted duck eggs, change the chicken and mushrooms into egg and onion pancakes, change the stewed meat into stewed vegetables, make the potato braised eggplant into eggplant with chopped green onions, and make the pig slaughtered dish into stewed pickled vegetables. In the end, he was too embarrassed to do so and had to serve them as planned. When Wang Wan saw the dishes, she immediately recognized which cuisine they belonged to. It was not winter yet, so the taste and feeling of eating Northeast dishes was not so good. She glanced at the 5 dishes and asked, 5 dishes? There's also a spicy stir-fried intestine. I can only stir-fry it after boiling water and blanching the intestines. My speed is already fast enough. I turned on 4 stoves at the same time, so the pig slaughtered dish and pork knuckle took more time. The water for blanching the intestines hasn't been boiled yet. I'm afraid that Grandpa Bai will be anxious from waiting. Zhang Xiaobao explained. All right, go back quickly. It's not easy for Grandpa Bai to come here. Even if it's a simple meal, it can't be too shabby. Grandpa Bai, I'm sorry. Xiaobao's hands are really not fast enough. Wang Wan chased Zhang Xiaobao back and said modestly to Bai Go. Bai Go did not move his chopsticks. He waited for the wine to be warmed at the side. At the same time, he was also waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to finish the last dish so that they could eat together. After hearing Wang Wan's words, he said to his housekeeper, "Did you see that? The dishes are slow. After returning to the residence, tell the chefs that they don't need to make 5 dishes in that short amount of time. If they can make 4 dishes in front of them, I'll consider them doing their job well. Don't learn from Xiaobao and waste time cooking. Master, if we really do that, we won't have any chefs in our residence." Master, I understand. No wonder you said that Her Majesty is willing to eat the dishes cooked by Jidushi Zhang. How fast does he have to be to manage 4 stoves at the same time? Other than using a spoon, he also has to use a knife to cut, right? To be honest, if I had the money to invite Jidushi Zhang to cook, I would be willing to pay 100 strings of cash just by looking at his knife skills. The housekeeper was deeply shocked. While he was speaking, 5 dishes were already out. Wouldn't the knife be flying? Bai Go chuckled and said, 100 strings of cash. Is Xiaobao so worthless? Do you know how much money he earns when he cooks a dish? What's that saying again? Oh, it's in minutes. Tens of thousands of strings of cash. Do you think anyone can eat the dishes cooked by Xiaobao? Have a seat. I don't know when I'll be able to eat them again. Thank you, Master. The housekeeper hurriedly found a seat at the end of the table and sat down. To be able to eat a bite of Zhang Xiaobao's dishes, regardless of the taste, just based on his status, he would gain face if word got out. Just as the housekeeper sat down, the fragrance of the hot wine wafted up. Zhang Xiaobao came back from the back with a plate in his hands. Grandpa Bai, don't say that. It's just a dish. It doesn't matter who cooks it. Xiao Bei can make dolls with his friends in Old Willow Village. Can't I cook a few dishes with the commoners? The weight of one's status has nothing to do with being reserved. It's not difficult to eat the food I cook. Yesterday, I stood on the street and roasted more than 60 caddies of meat skewers. I didn't even get a single copper coin. You have the nerve to say that. I helped you roast the meat skewers. My hands are swollen. How can you manage a grill that's 10 feet long? You roast big skewers. 1 caddy of meat is 20 skewers. You roast 7 to 8 caddies of meat at once. I have to bring 6 maidservants with me. How tired am I? Wang Wan complained. She even opened her hands for Bai Go to see. Next time, let's roast properly before we roast the meat. Madam, do you find that they enjoy the food? Zhang Xiaobao was surprised. I also enjoy the food. It tastes cheap. It's free. Wang Wan said. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. This shows that the commoners' lives are not easy. Rich people will not take advantage of this. One person can only eat one skewer, and they have to line up. Is it easy? Xiaobao, pour the wine. I will also eat meat skewers tomorrow afternoon. Find a place and accompany me to fish and roast the meat. Bai Go had not moved his chopsticks. The master did not even serve the wine. How could he eat the food? Zhang Xiaobao obeyed and poured the wine. He held it up and gave Bai Go his blessings. Then, he filled Bai Go's chopsticks with food. Only then did Bai Go start eating. Early the next morning, Bai Go called Zhang Xiaobao and asked him to find a place to fish. He also brought the meat skewers that he had asked his men to roast for lunch. Looking at the color of the meat skewers, Bai Go was puzzled. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, "There is no mutton or beef?" "The mutton is not here yet. We have beef, but we don't dare to eat it. The commoners are waiting for the compensation." "Do you want to eat beef?" Zhang Xiaobao explained. "No. I am afraid of being scolded behind my back. Other than transporting livestock and poultry, you also have to send food to the commoners. It's really not easy." Bai Go was just asking. He basically listened to Zhang Xiaobao when he came here. He believed that Xiaobao would adjust his diet. Zhang Xiaobao carried his fishing gear and headed towards one of the water bubbles. That place should be able to hold some fish when the flood hits. When he heard Bai Go's question, he replied, "There is no need to prepare food for them. Humans cannot eat the food inside, but the livestock can eat it. I only need to hand over the pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese to the commoners. Even if the commoners have to wade through the mud, they will still collect enough food for their livestock and poultry." "I know. With livestock, the commoners would rather be frugal and feed them well. Many commoners couldn't afford cows and sheep in the past, so they would buy pigs. They would add a cover on top of the pig and that would be their home. Only with a pig can there be a home. If I don't represent the imperial court to compensate them, they will not be able to have a stable winter. Especially those who raise cows. They basically raise the cows as their children, so I don't dare to kill the cows. In a few days, I will find local laborers to work and pay them. As for the old people and women who can't work, they will find ways to collect food for their livestock and poultry in the flood. I will give them some hope this year. Next autumn, there will be a bumper harvest. The rent that they should pay will not be less, so the incompetent officials should get out as soon as possible." Bai Go continued. "Grandpa Bai, you know how to live. I admire you." Zhang Xiaobao praised. "Then, when the people from Jinjia Academy come to be officials, no one can stop them, right?" "I don't know if they can stop them. I only know that when the people from the academy come, I will skin them alive if they don't manage the place well. I have told them this before the imperial examination. Since they have acknowledged themselves as Jinjia Academy, don't make a fool of yourself if you can't be one. The mediocre ones should get out of the way and the capable ones should stay in the middle." Zhang Xiaobao said very impolitely, "You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."